Kick, but blinds himself, doesn't realize it, and somehow Ian misses that shot. Not often do you see that happening, but gives Skirt a chance. Now only a 1v1, but the teleport, big mistake. Don't think that's where he wanted to go, but nonetheless, let Skirt get that 1-on-3.
With Undercolor pushing through with this pincher maneuver in towards Market. It seems like Surge, he's wise to it. The rest of ECAP as well. More shock darts being used to give away the position. So much damage out of Surge, stepping up massively for this ECAP team on Pistol. It's a 4-on-1 now for Molu. He's on the site. What can he do? Great jump 3 shot there, but that's all.
You have one player detained. I think it was Violet. I'm not too sure. I might be entirely wrong, but you are going to see a bunch of crossfire happening here as Fox and Jay are going to find 3 kills. Another flawless round by AGX. DKIM is not letting it go down easy. This round now a 2 versus 1. We've seen DKIM pull out these rounds in the 2v1 situation. Gonna rush him, is going to look for it, is going to find it in a 4-piece coming out. Oh my goodness.
Does not. It'll be so bad for Ben. I think he has Nicholas' decision. What a shot at a firecracker. Waker, excuse me, gets the headshot. Now it's going to be Ben gone. Finds that shot on the Blix, and now it's going to be a 2v1. They find Kanuchi, they take him down. The 3K for Legend is absolutely picture perfect, and it will be Top Academy coming out on top.
This could be absolutely everything. Gun out needs to have it, and ships to the night. What is happening? Gonna get 2, and the spray down's good. Finally turns for the 3rd, and he first secures it as well. That is absolutely amazing.
Welcome back, everybody, to another Pit of Valor. It's number 96. It's a Wednesday night. You know the drill, but even if you don't and you're new around here, that's totally fine. That's totally okay. I can give you a rundown of what's going on. I'm going to be one of your casters tonight, Mick. Over to my right is going to be Mr. Infernosis, as he was gone just a second ago, but he's right back into the fray, and we are here to present you some action tonight as we got ourselves 6 rounds of Valor. We got a lot of new people coming into the scene because I know y'all came from TikTok, but that's just how it is. First thing, though, I want to know, Infernosis, how you doing, my guy?
I'm doing great. It's a pleasure to be back here. I missed last week. I had the week before, and I made sure to get another gig taken so I could be right here in the booth with you once again, Dallas.
Oh, it's such a pleasure. You know how much you love me, but even though that's up to debate with everybody else, act as confused as you want to. But nonetheless, if you're confused about what goes on here, this is the Pit of Valor. We have ourselves a lot of best of ones to go through for the night, but even then, we have a lot more on hand as well because we got ourselves $350 in a prize pull up for taking every single week. But even then, we're coming to almost a conclusion of our 5 weeks because we have another extra $100 onto the $250 we have every single week, brought to you by Metafy, our good friends over there. But regardless of that, community gaming obviously putting this whole thing on and, really helping us when it comes down to the funding. But even then, more importantly, the players and the teams that are coming out here tonight. And even then, to go ahead and start off the night, we have ourselves at least one squad. I'm going to present one side, you present the other. But even then, the bottom little sheet in the bottom, you can see we got Icebox as the map. But Geekers are going to be one of our first squads that we have to present for you tonight. And even then, if I can go ahead with all my 3 trillion monitors I have pulled up, we have ourselves Escape Velocity with the other squad as well. 2 teams we haven't really seen before here in the Pit of Valor, but even then, hopefully a little set of welcoming arms could bring them in, and hopefully we could have ourselves a good matchup.
Yeah, I'm actually really excited for this one. It's our first one of the night, so let's go ahead and make it a great show. Over on the left for our defensive side, the Geekers will be starting off on our map of Icebox. They got House, Stealth Cape, Eric, Kimchi, Cardi, and Geeker. And for the opposing side of Escape Velocity, they've got Zeev, they've got Rook Hitter, I believe the name is, Ranchi, Wilmer, and Butu. So they've got themselves a pretty nice and solid roster as well, and good team chemistry, so to say here, Dallas, because a lot of teams don't put their team name in their actual player cards. Escape Velocity has done that all except for Butu. Quite happy to see that. Quite happy to see them be coordinated and well kept together. But when it comes down to the map as a whole, the question more likely is going to be, what agents get brought to the table in Icebox, Dallas?
Yeah, and even then, I mean, we have to at least look at one side because Geekers already had their entire roster just set in stone thus far. We can see the M being brought up for the controller and the Viper as well. So a double controller coming out here as well, which is a meta we've seen really start to kind of be on the rise. I feel like control's been a very slept on position, but it's finally starting to make its home in the meta, and people are really starting to go ahead and capitalize on top of that. But Fade being the initiator as well with the KO. The one thing we're missing out of the Geekers, though, is going to be a Sentinel, which I find interesting enough. We usually see Sage as kind of being one of those little back end, mother figures. And as I mentioned, it House seems like they may be switching up. So we could see a complete roster change. This thing seemed a little bit interesting there for a moment. But nonetheless, still looking at that Geeker being that raised pick. I mean, that's been the one that hasn't changed so far. And Butu, dude, why? I can't talk for a second. And every time I mention somebody, I'm just going to, we're going to talk about maps. That's the one thing that we have set in stone.
Let's just
Icebox can be a little bit more of a thing that they can't switch up because the bans and picks have already come through. And Icebox talking about that map, I feel like it's one of those areas where we can see the double initiator or the double controllers really start to come out, really start to pop off, especially considering that on that B side almost feels like Breeze and to some extent. Very open, very wide. You can make your own kind of palette. You can set it up the way you want to and make the adjustments over the course of the game and really set up the map as you please. But we can see so far, it seemed a little bit more of a switch up. It was actually Velocity who had themselves the kind of roster we had up on Geekers end, but even then the switch up comes through. We see the Chamber coming out of Stealth Cape, which is obviously going to be somewhat of a staple out of every single team in the game. But Reyna being the aggressor for the side of Geeker squad, that's something that's going to be interesting to me because Reyna is obviously a great agent, but not really utilized as much as we see in terms of other players when it comes around to utility.
I'm actually quite interested to see the fact that we don't actually have a Jet picked up here for either side, which is going to be very interesting. No Tailwind, no Cloudburst, no Updraft, which means it's going to be a lot harder to reposition yourself to top of tube in mid, but they'll still have Z for the Escape Velocity side that can still do that with their Shrouded Step, as well as being able to from the shadows their ultimate to anywhere across the map at any point in time. And they can also try to toss a lot of that Fade utility over the top and really start to force the defense if you're playing the attacking side first, which Escape Velocity happen to be doing, and start to put pressure on the defensive side of Geekers and really put them in a really rough spot. But it's gonna be interesting to see how the Reyna holds up on the defense first. They can't play that aggressive. They'll need to play smart. Maybe we see them pressure early towards the green side around yellow on the B site. And for the looks of things, that's exactly what we're seeing, as Eric Kimchi is the player to pressure yellow, and it looks like 2 players of Escape Velocity are looking to meet them there.
Yeah, and even the main Geeker, they have to come out pretty strong here from the start. When they had the double Sentinel coming onto the field, they really had to make sure to capitalize on kind of that gameplay, that kind of play style they had working into their favor. And know that they lose these early rounds. If they lose this first round, more importantly, where Escape Velocity can really start to go off, that they find this momentum to work into their favor, this could be almost detrimental to Geeker's side. As we've already seen that first blood coming onto the field, that was obviously the Sky getting ticked off there. And that's not too much re-engagement that you have there, knowing that that double Sentinel, if you lose a side, you don't have too many resources to really get it back.
Toxic screen happens to dissipate, and Butu's looking to swing out towards sight. They see Air Kimji manage to tag them just a wee bit, but no one's getting a kill until, well, we're going to have something to say about it, and Escape Velocity will now go 2 men up, having removed the player playing around that yellow box. They've now put themselves in a spot to push towards that site. Pressure with the Toxic screen cuts down those sight lines and makes it a lot harder for Geeker to try to frag back and equalize the odds, but with a spike down and planted, Escape Velocity have put themselves up in a really nice position to continue to hold on to this point and play for the post plant. Eric opens the frag up for Geeker. Stealth Cape finds one of their own, but Ranchi's pretty quick behind him, and he has 2 with the frenzy. Make it 3, as you cannot hide house underneath that box, and it will be Escape Velocity finding the first round win.
Yeah, Ranchi with a great little setup there, kind of playing that lurker role, but not even as a controller when you see the double controller coming out versus Escape Velocity. Instead, making a complete switch up, looking to play across the map, and even then trying to almost use that as a catalyst for a lot of setups, knowing they don't have that sentinel play. They can't really play towards the back line. They have to play aggressive in other areas of the map and really find these trade-offs where they can. So that's going to be, I want to say, a common factor. We're going to see a little bit of a consistency from Escape Velocity. So it's going to be something to keep your eye on, but nonetheless, we're going to have to see what exactly we can get out of Geeker on this returning round, because Stealth Cape is going to have to step in these budget rounds, really go off with that Torty Force, go off with that Headhunter, find some massive impact, or even then find at least a couple kills or a gun to pick up for the rest of the squad to really go off and find that aggression that they need ever so much. So already looking for first blood, not too much to really see just yet, just a lot of presence towards the middle of the map, and even then almost ahead to peek out there from Ol Z, but not too much to really get just yet.
Look at the pressure that applied from Zeef up on top of 2. I mentioned being the only player on the side of Escape Velocity that can get up there besides maybe the Rays, but wasting a lot of that utility. Not necessarily what you're looking for when you're trying to push towards the site, especially in your bonus round of round 2. Geekers have done a great job of keeping themselves alive. One of the more important pieces of utility in their kit will be House's Ice Wall, which they've placed over towards Tube to stop the rush from Escape Velocity straight through mid, but it has not slowed down their pace. They've walked through green, stepped up to orange, to yellow, and managed to get the plant down now. They're in a position where they can frag back. It'll go even odds, 1 for 1, but Escape Velocity do have that plant down, and Stealth Cape's looking for any option available to them with that Headhunter, staying all the way back towards Snowman. Quick use here of the Guiding Light, but not actually pushed off of by Geeker just yet. They'll pressure to tease down that spike, but it's not enough. The paint shells will come out instead, and the Spectre manages to find 2 of its own, and the Bulldog bites for 2 more as Butu finds the final 2 frags to give Escape Velocity their second round win.
And even then, a great 2 first rounds come out for Escape Velocity, considering they're on the attacking side and knowing they have no Sentinels to work with. They better start winning this half, and they better get themselves some pretty good rounds coming here soon. But even then, not just in terms of the utility, not in terms of just the frag ability, even then the spike just getting down fairly early. Just looking at their presence on the map, they really have a sense of what's going on here. I mean, it almost like they're finding reads here in these early rounds, and that's exactly what a team's expected to do, to get a read of what these players' tendencies are looking like, see what this defense setup is going to be, see where the default may be laying across the map, and find a way to really work off of that. And we can already see Escape Velocity finding a lot of diversity in their pushes, trying to find some early perks or at least intel, as they already know the Stealth Cape, or at least a player, will be there with a Vandal, but to take the shots, hear the TP go off in there in the backing, you know, 1 less players on site, so you push off of it.
Quick use of all the utility, dumping as the Escape Velocity side will rush towards the side. Butu may find 1, but they'll acquiesce their life to Geeker quickly thereafter, evening out the odds in a 4-on-4, but the plant once again is planted by the Escape Velocity side, putting the side of Geeker in a rough situation. Cardi trying to take the T side, the attacking spawn, away from them, but it does not work. Root Kidder still with the Spectre, able to find 1 more. Ranchi forfeits their life to Eric Kimchi, but Root Kidder is still there and still contending. It's just Eric Kimchi left standing. It is a 1v3, although they do have a weapon of dominance, it's not enough to contend against Root Kidder, a 3rd victim at the opposing end of their SMG, and that will be a 3rd round win for Escape Velocity.
And not only that, an ultimate to put on the field as well from Root Kidder, which is a huge stance just over the course of the game, knowing that you can keep yourself alive, get a lot of these weapons to pick up, save so much money in the progress. I mean, one player has 5K alone to work with, and even then the other 2 players have that to work with in the bottom of the leaderboard as well. But I mean, it doesn't matter about money. It comes down to survivability, making sure to have your impact in the game. And when you know that next 5 rounds will be coming out 2 rounds from here after this one, we can see the budget coming through here from Geeker, that's going to be a free ultimate, just completely wipe outside. Get the decay going down. Get these paranoia effects to go off. Or even then, just pop it on this round, get a free engage and see if you can get just the easiest round of your life to see if it could possibly be flawless.
The ult comes out, and Stealth Cape's in a really rough spot, but they won't be the first player to forfeit their life. It'll be Geeker on the Geeker side themselves on the other end of Butu's rifle. Ranchi will pop flash themselves out. They don't find a kill initially off of it, and they can't find a kill at all, but their teammates of Wilmer and Zeev thankfully are there. And Rookhitter proves to the crowd that you can do it more than just the SMG in hand. The rifles prove dominant, and escape velocity on an upward trend once again. You mentioned they needed to win this half. They don't have a Sage to survive the defensive half themselves. So how do they do it? Win the attacking side in utter dominance, and they're doing just that.
And even then, I mean, looking at what Escape Velocity is doing, they're just almost breaking onto site like they're escaping out of prison. I mean, they're doing it. They're playing into that aggression. They have the ideology there to lay out. They have the game plan, and they don't only just execute it. They burn it to the ground, going with the site along with them. It's such an outstanding way to see these players work and really maneuver their way across the field. But more importantly, we have to see what kind of impact we can get from Geeker to find some kind of retaliation, because that has just not come to life yet. You need to have some kind of return. You have to have a retake. We just haven't seen enough of that yet, considering that with the two duelists, we're not seeing too much of a return. And with one of the duelists, the only duelist for the side of Geeker already being ripped off the field, when we see these early frags coming out so consistently, you don't have too much of a retake at all. You're relying purely on your Sky now. Your Chamber can't do too much. Your Sage can slow somebody, but what is that going to do? They have so much utility already to set things up that it's just not a problem as Butu finds one more. And it's all down to Stealth Cape trying to look up towards the top, but can't really find any success there. As you see 4 players once again standing alive at the end of this 4th round, literally just saving eco, saving ultimates, everything in Escape Velocity side, just really panning out for.
You mentioned the duelist being lost first for the Geeker squadron. What's the second worst scenario possible in that situation, having lost your only duelist? Well, losing your Viper. The only person that can truly obfuscate those sightlines as effective as they should be to maybe slow down the aggressive assault of Escape Velocity, and they're the second one to fall. Geeker has been struggling to keep themselves alive, and you could say that for the entire squad, not just the Viper themselves. 5 deaths to every single player, and on the opposing side, Riskitter has no deaths. Still has not been killed off just yet. Maybe the Caster's Curse will root through, as Selke does have the Tour de Force out ready to be utilized, but Riskitter still finds 1 kill before then. Quick use of the Voil. They'll go ahead and silence off the competition. No Command will have to go forward. Butu will go ahead and use the Showstopper, but no one's in the opposing side of yellow, so a bit of a waste, but a great job by Geeker to rotate away and step away from sight for just a little bit.
And even then, I mean, already looking at the exchange, trying to see the plays coming out, there's so much aggression's already coming to this side. I mean, you can see Escape Velocity. They made the most of that null command. They said, who cares what happens? We need our KO to push up. We got to get these kills, and Rookhitter is there for it on every single occasion. Not even playing that duelist role, playing that initiator role behind the KO. It's like they don't even need Butu at this stage in the game. I mean, sure, Raze is great, but honestly, your KO is pushing up harder than anybody else, and you've literally pushed House into a corner. They can't do too much, and you find yourself a guaranteed even half at the end of this round, following up on another 4-man success towards the rear end. So, I mean, looking at the case of this game, looking at the way that things are really starting to flow for Escape Velocity, it's just flowing. I mean, they are just a crashing wave right now, and they're not even really receding back into the actual ocean. They're just constantly moving up shore over and over and over again, just pounding you down until you really can't do too much. And considering Geeker's squad has 2 Sentinels to work with Chamber being somewhat of a pseudo-duelist, there's just not much we've really seen Geeker be able to pull out just yet. I mean, they have 2 ultimates to come out in this round, but the Empress doesn't really get seen with too much utility in the game, because a lot of players like to use that for a clutch situation or whatever it may be. But even then, the Viper's Pit would be enough here to at least hold down an entire site by your alone. So go towards that B site, make sure A has the 4 stack on it. But we're just not seeing that. We're seeing the default once again, and we're having to see Geeker try to pull something out.
It's the torrential pour of Escape Velocity through these sightlines and through these highways that lead them to sight. That's been such a problem maker for the Geeker squadron. And speaking of Geekers, speak their name, and, well, it'll be forfeit. They're already the first person to be victimized once again by Escape Velocity, giving the side of EV a man advantage. And Rootkit are just biding their time with the Prowler over towards green. They'll swing towards sight. 2 players already covering them in this position. And Geeker are going to have to once again play for a post plan. They don't have the eco to survive this, nor the weapons actually in hand to thrive during this, and they'll lose 1 more. Head of Air Kimchi off the board. Zeev finds a second target as they step over towards Kitchen, and Ranchi finishes off Stealth Cave. It's once again Escape Velocity dominating on the map of Icebox.
Yeah, I mean, just looking at the way they played this game thus far, it's just, I mean, honestly, what kind of counter can you bring out? You have to look to play into your roles, and it seems like Geeker can't even really do too much of that. We don't see them playing off each other. We see them working for these very isolated battles, but honestly, that's exactly when you're playing to Escape Velocity's kind of entire play, their entire book they have laid out in front of them. Every page says just win your 1v1s, and even then, that's the entire cover of the book says that in itself, and that's what they're doing. They're just starting out great. They're finding the execution. They're finding the follow-up, and you can see every aspect of the map just working in their favor as they're just finding all these off angles to work into, and it's just looking so darn good. I mean, Butu already with a read, knowing that Bird was coming out, knowing that Trailblazer was there. You see if you can pop a grenade, get some pressure there, at least find a player alive to work off of. But Cardi finally with a first blow on the side of Geeker. This could at least bring some light to the round.
Butu was a very pivotal figure for the side of Escape Velocity as well. That will be an influential frag if it can continue to stay in the man advantage of the Geeker squad. But the mention I made before of their eco is unfortunately coming to a very dark light as the Geeker squadron, with sheriffs and marshals in hand, have to contend against this still full rifle and full economy of Escape Velocity. But they're thriving right now. Stealth Cape finds one more. That's a two-man advantage for, I think, the first time that Geeker have ever gained. Plant does go down. Air Kimchi has a sideline, but now being removed by the Viper's Pit in play. Wilmer used that to their advantage to take out Cardi, but Zeev is on the opposing end of a bad situation. Wilmer with a classic pulls out the pistol, and they'll get the gap, but it's now down to the 2v1. Just Wilmer on the opposing side of yellow. They'll need to step back into the Viper's Pit to keep it back up to the fray, and they don't like a 2v1 on.
Ooh.
They want to go for the 3, and Wilmer's there for the ace, but it's not going to be enough. Eric Kimchi is still alive, and they'll sneak the defuse out for the first round win on Icebox for Geeker.
And there it is, just at least finding some light at the end of the tunnel. You have to manage around at least here and there and getting on the board. That's going to be a darn good start. And honestly, the one thing we saw was a trade-off. The one thing that went different in this round to really set up Geeker in that was going to be that first pick. Finding yourself that first blood, making sure you get that trade-off. I mean, it wasn't one of the two initiators that we've seen just have such a huge presence in the game, like Rookhitter most especially. But with that being Rookhitter's first death in this entire game, it almost seems like it's not a scratch. They're just honestly just giving them a little, they're playing with their food at the end of the day and need a little bit more to work with. So already finding the exchange, finding another buy right onto the field for the side of Geeker squad, they can make sure to at least have somewhat of a presence in this round, but they have to make sure to work off of it once again, because you have to find the follow-up. You have to make sure to make the most of this moment. Otherwise, you're going to be fighting for this momentum control for a much, much longer time. And even by then, the entire half's already going to be done and dusted.
We talked about Icebox being the map where a lot of teams feel like they've been iced out in a half, and 9-3s are very common. At least the curse is on this map. I'd say more than any other map. Maybe has since gotten close, but maybe we still see Geeker have a chance when it comes to the opposing half, because they do have a Sage, but how useful will that be on the attack? They've gained another first blood here in this round. Rookhitter will get the plant down and retreat away, and Escape Velocity will now have a post-plant situation, forcing the side of Geeker to go on the offensive. And though they do have the man advantage, it won't net them much if they can't continue to roll down that hill with that momentum. Eric Kimchi will do just that. They'll take Branchy off the board. 3 players still alive for Escape Velocity, but they're still finding themselves some frags. Butu for 1, only good for 1. And now you only have 2 players remaining. Still having the Viper, much like last round. They'll place down their Snake Bites as well as putting the Poison Cloud there. Just trying to keep the side of Geeker at bay, but they'll extend too far, and Stealth Cape will get the kill. Wilmer's good for 1, make it 2, make it 3, but the defuse will go through. 1 HP in a dream, don't need it all. You'll get the job done, and that's an easy cleanup for Geeker for the defuse.
And there it is. I mean, sure, you get yourself around, and that's just almost extremely critical for the side of Geeker right there to make sure they can get themselves another. I mean, worst case scenario, you're looking at a 10-2, and that's not completely impossible. We've definitely seen comebacks like that, as astounding as they are. But knowing that you still get some money onto the board, you're getting this win streak onto your hands. You know you have a little bit more experience to play with, some more money to be dishing out right now, because as you can see, he's whipping out some Spectres, getting a Bulldog in the hands of Cardi there. I mean, making some kind of possible plays here onto the field, but knowing the 2 ultimates are also at their disposal still. Those are the 2 ultimates we haven't seen at all in this entire half come out of the Geeker squad. When the Viper's Pit, I would say, is something that need to be popped within the first 3 rounds when you have it, at least on a budget round, whatever you can pull out there. Try to create some kind of contention, try to create some kind of chaos, and even then make it push seem that much more slow. But speaking of slow, that's exactly what Escape Velocity's been doing. They haven't been playing nearly as fast as what we've seen these past couple rounds. And I want to say it's only been the past maybe 3-4, but considering that 2 of those have gone to the side of Geeker, that shows a little bit of a let up here that they have to start making adjustments for. But Zeev and Butu with the first 2 frags, it seems that they're definitely starting to speed up here now.
Geeker's in a rough spot. They'll even lose another one. A Stealth Cave bites the bullet of the Vandal in the hands of Ranchi. Butu continues the damage and pounds the hurt onto Eric Kimchi, and it leaves just one player left standing of House, and they're flanking from attacker spawn, and Keeve has the angle entirely on lockdown. You mentioned the somewhat slow assault there by Escape Velocity, Dallas, and I loved that point. They don't need to sprint into the objective every single time to win a round. Sometimes slow and steady waves can do just as much damage as rough and hard ones. Look at the Grand Canyon. That was not made over the course of one day. That was over years of trying to have those waters and waves spread through and burrow deeper and deeper, and Escape Velocity have burrowed into the minds of Geeker and put them on the back burner. The mentality has to be struggling, and we can see that round after round.
And even then, I mean, looking at the exchange, we can't really give too much props to that last one, knowing that we saw somewhat of a budget buy coming out. We saw the Spectres, we saw the Bulldogs. I mean, we saw Geeker obviously struggling in terms of money, so they couldn't really create too much of a play, but knowing they had the full buy rounds and they were clutching them even then just by a very, very narrow margin, they're still squeezing out some kills here and there, especially knowing that Cardi found that first kill with the Shorty, but you lose all of your retake potential as your duelist goes down as well. So nothing but a Viper and a Sage left for the side of Geeker squad. They have to make sure to really pull things out or find somewhat of a maybe a flank to come out here, but with some middle presence, some presence towards kitchen, you already see one cut down. It all comes down to this one last one, and it's just not going to happen because, well, that ghost just isn't going to do enough damage against the likes of a one-shot Vandal to the head, as we see Escape Velocity grabbing their 9th round and looking at 10th here with the 3 ultimates at their disposal, but with 4 on Geeker's squad. I mean, this Tour de Force has to be whipped out here.
They have to find success if they want the 9-3 curse to even be mentioned at that point. But I'll point out something else here, Dallas. Even if you lose this game here against Escape Velocity, there's still plenty more GLD and plenty more Pit of Valor. We're running for 2 years. That's only doomed to continue. So come back next week as well and tell your friends to have even more teams sign up. That we're at the point where it's overflowing with all the love you guys have been giving us over on TikTok and all the socials here for GLG. But round has to go underway, and here's that Tour de Force you mentioned, popped by the Geeker squad and all the way over on the A site, but note where Escape Velocity are pushing from mid and B.
Yeah, and this is also the round to really work off that Tour de Force. There's no null command there to shut it down. You can't have to really retreat anymore, but problem is when you already lose Geeker almost immediately in this round, and that's the first death to go into the board, and you have a follow-up showstopper just creating so much pressure and just really creating that gap, that Grand Canyon you mentioned, that's a big chasm to cross. But Cardi is definitely closing the gap, finding 2 kills there, making some light of the round, but even then has to make a lot more, as you see 3 players are towards the back, right there towards B main, and even then they got the spike down, so they're just trying to play for time so they can close up this half with a huge advantage on their hands.
Velocity have struggled, though, in this post plant. They've been really tough pressed to deny the actual defuse. Rukiller does a good job to find 1, make that 2. House is not going to survive up inside 2. Stealth Cape has the Tour de Force. It does not matter. Ranchi gets their head off their shoulders, and, well, there goes the Rook Hitter of the first 6 rounds. They'll find 3 in this round alone, removing the chances whatsoever of Geeker having a 9-3 half. That'll be Escape Velocity with a dominant performance, going 10-2 with pretty much a lopsided affair that was expected after the first 7 rounds.
I mean, quite honestly, even then looking at the KD ratios of all these players, I mean, more important than just the deaths alone off a Rook Hitter, that's the one player you're expecting to look at. The 2 rounds they lost was when that player was done and dusted, when not even a factor there. So, I mean, obviously, if we're going to look at the stats, we're going to say, well, there's a 100% win rate of rounds every time Rook Hitter isn't alive. That's the one player you got to take down. That's the fade that's going to give you a fade if you don't take care of it as quickly as possible. So you got to make sure to keep that under control, but it seems like such a difficult task when you see the rest of the team creating so much pressure, not even really allowing Rook Hitter to get into the fray too much, saying, honestly, we'll take a lot of the damage. We'll go ahead and bring out these assists. We'll do what we can here. But if you get the end there, if you get the end result and you get the utility, you get the money, that's going to be a lot of us to work off of. So speaking of results, we're already seeing some here. A huge exchange off the get-go. Zeve grabbing 2 kills and looking for another one off Stealth K because just headhunter shots are not landing. But it doesn't seem to matter, quite honestly. A lot of pressure towards A, not too much of a result just yet, but we're trying to see what else can come out of it.
Eric is able to find 1. Stealth K drops down and does take Zeev off the board, but Zeev and Ranchi have been good for 2 alone. That puts Geeker on the back burner. Stealth K being the only player left standing, picks up a classic, trades it on out, has to reload it, but Ranchi's up above, and there goes the Ghost in hand to finish the job accordingly. Escape Velocity did a really good job of that round. Rook Hitter managed to rotate away, noticing the pressure and getting the call out from their team, retreated back towards screen, and applied pressure from the flank. A genius idea from Escape Velocity. I love the call out that was made, and I also love the statistic that you called out of Rook Hitter. When they die, it's a rough round for escape velocity, and that was where they were struggling. It's kind of like that statistic in VCT for having Chambers die as your first blood. What's the chance of you winning that round? Well, for Rook Hitter, it was nearly 100% that you were going to lose it, but that last death ruins those chances.
And already looking at an even exchange here, I mean, we got to talk about what's going to happen in a round like this, whether or not you're going to find these exchanges. We talk about Rook Hitter, and even then it doesn't really come out because there's nothing to work off of. There's no players left on the field. It all comes down to Stealth Cape, and that's going to be shut down almost instantaneously, as we can already see a very, very quick closure to this round. And even then, almost our first game. It's already match point for Escape Velocity. Look at the way they played this match thus far. It's just been outstanding. It's been nothing but domination. I mean, for Geeker to only manage 2 rounds here, and sure, that's about what you could get off the start of a half if you find yourself a good one, but that just hasn't come to light yet. Nothing has come to light for the squad, and even then, they're going to have to make a miraculous return. They're going to have to say, we hustled you this entire game thus far. They're going to have even a shot at making it a return, and even then, a buy round could definitely be a good start, but they got to keep a lot of these guns in their hands.
Love the idea coming out from Rook Hitter, switching out the Spectre they brought last round, and they're going to bring a Vandal. They want the rifle play. Typically see Arena buy out on that round 2 for their bonus. They bring the rifle because they can heal themselves accordingly. They're going to do it instead with the Fade. Zeeb does gain first blood with their own Spectre, but Geeker has the assist. We'll get the refrag pretty swiftly afterwards. And thankfully, because they have that Sage, something Escape Velocity are lacking in their lineup, they're able to bring players back into full fighting shape, but they're not able to bring back Cardi. No ultimate on the board, and Wilmer gets the kill instead, though their life will be forfeit pretty quickly afterwards. But Escape Velocity have managed to keep this one even on 3-on-3.
And even then, I mean, you're expecting Eric to honestly have the entry into sight. We saw that aggression on the defensive side, and it just did not work out for him and didn't have any opportunity whatsoever. As honestly, that was the majority of their first deaths, was from that initiator, from that duelist, not really finding the exchange on the side. So already looking for an exchange, and even then a little bit of a crevice in the wall to work off of. Bucci doesn't find too much success there in finding a kill just yet, but you're trying to see what you can work with. It's a 2v2 still. You got to find the kills, and Rook Hitter still alive and well. That's going to be your big catalyst to really setting things up, knowing a Boombot has to tell him back yellow. That's where the player's going to be. No real help to work with, but trying to find the heals, it won't come out. Bucci finds the kill, the closure, and the first map coming on to Escape Velocity as we close out this first round, at least for this squad that almost steamrolled it completely.
Quick one as well. 13-2 will be our final score. Escape Velocity wanting to escape the icy, cold, rigid map of Icebox, apparently, and they will do that very swiftly. Their attacking performance was almost unstoppable, nigh insurmountable, it seemed like, and just nothing could stop the momentum they were gaining. The boulder rolling down the hill could not be slowed down, and, well, they rolled over the competition, and they got out of hand. Dallas, that was a wonderful map for the side of Escape Velocity for Geekers. Unfortunately, you can try again next week when Pit of Valor returns.
Yeah, and even, I mean, talk about team compositions, talk about map picks. I mean, honestly, you get the benefit of knowing what the maps are before you go into them. I gotta say, Geeker, when it looked at their composition, seeing the double Sentinel, and even then one of those being the Chamber and the Sage as a follow-up, you are extremely reliant on a lot of your team's utility to really make that impact for you, and they just can't be everywhere at once, especially considering the level of aggression we saw Escape Velocity, knowing that we're starting on the attacking side. Let's close out the game immediately. Let's not even give them a shot when the second half comes around. And that's exactly what they did, making it 10-2. I mean, we win the first easily, knowing our aggression. No one's sure it was a little bit close there, but it doesn't matter at the end of the day. We had so much free room to work with, so many safety nets that we could have played off of, but it was no concern by the end of the map. It was no concern by the time we even got around to that buy round where we say, you know what, screw it. Let's buy a couple of guns, get a couple of Vandals. We had the money for it. Why not? So even then, if we're going to talk about why not sign up for the GLG Country Club membership? Because, I mean, as we mentioned, these teams are filling up almost immediately. I mean, on a huge level as well. I want to say, what? It's a 64-team tournament. We had ourselves, like
house.
90 teams, almost 100 teams sign up here today. And even then, that roster is going to grow more and more and more over time. And even then, considering the new prize pool being revamped and increased, more importantly, by community gaming, you have to lock yourself in. And it's only $10 a month for one of your team members, and your entire team gets entry for the entire month. So I mean, it doesn't seem like there's a loss there. You win one game, you get your entire return plus some back. So it is what it is. But even then, more so, we have ourselves a lot more Valor action coming pretty soon because we got plenty more. Obviously, that was a little bit of a quick first round, so we get a lot of leeway probably in between unless somebody else had an absolute steamroll to work off of. But nonetheless, we got plenty more Valor action coming here soon. On the other side of this break, I'm going to grab some water. You grab some snacks. We'll go right back into it.
Looking like it's all over.
Hold up. Maybe not!
Are you serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through for Jenny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
The Pit of Valor returns, and we hope you all enjoyed your little bit of a break. Honestly, a lot shorter than we thought. Maybe during that time, we'd have had plenty of time to actually order yourselves a pair of socks from our GLG merch store that come in a variety of colors. I know, Doubt, I think you actually own a pair somewhere, but I need to go ahead and order mine, so I should probably go ahead and do exclamation point socks in the chat to actually pick some of those up. He's looking for them. He's hunting for them. But speaking of hunting, we saw the Escape Velocity side hunt the hens of Geeker to quite a dominant fashion on the map of Icebox. And if you look down below, Dallas yourself, directly below you, it's Icebox once again, but it's 2 different teams ready and ready to go in this one.
Yeah, and that's going to be the likes of all Glizzy Gobblers and Akagi Gaming X. I want to say I got that right. I was calling Goo Goo Gaga earlier, so Lord knows what kind of wheel we're going to spin off of here tonight. We're going to hit 6th gear pretty quickly here, but regardless of that, even then, we're going right back to the map of Icebox, and even then, we're kind of following suit from last time you and I were on desk. We had, what, it was a cent every single map? Maybe we'll get ourselves Icebox, but knowing our luck, we're going to get a cent next map anyway, so I'm going to go ahead and make that call. Even then, we could probably put a poll up for it. It's make right or wrong, and it's you can always choose right, and that's going to be a safe bet for you. But nonetheless, we have ourselves a pretty good game coming out already. I mean, knowing these 2 squads, it's obviously 2nd round. We're expecting these teams to be a little bit more close, and almost we could get a repeat of the last map if we do find ourselves looking at almost a near same composition. But that's going to be a really, really odd call to make, considering we saw a double controller. We saw no Sentinel out of the team. We obviously saw the double Sentinel come out for one side, and then even then, we barely had a controller really influence in that map because we saw no ultimate come out from it whatsoever for the entirety of the game. So a lot of considerations to have here, a lot of new players coming in, at least on the scene of GLG to come with this week. And even then more so, we're going to have a lot more new layouts to look at, and even then for more so to us to cast on.
Yeah, we only had, 2 control clutch moments, I think, in the entire last map, and both of them were the Sage of House on the Gleeker side. So, I mean, the Geekers may have lost by a large margin, but the wins they took, clutches for them, and obviously had to thank Control for that one as well. They've been very supportive for Pit of Valor and GLG as a whole, but I want to go into more of our agent selection like you mentioned. But when we talk about the agents, we can also talk about the rosters and the players themselves that are coming into this one. So let's go ahead and peek over at the sides here. We've got the Glizzy Gobblers. It's my turn to finally say we got Jins, of course. We got Diets, T-Dumps, Signal the Wolf, and Jay Wookie over on their side. They'll start defense first. Then the opposing side, we got Agogi, which is on the attack for this map. It's Andrea, Angel, Lemons, Lisha, and Rachel, and they've been fairly active in the chat as well, talking about being excited to be up on the broadcast and to be under the name here of Pit of Valor, which we're all as excited as they are to have all these teams show up and show their support.
Yeah, and even talking about these two teams and what we got to be, I mean, I'm just excited more enough to see them as well, to look at the composition, to see what exactly they're going to bring to the table and what we're going to be eating up at least over the course of this map that we can see thus far. And we're going to be seeing a little bit more of a standard setup already from the side of Agogi. I mean, the KO, the Viper, the Jet, the Chamber, we already have every single one of those roles fulfilled. And meanwhile, on the Glizzy Gobbler side, you mentioned it earlier, every single player having that kind of team call inside of their name. So maybe this isn't going to be a return of the tail because Agogi's trying to go for that, but they just don't have the full lineup just yet. Maybe their name reset's still kind of waiting, and maybe in the next couple of days we'll kind of get the hands on that. But regardless, Glizzy Gobblers does have themselves the entirety of their roster comprised, and we can already see that double entirety of the Sentinels coming out again with the Sage in the Chamber. And we even then talked about the trade-offs that you're going to be having in a situation like that. Not too much potential for retakes in these kind of situations. You're really cashing on this first half. You're praying you can find yourself some presents, some really good rounds. And I think, honestly, Glizzy Gobblers, I think I've seen them every here and there. Haven't seen, of course, the most out of them, but I think they definitely have a lot more accolades under their belt to really hold down and find themselves a couple more, I'd say, victory rounds on their hands, or at least some more momentous moments to really work off of.
Hopefully we have some more control clutch moments as well, Dallas. We always love shouting out people and, you know, things that support. But we'll start off first and foremost, the Glizzy Gobblers. We'll start off on the defensive side, and we'll get to see if the Agogi side can pull off the attack. For the looks of things, they'll go for a 4-1 split. They'll send their chamber to initially find information over towards that A site, but the rest are being sent quite swiftly through to green to take control over towards yellow and to swing towards the site. There goes the toxic screen, but it's not going to go up in time. Jinx, of course, finds the first blood with the headhunter. Maybe you pray that your chamber can find another kill, maybe trading over towards the orange side, but it doesn't look like Glizzy Gobblers are going to push that direction. They've got nothing but W's. Jawuki finds one, Jinx finds their second, and Agogi is struggling right now, having to rely on Rachel flanking from orange, and while they are good for two, it's now only them all by their lonesome, and it's good for no more as Diets finds that final blood.
Yeah, already a great setup to come out from the side of Glizzy Gobblers, and especially first run of their hand. I mean, we saw the same kind of setup coming out from Agogi here than what we saw out of that last team, which all means Escape Velocity, obviously having their KO kind of split from the rest of the team, having the chamber this time go for that as you had the easy TP to really kind of get yourself back and rendezvous with everybody else, as the name entails. But I mean, considering that it had almost the same amount of success, considering if you got those kills, it's just a spike plant wasn't successful. That's all it came down to. You didn't have that counter pressure. You didn't have an kind of incentive to really get onto the site and hold it down. And say Glizzy Gobblers just able to find those great first shots, find that first blood more importantly, and really work off that. So as the second round does come out, we see some of a switch up, a little bit of a default, a 2-1-2 split coming out now. We're seeing that full map control is on the table for the side of Agogi, and that's at least what they're trying to go for, but they don't really have the weaponry to do it. So let's see what they can pull out.
Trying to play patient. I think that's one of the more important things. We saw that come out in the latter half of our last map there, Dallas, here for Pit of Valor in round one. Obviously, round two will be different, a different beast in its entirety, but Jinx will try to be that first blood once again. However, falling a little bit short. Lemons will go ahead and tailwind away after queuing it on up. They don't find enough of an impact, though, and Agogi may be kind of struggling to adapt to the situation at hand, and they'll retreat away from A, and they'll fall victim to T-Dums holding down in mid. Now, underneath that tube side, they'll find one and then two. And that's going to be 3 players left standing for the Agogi side. They'll swing through the toxic cloud. They're good for one. Lisha with a classic. They'll collect the Spectre in hand. They now need to use that to their advantage to find the next set of kills, but they'll have to rely on that toxic screen to obfuscate their viewpoint.
Yeah, I mean, already getting that spike down, that's going to be a little bit of money for Agogi to work with, but there's going to be a lot more. They're going to find themselves some pressure. They're going to make sure to hold down these sites and even get more guns in their hands. And a Spectre is definitely a good start, but considering T-Dumps is trying to push on the side, trying to get this advantageous point of view, is definitely going to start to come out a little bit more, because knowing that more players are dwindling down, we already see Diet grabbing one more as Lash is now going to be out of the fray. You're just looking for pressure, and T-Dumps is doing exactly that. Playing the jet role, even then the rest of the team following up on the other side of yellow, completely collapsing on the site and finding another round. round, or at least a defuse to come down, and even then handing it over to your stage to make sure you have a resurrection to come up here soon. So a good little switch up there, some good teamwork there and cooperation on the side of Glizzy Gobblers, but still not completely flawless in that respect as well, as Agogi did grab 2 kills in the meantime, making sure that they can still put some damage on rounds so they don't have everything to play with.
Kogi now will have the rifles to work with, Dallas. The more important factor, they got plant down. They got a couple frags, and Glizzy Gobblers will have to face the full frontal assault of that 5-rifle gunfire from the Agogi side. And instead of pushing towards B, which has been the dominant position they like to push from, though they did peruse the A side initially just that last round, they're going to push to A almost immediately with all 5 of their players, leaving the spike over towards the belt side. They'll put Elisha up above. They'll use the quick little recon bolt to maybe gather a little bit of information. They're going to be slow orbed back, trying to keep them at bay. The Glizzy Gobblers will stop that push initially. They'll even gain a kill in mid with Jinx once again being the leader to take Angel off the board.
And even then, I mean, when you're considering pushing onto a site, you got to find what advantageous point of views you can get. I mean, find some kind of a power play, but that's just not the case with the Kogi in a round like this. Already saying, you know what, we have the rifles, we have the range advantage. Let's go for the side where things are a lot more close quarter ballistics oriented, and it's really not helping them thus far. They've already lost a lot of players as we see Glizzy Gobblers being flawless thus far, and this isn't even a round where they had themselves the advantage. They had nothing but Spectres, Judges, maybe a Marshal to work with, and that's all gone as they picked up different weapons now and are looking to just completely steamroll with that. But they do find themselves one in the meantime, making sure it's not a flawless on their hands, but still, Rachel is really dinked up, and even then, their tools doesn't have too much to work with either.
They're working their way. Agogi, they'll need to find some successes. Rachel has found successes. She's worked quickly, but it's not going to matter. Lemons and Rachel, they fall victim to Jinx and Diance, and the Lemons does get 1 kill, Dallas. It's not enough to really pound the hurt in the Glizzy Gobblers side when they go into that round anyways, expecting to lose, and getting the W is really just a consolation win for them. They'll take that round, and now they can collect the rifles that were dropped, and they can use that cash overflow that Jinx has gained in these last few rounds, and they're going to bring the sniper. The operator, despite having a tour de force available in just 1 single ult pip, they're going to bring that sniper. They can hand it off to T-Dumps later if necessary. This is a very good defensive hold for Glizzy Gobblers, and Agogi do not have much they can bring to the table to counteract this.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely not going to be the case here, and they have to find sort of an exchange. They got to have themselves at least somewhat of a strong start, and with that operator already being stationed towards that B side, you're going to see that pressure really start to have a presence very, very quickly, but even then, it's just not enough to work off of. I mean, Gogi, we saw them already have a little bit of an impact in the game with not the best weaponry in their hands, but when you have a tour de force to play with in Rachel's, that's going to be at least a good start if you can find yourself that first blood, or at least create somewhat of an exchange and even at least set things up. So already trying to find some shots. You can see Jinx, of course, taking a couple of bullets there towards that B side, but it's not going to be enough. You have to find the kill. You have to have a good start, and with the full exchange on the site and then opening kill there for Elisha, that's a great way to get that spike in and find some extra money. That is, if you can pick off Jawuski.
Quick use of the toxic screen to obfuscate the view of the Glizzy Gobblers. Looks like they may try to swing through this one. The aggressive nature. Jawuski may come back in the end, but it'll work out. Jawuki finds themselves their own first blood for the Glizzy Gobblers side. But Rachel, she's sitting in center, having a very dandy time, watching over towards Orange, and that'll be Agogi actually rotating very swiftly, sprinting even over towards the A side. Seems like a team full of Jets tailwinding their way on over. And speaking of Jets, T-Dumps on the wrong end of a bad barrel and Limits, seemingly struggling to find their own shot. She will be felled quickly afterwards, though, as Diets gets the kill with the Vandal, but they are on the wrong end. A 2v3. Glizzy Gobblers, they're man down, and they may decide to push this one, but notice where Agogi have stepped back to. They're holding that main entrance of A. No one's extended towards site. This is going to force the side of Glizzy Gobblers to swing forward. Jawuki finding 1. Jawuki finding 2. The 3rd kill for them in this round. Now it's just the last, and it will be the last of them all as a 4K drops for Jawuki. They'll have to decide to go into the snake bite. It cannot do enough at this point, and you'll find the Glizzy Gobblers should be finding themselves this round win and giving the stage the defuse for the extra bit of that resurrection, Dallas.
I mean, of course, when Jawuki grabs 4 kills in the round, getting nothing but pure headshots, 2 of those I want to see being one-taps, of course you give over the defuse. You say, I got an ultimate off that. Who cares what else happens in the rest of the game? This is a flawless start for Glizzy Gobblers. They're finding themselves a massive presence on the map, and when you go ahead and put the nail in the coffin in such a dramatic fashion like that on a round, you're finding 3 players all with 5 kills onto their name. 4 ultimates on the board to work with thus far, and you've already forced Gogi to use that 24s earlier, and they didn't really find the impact they needed out of it. So, I mean, this is almost a very, very quick snuff out that we're seeing that, honestly, Gogi, once again, is one of those squads just fighting for relevance in this fight because, I mean, they're not quiet by any means necessary, but goodness gracious, they can be a little louder.
Nice opening frag gained by the Glizzy Gobblers side. It gets harder and harder to say their name as we go on. I may just call them the GGs from this point forward, but Lemons does get a kill back. But for the Agogi side, they're kind of struggling at this point, Dallas. They're 4 rounds down. They're not finding many successes, and even when they get the plant down, they're cut down by only 2 players when they have the man advantage, and that's when they can get it. They're 2 men down at this point. They've got to rotate all the way over towards green. They have 1 player lying within 2. Maybe she can find a kill as they try to step over towards the kitchen side, but it's going to have to rely on the 1v1, and thankfully Angier can come up clutch and find the player of T-Dumps. But they've got to get onto site and get that plant down and still find an equalizing frag.
And even then, I mean, you still got to consider yourself with the middle of the map. When you look at Andrea grabbing that kill, that's a really, really good start to make sure to create some more pressure on the map, make sure to open things up a little bit more. But I mean, there goes one of the ultimates we see for the Gogi side, trying to make sure to really create somewhat of an opportunity. And there it is, making sure to get that kill, setting it up for a 2v2. You honestly just have to win your ones here. And Jinx, of course, is going to be looking to just pepper down that site because there's no spike going down. The F4-second window is now gone. You know there's somewhere else, and it's going to be Angel right under the side of B, able to grab that huge shot and make sure to find these exchanges, find that advantage, and see what else you can work with. So Jinx, of course, trying to push there, and please, what's going on here? Okay, a sweet little 24 shot and a nasty headshot with that Vandal picked up as well to create somewhat of a capitalization. Another control clutch coming out, as you mentioned. You wanted them. There it is, and just Jinx, of course, bringing it to us.
And this is the Glizzy Gobblers dominating. GG's, no re, quite literally at the end of these rounds. Agogi, they looked like they had it coming back. I said, they're not doing so hot, Dallas. They're struggling, and they proceeded to make me eat my words, and still Jinx finds a way to clutch up and give themselves that win. Put it on the clutch control counter. I'm really happy to see that one go up, much like we did only have 2 in that first map. Did not have much 2 weeks ago. That's 5 round wins in a row, though, for the Glizzy Gobblers. They're going to go ahead and set themselves up accordingly defensively. 3 over on the A site, 1 watching that mid. There's Sova to gather a lot of information. They're going to go ahead and put their only Viper towards B, which is the right decision, but they need to be able to relocate away. Jinx will put down the trademark, try to step away. They'll miss the initial shot with the tour de force. That doesn't seem to make a big deal, though, because T-Dumps can collect themselves and find themselves another kill to give themselves that opening frag and the man advantage.
I mean, already getting themselves that first frag for the side of Glizzy Gobblers. This is what you need. You got to make sure to create somewhat of a stall to sight when you lose your jet. You don't have too much of an engage now because it all comes down to your KO and your Sova. And that's a dynamic duo you can definitely put your backs on. But, I mean, is it enough to really hop in the backpack for? Is it enough to really get yourself that spike down, even then have an exchange where you can get the pressure on the side, find the pressure on to the other opposing spawn, even then to capitalize on that and really find yourself a stance to get yourself a round win. And honestly, Gogi, they're missing that opportunity. They don't have a Blade Storm in hand anymore. They have nothing but a Hunter's Fury. So they're going to be working for nothing but post plant, playing very, very passively. Meanwhile, Glizzy Gobblers has been bringing quite the contrary by being constantly aggressive, as we can see Signal grabbing a kill there.
Great use of the recon bolt to gather the information of 1. That really slows down the Agogi side, and because of that, they lose another player on the attempted entry towards that B side. There's no safety net to go for this plant anymore. They can place the Toxic Screen, but the slow orb of Diets will make things dire, and they're running out of time. 16 seconds left. Sniper of J-Woogie still trying to find themselves success, and they can do it with the Vandal instead, dropping the sniper in their hand, and it's just Slisha left standing, and it's not for much longer. She falls to her knees, and there goes the rest of the Agogi side as, well, GG's find themselves another round win and in a dominant manner. They had a lot left standing, and they're thrashing with these snipers at long range.
They most definitely are, and I mean, more importantly, is Jinx, of course, the one bringing the operator, and even then having the actual sniping role, playing the chamber to the fullest extent, making sure to play that pressure onto the spike, and even more so, just the entire site when you see the lineups that are presented to him. I mean, making sure to say, okay, no matter what happens, we already got that kill. We see him going for default every single time. The only success we saw for that post plan, even then, was obviously clutched by Jinx, of course, but you gotta consider what else we've seen from them. Hasn't been too much diversity. Haven't really been too versatile with their builds or the way they really put themselves onto the map, but maybe on a budget round like this, they can manage something. They can look for a different way to go about things, but instead they're opting right, once again, for that huge B main push, which is gonna be countered by a complete hyper spit, just shutting things down.
Great swiftness there by the Glizzy Gobblers to adapt to the situation on the fly. Lamens, though, gets a lot of information, and Jinx is off the board. Andrea finds a kill of their own. Signal takes 2 off the board, but it's not going to be enough as Angel swings back around the corner towards Snowman, and she'll find herself one more. They have the opportunity of a lifetime, but it's not going to matter. Jay Wookie gets the kill. They'll hide back within the Viper's pit, and it's just a matter of biding their time. The spike they do not have, but they still have left a lingering player on that A site, the Sage of Diets. And the Glizzy Gobblers are playing this one quite slow. They're aware that Agogi can continue to go towards B, but the sprinting noise and the sounds of Meadow will give away their position, and that will allow for the rotate to come quickly through Orange, head on over towards the screen side, and maybe Diets goes for a kill. They're looking the wrong direction. They'll take one off the board. Now down to the 1v1. The Sheriff of Lycia comes up for one. And now it's all up to a single player of Lycia, and she's going to face off against Jay Wookie.
And also in these 1v1 situations, you're just praying that you can set up for Hunter's Fury. Get that long range and even then move back towards spawn. As we do see Lycia able to pick up the Vandal, but it's just not going to be enough. Barely having the time to chamber it up. Get yourself the presence towards backing your spawn and even then get that kind of setup that you need. But it's just too much to ask for in a 1v1 scenario where you know that last player is being towards the opposite side of the map. And more importantly, because it's Jay Wookie, the one player we saw absolutely going off, not only winning 1v1s, but winning seemingly like 1v4s, 1v3s on such a consistent basis. So that makes things very, very difficult as you're in a 1v1 against the top frag. And even more importantly, it's a controller. It's not a duelist that you're expecting, okay, to go off, or a sentinel like Chamber. You're saying, okay, well, their whole job is to get kills. It's honestly a player where you're saying this is nothing but a luxury for the side of Glizzy Gobblers. This isn't a player that's kind of saying, okay, I'm fragging out because I have to. It's saying, I'm fragging out because, good God, I'm just a good player. I'm going to follow up on that, and I'm going to not only do that, but give my utility so much usage for the rest of my team. But, I mean, where I don't even need it for myself just because my gun alone is something I can work off of.
Note, last time we saw 7-0 scoreline there in round 1, we had essentially called the game at that point. I still think there's room for Agogi to come back from this one. We've seen very close rounds. Clutches have been required of the Glizzy Gobblers, something we did not necessarily see in that round 1. But they're still doing their best. Jay Wookie finds the opening kill, but Jinx is on the short end of a bad situation. Thankfully, Diets is still lingering around in mid. They'll take angle out of Orange. Lycia, she finds one more, but she'll swing out and lose their life forfeited to Jay Wookie, who takes Lemons with him as well. And there goes the lingering player once again. The positioning of Glizzy Gobblers, Dallas, has been all over the place, and Agogi cannot seem to sit still on this site. They look uncomfortable trying to attack.
Man, Jay Wookie at this stage just needs to change his name to Jay Chewbacca. I mean, you're not a regular Wookie at this point. You are a main character, honestly. Like, you're looking at the way you're putting yourself on the field, you're looking outstanding, you're just carrying the team almost essentially. I mean, sure, you see Diets doing their job as well, and the rest of the team really following up, but I mentioned it earlier, when you have a controller in that role, really finding these kills, we saw it in prior metas with Astras. I mean, constantly. Even then, we still see a hint of it every here and there, but I mean, knowing that still this consistency factor, looking at Jay Wookie once again, only 3 deaths to his name, but still 0 rounds for the side of Agogi, you know the rest of the team is there to really step up when necessary. This isn't another situation where you're looking at, I mean, a Phage staying alive, just going off, playing the game, and anytime you lose a round, it's because that one player's out. You have so much utility, place them on the field for the rest of your squad to work off of, that when things do fall through, or even then, if you don't have anybody on your site, you're saying, no matter what, I have a pick in this fight, whether it's utility, whether it's killing literally everybody by my hand. I'm an absolute monster, and I will hunt everybody down for every last second.
Aisha had the right idea. They're not sending the utility as swiftly as they did, waiting for the toxic screens to go up. They could have sent the recon bolt and then followed through with the Hunter's Fury. I would have felt that's a good trade to take Jay Wookie off the board. You're saying they're a main character, and they should have main character syndrome at this point. They're a raid boss. You've got to deal with that target first and deal with the ads afterward. I don't feel it's a waste to use that ultimate early. The Lemons will swing towards the site, and they will gain themselves a net positive kill, but it only puts them at even odds. Jinx is still up inside Tube. They'll send Andrea to the afterlife and a hipfire kill, their third, and a Hunter's Fury not by the side of Agogi, but instead popped for the side of Glizzy Gobblers, just zoning away the last remnants of Agogi. Lycia will not survive against Jay Wookie. The fight at the beginning continues to go into a tumultuous point, and well, Ango cannot survive, with Jay Wookie finding the final blood, 2 kills to their name, a buddy ace between them and Jinx, and the Glizzy Gobblers continue to dominate here at Icebox.
Just a huge stance here from Glizzy Gobblers. A much more aggressive start than what we saw to that last game, and even then, I mean, looking at what escape velocity had, it was a great game. They changed the pace a little bit. They switched things up. They found themselves a very successful win. But honestly, the consistency we're seeing out of Glizzy Gobblers is they're honestly not having to push too much. They're starting on the defensive side. They don't have this aggression that they can change the pace of game with. They are just winning their fights. They're holding their sights. They're saying this double sentinel setup that didn't work in this previous matchup that we saw in the first round, it is just being the absolute catalyst. It is being the main problem in this game as we've seen thus far. And consider, even if your main character does fall, if you got Diets alive and well with that resurrection in hand, you put him right back into it, you still look at a flawless round.
I almost feel like Agogi haven't listened to our Grand Canyon parallels we made there in round 1. Maybe should have tuned in for that while they were playing their first round, but they are a little too swift, and because of that, they step through these smokes that are easily watched by JWookie, the Glizzy Gobblers, and that's how you just get an easy first kill. That makes yourself net positive, and though a plant is garnered by the Agogi side, they haven't been able to act off of it that well. There's 2 players looking to swing out to orange. Thankfully, a flanking player for Agogi is there, but their life may not last for much longer. Lemons will tailwind up through 2. They find 1, but Diets and JWookie, what a shocker, find themselves 2 more. It's just Lisha left standing. Sheriff has been an absolute powerhouse for them, but she will not survive with Diet swinging through and finding the last kill instead. Another dominant round by the Glizzy Gobblers, and despite a plant, the post plant's too strong.
Yeah, just not enough to work with here, and even then this can be the last buy round for the side of Agogi X if they want to find themselves around or find somewhat of relative success in this half. I mean, we saw the last one in that first round being a 10-2. That's all Agogi really has to stand for. They had to find themselves at least 2 rounds, make things look doable, get on the board at least. And honestly, so looking at, we find this level of consistency, this kind of level of dominance, even more so than what we saw in the last round, when you kind of expect that further in the night as we go on for these teams to get closer and closer and closer. This is literally the complete opposite of what we were expecting, of what we were trying to see. And Agogi, I mean, they're a squad, they're a team, they have a composition, they have a setup, they have chemistry. We're just not seeing the right elements being thrown together right now.
Inks gets tag damage off, actually, to the opposing chamber of Agogi. As Rachel trying to play within tube themselves. The initial shot of Jinx misses. Thankfully, crossfires are available. T-Dumps finds the kill instead, and it's not just 2 there, Agogi. There's 3. Andrea falls victim to the 3rd target. Lying in wait, preying on your downfall. That's exactly what occurs. Agogi once again need to play slower. They need to gather more information. What's the point of bringing the Sova if, to be honest, you're not using enough of that information? You have the recon bolt, you have the owl drone, and yet I'm barely seeing those sent out, and even when they're not acting off of that information. It's just tertiary to their mind, and that's a major problem. Jinx lying within kitchen, no one spotted them, and so Angle will pay the price accordingly. And the only 2 remaining players, they know where they are. Through the Glizzy Gobblers side, they're planting. That means one's on yellow and one's close to wall. They'll retreat back, pursue the yellow side, keep them trapped in green, and Bob's your uncle. You find yourself in a situation where you get a free defuse, and 4 different players, Dallas, can watch your back as you go for it, and that's exactly what we'll see. JWookie stands to the backside of yellow. They'll have to fight off Lemons on top of green. It does not matter. Lemons will swing through again. The Hunter's Fury is sent, but it only manages to get a little bit of damage off, not mattering. So Shock Dart Signal finds the kill, and T-Dubs finds the triumphant blow. That's another round win for the Glizzy Gobblers, and they're 1 round away from match point. And it's only the first half.
Yeah, with so much of a setup on the side of Glizzy Gobblers right there in that post-plant situation, I mean, they have no real trade-off there. They have no reason not to push that spike. 5 players alive and ready. I mean, sure, you have a Hunter's Fury, but I mean, it feels like a little bit of a desperate attempt, knowing you're not going to knock off that many players, considering that they're all going to be scattered about, setting up these, I would say, roadblocks for you trying to get on the spike, knowing that you have 4 seconds to get onto that spike, to find yourself that defuse, and even then get the kill as well, considering that you have so many other players you have to knock down in the meantime. So looking at some early aggression coming out of Jinx, of course, and even then somewhat of a counterplay onto the B side. Agogi X has been loving this B side, but honestly, it hasn't been loving them back very much, because, I mean, not too much relative success has come out from it just yet, and even then with a buy to kind of scrap together and a little bit in the Blade Storm, the Torty Force, and the Null Command now to come out, they do find themselves a first blood, so this could be the start they're looking for.
Because Agogi has been so stingy, I would say, with the utility, once 2 pieces of utility are sent out, that's a sign for the Glizzy Gobblers to say, okay, Viper's Pit on site, JWookie can just hold that for the rest of this. But unfortunately, the chance of Rachel to find themselves a kill not going to be gained, as they'll get a nice flanking position to allow for 2 to remove the 1. Signal will come through orange. They take that off Andrea and Angle. What a great shot. That's a 3K, and that equalizes us on to the 2v2. Lemon still has the blades. No one's giving them the time of day, though. She'll have to swing back around to the corner. They're not looking the right direction, and Jinx falls victim to the knives in hand. And you're now looking at a 1v2 as Lemons has full blades up at the ready, and Lisha will get it done instead with the Guardian. That's a round win, Dallas, for the Agogi side. And though that is a big win and big victory for them, and it is their first, it's just going to take 2 rounds, and the pistol and the bonus thereafter. If the GG side take it, that'll be all she wrote.
Yeah, and if there's anything to go by, we talk about momentum a lot. This is the only thing that honestly Agogi had to work with, and considering a big element of it was a loss off the fact they are now in a new half, a new stance, and even then one that I feel like they're not really too favored on. They have to really make the most of it. They have a versatile setup. They have a pretty good agent composition on their hands, but I mean, considering that Glizzy Gobblers had the double Sentinel, they're going to be looking to find ways to really scrap something together. They were favored in that half. We were expecting them on that defense to have the stance, have that double Sentinel, and really take control of both sites, and we didn't see too much of a return to the middle from Agogi X to really manipulate that. But still, we can see what they can do right now, because now they're on the defense. They're the ones who are going to have all this aggression coming into their face, and they should be kind of used to it at this point, considering they witnessed it on its entirety, even on retake situations that last half.
Great use of the Owl Drone. It actually tags the chamber on the side of Agogi, and because of that, they'll use their trademark, and Rachel will step back towards stairs, and it pings them. That gives a lot of information. They've retreated. Site is up for the taking, and Glizzy Gobblers are quick to tank it. They'll find 2 kills. Thankfully, an equalizing frag for the Agogi side is gained by Andrea. She'll drop down off the back rafters, but it is a little too late. They'll pop flash themselves on out. They'll remove the head off Jinx. Great shot opportunity for her, but Diets is still there and good for 1. It's just a single lonesome player for the GG side remaining, and Jay Wookie has the lineups, the snake bites in hand. They'll even put down the poison cloud and drop it thereafter. Angel's forced to step off, an interesting position to play it off of, and because it's planted up inside too, they can hold the long angle and just deny the entire defuse. They're gonna have to rely on the cloud burst to stop it. Maybe they can get the wall bang here. I don't think he's aware that they're sticking on to this one. Glizzy's gonna have to try and wall bang. It's not gonna matter. Agogi clutch this one up, and Lemens shows some confidence, Dallas. Something they struggled to have in that first half.
Yeah, I gotta say, I'm a little surprised Jay Wookie didn't end up pushing that, quite honestly. I mean, considering with the bomb ticking down, you don't have too much time left remaining whatsoever, that even if we do see Lemons hop off that, you still win it regardless at the end of the day. You find yourself around winning. That's all you're really striving for. But honestly, maybe trying to set themselves up, get to a rifle round at least in this half, see what they can kind of try out on this end of the spectrum. But honestly, you don't really need to try too much. Instead, they're now forced to do this now as we see Agogi get themselves another round and now make it 11-2. So things are looking a little more promising, but we see Jinx, of course, finding the first blood for this one and show that Headhunter doesn't matter. When you have a chamber on the field, weapons are all just the same, quite honestly, because they all do damage, and when you have a Headhunter that just is a better sheriff, it just mows things down like Andrea.
Man, that's already 2 kills gained. Unfortunately, the same thing can be said for the Glizzy Gobblers, and that's only going to continue. Jinx finds the head of Lemons, the classic all that's necessary to get the job done. That's going to force the side of Agogi to maybe rethink things initially towards the B side, but Glizzy Gobblers are a lot faster than that. They've already stepped over towards A. Jinx is on the A side, defending underneath rafters, waiting for that spike to rotate over through A main, and that's exactly what will occur. And it's going to be a post plant without the spike even being put down at this point, and Tides will even take the time to pick up the ult orb to make matters worse. This will be an easy situation for Glizzy Gobblers to hold on to if they even bring 10% of their post-plant prowess they had in that first half, and that looks to be the case, but Jinx can't complete. Rachel finds the kill instead. She's gonna have to have some successes themselves with only 2 players remaining. It is an equal affair, but look at the HP of the Agogi side. It's not looking good. A single right click will kill, and Diets does just that. Rachel's still alive. She'll thrive for 1, but Jay Wookie survives with 34 HP and a dream to now reach match point for the Glizzy Gobblers.
I gotta say, I love the play there. I mean, just overall, we saw the push come out. We saw Jinx, of course, have that Spectre in hand and say, no matter what happens here, I'm gonna swing out, find some damage with the Spectre, and even better yet, when I see 2 players swing on me, I get damage across the board. even if I don't find a kill, I'm sending my teammates, regardless of the gun they have, a classic, whatever it may be, even a snake bite, just for that post plant that almost guarantees a kill on my hands. So that's all we have to work with. That's all we need, considering that we had ourselves such an easy, or not easy, excuse me, for a back of better words, I would say almost a very impressive start. You see very impressive exchanges. Andrew grabs that first pick here for this round, and considering the rifles that are brought out and the resurrection as well, it's a 5v4 as we saw a massive trade towards the middle of the map come out of Jinx.
You don't even need the rifle, Dallas. You have the headhunter, something that Chamber can thrive with. Having the ice wall as well makes things easier to go for the plant. Great job, though, by Agogi to burn that down quickly and to force back the Glizzy Gobblers. But Jinx is prowling. They've worked their way through tube. They're going to even go for the kill. They find it. It takes 3 shots, but Andrea is off the board. And only 3 remain for the Agogi side. Angle's going to have to deny this placement here for Jinx. They'll get around the corner. They go for the shot, but it does not matter. Angle gets the head first with the Bucky. Lisha's going to work their way over. Has some assistance over towards Halls, but they'll drop down and use the Owl Drone. The slow orb will dissipate. Still a man advantage for the Glizzy Gobbler's side, and their post plant much better than Agogi's initially was, but they don't have any pressure towards Orange, which means it's all a one-sided defensive presence, much like we saw in that first round of the night. T-Dumps trades with Lisha, but they'll take Lemons off the board. 2 players remaining. Lisha will equalize the odds. The Sheriff has been so important, but the nice shock dart to signal, make it 1 and 2, as they'll duo send this one on out. It's a 13-2 victory for the side here of the Glizzy Gobblers.
What a stance there from Glizzy Gobblers. I mean, considering the absolute utter dominance we saw in that first half, and even then a little bit of exchange coming out, but the end result is still the same. I mean, 13-2 is our end result there for that matchup. And I mean, knowing that that's exactly what we saw in round 1, we were expecting a little bit of a closer matchup. And that's kind of only what I was praying for, knowing that, as I mentioned earlier, every single time we get ourselves into a matchup and even then move up the rounds a little bit more and more and more, we're expecting these squads to get that much more even. But Glizzy Gobblers, they're honestly one of those teams that are kind of super standout. We've heard their names before. If you're in the kind of tier 2, tier 3 scene, you've at least expected what these players are going to do, knowing that you've probably heard their names. They definitely brought the results to this second round. They say, this is what we're capable of. This is what we're going to do. And even then, going forward, knowing that our first 2 rounds have been honestly the same amount of stoppage, because still think about this. With how fast that first match was, they were still ready and rearing to go when we found ourselves looking for another team or another squad to line up for the second matchup. So they obviously had just as easy as the first round as they did a second round. And now going into the third, I mean, we mentioned momentum. That doesn't only carry over in rounds. It doesn't carry over in halves. It carries over in entire games. Yeah. And honestly, that's going to be a big snowball for them or anybody else to have to stop.
I think one of the big things we noted in terms of disparity between round 1 and round 2 was individual performances. I think that's what really gave the lead for Escape Velocity in game 1 over Geeker. Rue Kitty, more specifically, came in around 9 by the time they lost their first round, had not been killed. Their only 2 deaths in the first half was the 2 rounds they lost off of control clutch plays, and it was a very impressive performance. Turn it around to the opposing side. That victory there, that's not off of the side of one player doing really well. It's not just, having, what do you call the Wookiee, trying to have him become Chewbacca there, main character syndrome right there. It's not just off one player holding strong, right? Yeah. It's the entire team's playing really well together, a very cohesive unit. They're using utility in tandem with their teammates. It's not just the guns and the util that get the job done. It's the brains of the players and their positioning. And that was absolutely showcased there by the Glizzy Gobbler side. Their positioning was much better. Agogi had no way to attack those sites, and they were too impatient to push out through those smokes. It became too big of a problem for them. They may be out, but there's still more to go. There's still more Pit of Valor as well tonight, as well as next week, as we've been running for 2 years. So make sure to sign up and make sure you can compete next week as well for that coveted prize pool and get your chance at victory, whether you've seen us here on TikTok or Twitch or YouTube or wherever else our social media happens to be. It's right here for Pit of Valor GLG. We'll be back after a quick break for another game. We have returned with more Pit of Valor. It's our 96th event for this one, and it's round 3 as well for the night. I unfortunately have to say goodbye to my co-caster Mick. We're welcoming a new face as Thor. Unfortunately, knocked the power out of his neighborhood, and more specifically, his house. Cannot cast in the dark, unfortunately. But we brought the light, the man, the myth, the legend, Anton, right next to me. Thank you very much for joining us. But we've seen round 1 go in favor of Escape Velocity. We've seen round 2 also in a dominant affair go in favor of, well, unfortunately, the Glizzy Gobblers, if you're a fan of Agogi. And now we've got our third game. But before we talk about them, let's thank our sponsors here for GLG and more specifically for Pit of Valor.
Yeah, for sure. This is, I don't know if you guys know, but this is the first time I've been on in quite a while. I was quite ill, so I haven't got to shout out all these sponsors like Community Gaming. I'm pretty sure that all you guys know in the chat, they've been with us for a couple of weeks now, if I'm correct, about 2 or 3 weeks. The week that I was informed about it, I got sick, so I couldn't talk about it, which is unfortunate. But yeah, they have literally pentupled our prize pool. Remember the $50 prize pools we'd had for 2 years? No, they're $250 now. This entire tournament is for $250. That's a huge change. So thank you so much to Community for sponsoring us, and of course these couple of weeks that we have going on right now. MSI is also sponsoring. If I'm, are they still? Have I missed all those weeks?
100 too.
Yeah, that's a lot. 350, dude. That's insane. So much stuff, right? So Metafy as well. MSI, of course, is providing mice. We've got headsets for the viewers, mice for the MVPs for every single tournament. So we'll name one at the end of this day. And control, obviously, you see our clutch counter at the end. Like we have obviously not Red Bull, but we have control. These guys are, in my opinion, they're better because I mean they're sponsoring us, and that's what really matters for GLG. So thank you so much for control meal replacements. I'm considering actually getting some because they sound quite interesting. I know I wake up quite late. I spend my nights pretty late, either studying or grinding, whatever video game that you want to think I grind, and I wake up and then sometimes I don't have much time before I have to start a broadcast, you know, like today especially. I did not expect to be on this early. I didn't expect Mixed Internet to be out, which is unfortunate, but thank you so much for him for casting the first best of ones, first two. But once again, yeah, he's gone for now, but our sponsors are keeping us up and running. So thank you so much to everyone that we previously named.
Well, after we got the ads out of the way and gotten the sappy section off the board, after we thanked everybody for their amazing support, as well as the people who have joined in and joined Pit of Valor from our TikTok that has blown up for quite a bit, and overflowed the amount of teams that can actually join. You can guarantee your entry in as well if you subscribe for $10 into our GLG Gaming Club. So go ahead and check that out as well. But the two teams that are coming into this one, Slayers and Shippa, and we'll go ahead and take a look at their rosters and more specifically the possible agents they're bringing to the table. It's the map of Haven, Anton, a fun one to say the least. And we've seen the maps get banned out: Split, Icebox, Breeze, Fracture, Bind. And Chippa gets to determine where we're heading to, and they obviously have picked up Haven, a fun map. Thankfully, not Ascent, and thankfully not Icebox for the third time today.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, some people like Icebox. It's not my least favorite map, but yeah, like 3 times in a row is a bit much. So I appreciate these guys for bringing us to a new map. Speaking of 3, I mean 3 sites for this one, so it's one of those where the attack is probably going to have a slight advantage for the start. But yeah, so Chippa and Slay, interesting names that we do have in these rosters as well. We've got Floppa, Masana, I don't win lol. We'll see if that comes through. Who knows? You never know what can happen in Pit of Valor. Hugo and Thingy on the side of Chippa, and Slayers we've got Eden, Paco, Escobar, and we're gonna get these names wrong probably at least 10 times in this broadcast. But we've got Bussy, Adjussi, and Jussie.
We'll get it. Figure it out. The Slayers may refer to them as Slay. Chippa, we may refer to them as Chip. That's where we have them kind of hyphenated, so to say, shortened. So if we call them out by that, then we're doing that. We do have a little bit of tech difficulties, but I want to point something out and ask a couple questions to you here, Anton. Obviously, we know that Chippa may not be coming into this one quite confident because they have a player named I Don't Win, LOL. But we do know the map of Haven, and we do know that it is a 3 objective map, and we have a general idea of the agents that will be brought to the table. What do you think we'll see from these two teams?
Yeah, I mean, you think of the meta right now, right? I'd be surprised to not see it Chamber. I think he's probably one of the best agents that exists in the game at this moment. Fade's also very, very likely in that as well. And in that kind of talking point where you've got, like, a while back you had the Soviner for his drone, only pings twice. It lasts a lot shorter. So a lot of things pointing in favor of the Fade being so oppressive. Like, you've got the ultimate literally covering the majority of all the spike sites in this game, like B site. You're standing in B, you have to leave. Like, you cannot just stand there and take the ult. This is not an option. You're going to be deaf, you're going to be tracked and everything. So 2 agents probably, I would say almost like 90%. At least we're going to see them on one team, if not both. And lately, I'd honestly be shocked to not see more Neons because she's come into the meta as of late. Like, she's, no pun intended, but she sprinted on the scene quite fast from nothing. And then as soon as like a couple lands ago where Victor showed off, and the things that you can do with her in combination with other duelists or other initiators, especially now that Fade exists, there's so much stuff that you can do with a Neon, plus like the trackers, plus the dogs, the hounds, the prowlers that Fade has. You can send in a prowler, and as soon as you know where someone is, they're either stunned or they're shooting the prowler, and the Neon just runs in and is just there. You can stun the corner as well, whatever you want to do. Those little combinations are so damn impressive and so oppressive as well. There's almost nothing you can do about them, like the fact that there's no kind of agent that just hard denies utility. We're going to be stuck in this meta for quite a while where it's really, really difficult for defenders, especially in this map. I mean, this Haven, right? You have to split your forces unless you play like solid retake on any one of the sites. Usually teams will probably play retake B, if anything. But yeah, I think we're gonna be in that kind of situation where we have these really hard in agents that just, well, I think Overwatch players probably call it like dive agents, which would make sense. You've got the raises, the jets, you've got the neon, of course, like aforementioned, and all that stuff, and then you've got all the initiators that are absolutely so crazy with the fade, and so that's another power that Sova doesn't have, right? Sova doesn't have any area of effect denial other than the shock darts, but I mean, you can just sidestep them and you'll be fine. But fade, obviously, you've got the pull, and as soon as you get hit by that, you literally cannot leave, so you have to move. You've got the ultimate, you've got the dogs, which just completely drive you out of a corner, unless you're chamber. That's why he's so strong as well. But we're going to get into this map as soon as we get all the players in the lobby, which we seem to have, and already 2 players on ship have already, they've locked in, which is quite fast. We've got a Sky here, not the initiator that I thought we'd be seeing, but I mean, yeah, she's still a good choice, and Omen as well for the smokes also makes a lot of sense ever since all the other smoke changes, the Brim nerf, the Astra nerf that happened oh so long ago. Eden with Thorena, quite confident, and Jet even. I'm shocked to see them pick all those different agents before we even see a chamber, and in fact, there's only so far, there's nothing. No, Thingy's got it. Thingy, the only chamber so far on the board with a Cypher and I Don't Win. This is definitely quite curious. Cypher on I Don't Win, going back to the really OG Haven lineups where we see this agent, of course, now with the Jet rework, of course. At first, she couldn't dash trips, then she could, now she can't anymore. So I see the value in it. So with just the shock darts able to destroy the trips, I feel like he's going to have quite a lot of success, more so than we usually see on this map of Haven for Cypher.
I loved your point 20 minutes ago about Neon.
We don't see a single
I really
one.
wanted to talk about that. Sorry. I don't like bringing up things too far gone, but I love the point of Neon. She is extremely strong on this map. This map and Breeze are the 2 that I look towards more specifically. The fast lane is extremely strong. It makes things really difficult for most defending teams to deny the quick rush. You know they're going through it, but when, where exactly, how fast, you don't know. And I think that's one of the great things. It's an information denial. It allows for the quick sprint that Neon, well, is good at. I mean, honestly, with her high gear that she can bring to the table, there's too much utility Neon brings to the table. Obviously, not going to be a point of contention. The chambers are fairly obvious, using those trademarks, trying to step away, making sure that they survive. And that's going to be one of the more important key points of emphasis that I want to highlight throughout this game on Haven. There's so many chances. The map is so large, and you would think, hey, the longer the game goes on, the longer the rounds last, the more chamber can use their utility. That's not necessarily the case. It takes 6 seconds to rotate from the A to the B or to the C to the B site. It takes 15 seconds maximum to rotate from A to C and vice versa. It's very fast. And the retake potential on both A and B, A being the most retaken objective in Valorant, I think I may be incorrect about that now with new maps being added, but definitely was for a long time. I mean, this map is not attacker favorited, but it sure is not defensive favorited as well. It'll go either way.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at VCT nowadays, it depends. I guess it depends on what team you look at, right? Because if you look at 100 Thieves, then it's definitely retake favored. Yeah. But yeah, it really, it's a toss-up. That's the funny part. Go on a tangent for a second, because we do have some technical issues again. We have to do a lobby reset, unfortunately. I don't understand how 100 Thieves do it, dude. These guys are mentals. Sometimes I look at the pros, and I'm so jealous of the entire team, because it's not just one person, right? One person can affect the entire outcome of the match to come back from 9-3 every single time. The whole team with their mental, that's a strong suit for these guys right now. So I'm so jealous. I wish I had like a squad of 5 people and support staff behind them. Remember Dan and Sean behind them all the time. That's actually. I'm upset that they didn't make it to I think it was Reykjavik. They didn't make it to LAN, whatever the case, but I mean, still have a chance. LCQ's, fingers crossed. If you can't tell, I'm a 100 Thieves fan. Bias caster, sorry about that, but we're not casting them right now.
We're definitely casting 100 Thieves right now. I mean, Bussy, Ajussi, and Jussi, they've made their highlight debut here Thieves, and I'm really excited to have them come out here and play. I love alluding a lot to VCT and the statistics that go with it. The statistics is 48% and up for teams that lose their chamber as their first loss, lose the round almost every single time. Statistically, it's a huge anomaly. And it's because teams are relying a lot on that chamber. Dallas hates chamber. He's mentioned it so many times. He uses much harsher language when it's in between scenes. He just doesn't like Chamber. Essentially a duelist without being a duelist. One of the main people we've always called out was Wardell. Played it not within his trademarks. Was not able to escape Rendezvous. Too many problems. Not playing around your utility. A lot of teams have really adjusted that. And when that chamber is lost, you notice those gaps, and the opposing team does too. And that's where you're going to see problems. Retaking, very difficult when you cannot have that chamber there to facilitate a push toward a force in hand and or headhunter in hand, even on an eco round where you can still be that viable and that competitively viable just all across the board. It's hard to lose that. And I see why that system goes in that way. But that's VCT, and this has been about Anton. So a little bit of a different story, and I think we're about ready to get back into it.
Indeed, but you know what? I wonder if Slayers ever make it big, are Bussy, Adressy, and Adressy gonna keep their names? Is that an option? Can they do that on the main broadcast?
I would love to hear Able Cat just to go.
Yeah,
and that I've talked to her a couple times. She would do it. She would do it, I think.
Yeah,
and she would have fun doing it. And I think that's a great part. I'd also love to hear Jess do it. I'll send her a clip of this and ask her if she would say it live on broadcast. She probably wouldn't. She would hate this. Working down in Pit of Valor, you get what you get, and you don't pitch a fit. And I'm having a fun time with it. And Slayers, well, if they want to hear us say their names so much to pick funny names, well, they better get kills and they better win rounds, Anton.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't put it past them. This is definitely a very confident lineup, right? Because again, mentioning the fact that we don't have a Neon, like no utility to help, it's just Eden. I guess they do have a double duelist setup. It's a Jet and a Reyna, but the Reyna specifically, you gotta kill us. Like that's they gotta do exactly what you mentioned, Scott. Is literally, she's got a frag, and that's this is your only option. Because let's be real, the flashes are not even. Leers have a limited amount of utility. They take 3 bullets and they're gone. So we'll see what this Reyna can do for a C-split. It looks like at the early stages of the round, already a really nerd arrow there to detect anyone either close up or maybe playing in front of the boxes. But I think the Jet should be fine. But it's really slow goings. I don't know if they know they're being flanked right now. They themselves don't have a chamber, and the defensive chamber has made his way all the way up mid. What is going on right now with the logistics?
Mason's having fun with it at this point, but the problem is a little bit too slow here for Chippa, as Eden will find first frag. She sets themselves up nicely, and that's now C-site theirs for the taking. And the massive flank coming out for Mason falls short. Jussie gets them with the classic. Thengi's forced to step up with the frenzy. They'll take the head off of Jussie, but I mean, the problem is still there. You're a man down, and the recovery has to be swift, and Paco Escobar and Bussy just deny it quite swiftly, with Eden finding that final blow. She'll take the head off, I don't win, and the name aptly fits to the scenario, and that will be a Slayers round 1 victory on the attack off of an early kill after being quite patient, which is quite rare on that first round, Anton.
Yeah, that was nice and convincing too, especially after all the stuff happened at the start of the round. Well, I say all the stuff, meeting the chamber walking all the way up mid. You'd think that the positioning would be so important for this side of Chippa, but it just ended up not mattering at all. The guy just dies without a single kill. In fact, the only kills that happened were 1 on the site, and 2 like a consolation frag for I don't win, but there's nothing really, there's nothing to do after that. So very nice from Slayers to take that. And once again, Mason, he does it again, but can he pull anything off this time? He doesn't even teleport out in time. Early kill again from Slayers.
Floppa's looking for something cheeky, shorty in hand. Maybe the shotgun's enough up close, but they've got to get close to make it anywhere competitively viable. Maybe I don't win should have had it, but the Reyna of Eden actually watches that corner despite 2 more of their teammates not covering the angle. Bussy has cued their tailwind. They're aware that Floppa is actually hanging outside of garage doors. Great use there to go ahead and jump around, curve around the corner, and b-hop their way to safety at the very least, back towards garage and window, and they'll recover with their teammates over towards that B side to step towards Link, but you're just 2 players left standing against the full frontal 5 of Slayers, and think he does not have a tailwind anymore to essentially queue and work with. Just 2 updrafts, 2 cloudbursts, and honestly at this point, is it even worth using this utility? You're not really able to gain yourself a kill off of it. Turret gives their position away. I think he takes a little bit of damage from it. They'll re-peek the angle, but Jussie gets the kill instead. And it's just Floppa left standing. They're being runned and gunned by Paco Escobar with the Spectre. Nothing having gained just yet. They'll hold the corner with the shorty. They want a kill. They're trying to guarantee this kill at this point. Paco will swing. They managed 1. Big boon there for the side of Chippa. But the boon, unfortunately, is only 1 consolation kill.
All right, well, decent money. It's like $300, and as well as it's an all point for Floppa, so we'll get some 1 closer to the Seekers. It's something, but so far Chippa have not had very much success at all. There's only that was the one kill that happened in the previous round, and only 2 in the first one. So Slayer's definitely on the back foot for this one, but so far over the course of the entire matchup, as well as the economy, they're looking pretty. If they lose this one, it's fine. It's a bonus round. They have more than enough to buy in the next. So Chippa, they need to start turning it around. This is the round to do it. They're looking like it's a standard setup. You've got the chamber spotting long C. He's got to teleport all the way from the backside to practically defender spawn, which is quite smart. So if he needs to, he can escape without even risking his life. But Flop is being put in the pressure position right now because he's got a lot of attention being paid towards him. Gets 1 kill. Very nice transfer on the second. That's enough. That's exactly what he needed. Gets 2 in Paco with the trade, but Mason's got 1 as well.
Great sets of kills gained for Chippa. They now have the man advantage, but Slayers are not done just yet. Paco Escobar collects the Vandal dropped on the ground and will use it to chop the head off 1 more. Now only a 1-player disadvantage. Jussie gets greedy with a Spectre, trying to test their luck, but it's not good just yet. The Shock Dart will do it instead. Paco overextends, and there goes I Don't Win for 2 more. The transfer is there, and they'll find themselves a victory. Chippa, only 2 players surviving though, Anton, which could be a dire straight position. That's 3 rifles they've dropped on the ground, and only 2 they can bring into round 4.
Yeah, that is definitely an important win, but you're totally right, Scott. That's a lot of money that's gone, and in fact, this round, it should be Slayers in the upper hand. That's so much stuff that Chippa have lost. They can't full buy. They can't even invest for the teammates. I Don't Win is the only one that's able to even afford a rifle for anyone else, and it looks like they're actually going to go for it. But this one is so tough unless Thingy's gonna glass cannon, and I say cannon, but it wouldn't even be a cannon, it would be a Vandal, but no, he just, that's a super broken buy. What is this? This is so rough for them. I don't think this is the right decision right now. Yeah, they buy up 1 rifle around the rest of them that they had saved, but they really got to make sure these hero rifles do some work, because Mason, he's going to take first engage, and he does make it happen. That's a very nice start. Big, important kill, as Busty also drops a rifle. If anyone wants to collect it, that technically is safe right now. No one else from Slayers is even looking into mid for the time being.
You're going to extend a little too far for that one, Anton. It's a bit too dangerous, probably for the liking of the rest of Chippa. Well, they've gained themselves a net 1. Pushing past that might be a little bit too big for their britches, and they'll run away a little bit too scared to push out. They do have 2 players watching that entrance towards B, only 1 player defending the A site, and the same can be said towards C. They're going to go ahead and linger their Omen to transition between that B and C site, lingering towards that garage window, as well as just towards Link in general. But Slayers can use the man advantage they've garnered for themselves on the A side. They've used utility, which has given away a lot of information to the Chippa side, and they'll use that to swiftly push to A. No one else coming from other side. It looks like Slayers will start to aggress. Tripwire is placed. Flop is in a bad spot, but once again, the shorty in hand. Maybe they give themselves 1 kill. Maybe they find 2. They should be able to disallow, but know what Slayers have done. They realize their shortcomings. They'll retreat away. There's plenty of time to do so, and that's all because they gave themselves plenty of time by pushing early, losing a kill, and just trying to bide their time after.
The Chippa's reads. They read this so well. Can the Jet do anything here? Only with a pistol. Not the best situation at the back of the site. In fact, gets completely deleted off the back of B, and this plant should be just safe. Yeah, Paco gets it down. Even teleports on top of the high ground. And this retake's going to be a struggle. Smokes on one of the doors. Idle Wind's been spotted in the other one, and Shock Dart going through. Hugo does take a head off, though, and Mason tries to work his way in from the other end. And now it's only Jussie inside the site, and he gets 2. Now leaves it all up to the Killjoy up inside of mid. Can Jussie do anything? Completely blinded and can't even get out of the line of fire. Mason with a big quad kill to win out the second round for Chippa.
Great recovery there by the Chippa side. You mentioned it. They had read Slayers through and through like a book. I mean, it's a library card. They're checking out every single strategy. They know it first, and they'll equalize us out because of that. Slayers, they push out. They manage to lose 1 in the trade over towards Garage. They say, okay, we'll test our luck towards A. They don't like what they see. No one's pressuring, so they say, Chippa's waiting in the cheeky rat spot. Let's go to B, but not fast enough. Chippa read it like a book once again. That leads to Mason finding 4. Ultimately, in the end, how do you overcome a boss like that? Well, you try to circumvent them as best you can, but that's going to be difficult. That's a tour de force ready in the pocket of Mason. That's going to be a very difficult weapon to overcome, and they still have a rifle. They can hold on to that for another round or so.
I guess the only saving grace is the fact that he hasn't pulled the sniper out yet, so they're not looking at that long barrel from the end of C. There's a flash, though. Flop will get some information off of that. And now the reinforcements are here, at least this one man. But he was so big in the last round, you think he a couple. Who's for this spot, perhaps? I don't know if he wants to take a risk. No, it's technically, he's just looking down that lane with the smoke is there, so it's not entirely too risky. He's not going to get spotted. It may be a spam, but no guns really on the side of Slayers that can take him out immediately. Now, just Eden looking all the way down. And it's up to Slayers to figure out what the heck to do, because this is a large struggle. Eden's rifle, you can call that a rifle, being the biggest gun so far. Mason takes a shot, spots two. But yeah, that shot needed to land by the Reyna if anything was to happen in this round. 50 seconds. I guess they've got time, but not really making any progress in terms of space.
I love the
Oh,
teamwork.
no.
Anton, that was placed. A dark cover shrouds the view towards C Long. Sent over from Link from A. A great use of utility cross map, and that's Chippa doing what they need to do to assist their
30
teammates.
seconds left.
The only real entry that is safe for the side of Slayers to step over towards the C sites through Garage. They left one player to linger. The rest can now head towards the A site somewhat free, but with only 19 seconds remaining, time not necessarily on their side, they can take this objective, but they'll probably lose one, maybe two players in the process, and this is the easiest retake objective in the game, statistically speaking. Chippa can still hold on to this one quite strong. They'll dive out into the site, blinded by the paranoia. Idolwin will not survive the engagement, and Bussy will get the kill instead. Hugo spotted from up above with the recon bolt, but Paco finds a kill of their own. Chippa is bleeding away at the waters. They are scrambling to find anything, and they can't get it done. It's just Hugo putting their name in the kill feed. They'll take Eden off the board. She will not survive nor thrive. And the Sheriff of Agissi finds not just one, wow! Just send the side of players into a dominant round victory and a massive recovery.
Nice little, alright, he's just showing off there at the end. I see you, Agissi. That's nice little double kill, even though the rifles were had by the side of Slayers. You don't even need it, just pull out the 6-shooter. And that's all that's required. I thought for a second that Chippa were going to end up running away with it, because they were looking quite clean in the last couple rounds, but I guess Slayers having the lesser weaponry really put them in the back foot as well, just like Chippa in the first two. But now it's definitely a contest, because look at the scoreboard. There's 8 ultimates right now, and only 3 orbs left remaining for the last 2 players that are ironically both the Jets. I don't know how that's happened that they're both in the bottom of the scoreboard, but whatever the case, that is the case. And Blades online in just 1 or 2, depending on which one you are. But there is a 24 out from Chippa, the aforementioned sniper, so deadly, but in fact, he's not looking at anyone. There's no one from Slayers even trying to go towards C right now. It's not even close to a default, just an A split perhaps. But the Cypher should end up getting some kind of information. He does die, but I don't win. That's a spray and a half. I don't know how he gets 2 there, but even still, trading 2 for 2 on the A site, this should be a much more doable retake. As you said, Inferno, this is literally the most retaken site in the game, and here we go with the 3 versus 3 spikes not even down, and Thingy's already up inside of heaven.
Shiva just are bleeding this one away, in all honesty. They should have actually put Chamber on the A site. Unpredictability is your biggest asset defensively on this map. You need them to fear the tour de force on every single objective, and that's not been the case. Mason will swing, and despite the aggressiveness we've seen from them before, they lose the fight to Paco. Justy will watch them in hell and send 2 quickly after to follow suit. Slayers find another round win. Unpredictability is not Chippa's asset, and because of that, Slayers can entirely avoid the tour de force, and it's an easy round cleanup from there.
Yeah, that's a sweep as well, because like that last couple kills, I don't know what just happened there. Flop is jumping around. I guess they didn't really think anyone was going to be in hell, but yeah, that looks really easy from Slayers. Like you mentioned, they were completely able to avoid Mason, and he's been either like behind Garage or he's been on C site. He's still on C site right now. He's not like he's got the operator again. He does have an op, but it's not the tour de force, and even still, he's not going to be looking at anyone. So. Once again, Slayer's going for seemingly a much faster A take this time. Probably smart by them. They think there might be a low investment from the side of Chippa. That's not the case. There's a bunch of rifles. And just he should see this tripwire, not going to be caught off by the kill trip. But in fact, Hugo, I'm surprised he even goes for this. Somehow gets a kill. Bussy with a shorty shuts him down, and the site has been taken.
What an interesting situation for Slayers. They know for a fact Chippa does not have any way to deny the lockdown in play, and despite that, they don't actually initially push. Mason from up in heaven, they'll find one. Floppa drops and finds one of their own, but Jussie has their Hunter Spirit, and will even use it to find a target on the opposing end. It's just Mason left standing in the 1v1. They're sticking it. This is a pros don't fake moment. Jussie is not going to be there in time, and Mason will plus one up the win. The Owl Drone is out, but it's too late. You're going to have to say sorry to your team because you've just led this round off of not trusting that the other team will just stick it, knowing where your position initially was. Finally, Chippa will outplay Slayers.
Man, I'm almost saying balls of steel from Mason, but honestly, I don't even think that's guts. I think that's just him reading the fact that Sova had to be so far away after popping the Hunter's Fury that he just can't affect the round. Very smart from Mason to just stick that all the way through and just see. Not really reading the situation, doesn't expect Mason to think that way. He just doesn't walk forward. He thinks that Mason's gonna fake, and this is not the case. Maybe he thought that Mason would think there's another Hunter's Fury shot, but he canceled. So whatever the case, Mason having a whale of a day. It's the field day in the last couple rounds, especially starting off this one as well. Instant kill. They finally look towards C and they punish. Right as that happens, Chippa with a man advantage in the first couple of seconds, but Jussie does catch Hugo pushing all the way up at A. But there's another one here. I don't win. Do they know he's... Oh, this 4... okay, big blind, but it doesn't even matter. I don't win. Somehow he gets wallbang. Thank goodness Paco goes for that spray because that was a big double kill. Now Slayer's on the back foot. There's 1 minute left. 50 seconds not even elapsed. And already the round seems to be lost.
Chippa have held strong, but Jussie is still surviving, looking to thrive. They'll find one thingy off the board. Mason feeling pressured. The sniper in hand, and it will finally come up clutch. It's not Paco Escobar on the opposing end. It's just Jussie, and they'll handle it just as swiftly as they should have 2 rounds ago against Paco swinging from that same exact call. Chippa, a great round once again from them, and it's off the back of getting that opening blood with the operator. Slayers try to read, much like they did the previous few rounds. They didn't assume Mason still had the operator in a 1v1 situation in a post plant having a defuse spot where he did in fact defuse. They didn't expect that the operator would still be in their hand, and it was. So they swing over to C. They look for the opportunity, and Mason does not miss. He cannot miss because he gives the team the lead, and Slayers are left gasping for air about where to go from there. And well, I don't win answers it quite quickly.
Ooh, well, I guess here's the unpredictability for you, Scott, because they finally changed up their setup, sending 2 up towards long C, but instantly punish the chamber towards that A site. It doesn't work out for the time being. Floppa, half blinded, but still gets the kill. Good trade out, but he's stuck in this corner now. Jussie's keeping him here. There's no real escape, especially because the site's already been taken by the rest of the team. Paco gets a kill. Thingy trades off for 2. Very nice stuff. And now Jussie, he's being sandwiched as well. What is happening right now? This round is so confusing, but all of a sudden, it's a quick end. And in fact, Floppa with 3 inside a long C wins Chippa the round.
One of the great things about that round, I absolutely adore that round, Anton. Chippa was in a very bad spot. Slayers took Garage, and they had site control. Not only did they have site control, they had one straggler hanging out towards C Hall, and C Main more specifically on that attempted entrance. They were trapped, and they're saying, okay, well, we have the player inside of Cubby. Pins, we can handle this easily. No, you're not trapped in here with me. Oh, sorry, I'm not trapped in here with you. You're trapped in here with me. They have a flanking player behind them to assist. That's your Cypher. They have to turn for the kill. They can't. That allows your Cubby player to swing back out. Assistance from Jet coming in through Garage, and it just gets decimated on the Slayer side as Chippa just picked them apart because they get overzealous and greedy. I think that's what we're seeing here as well, as both sides trade 1 for 1. And we're seeing the greed of the side of Chippa, unfortunately, of Hugo more specifically, catch them unaware and Slayers will go a man up.
Man, I'm honestly shocked that they keep trying this up long A because I don't think it's even worked once. They've died on this long A push pretty much every single time they went for it. It's always the Cypher or someone else, and now Paco, he just TPs up on top of the site because he knows no one's here. They can't be. They've lost so many men towards that A site, so it must be safe. And I don't win, doesn't even make anything happen. I guess he gets some information, but I mean, you have to know someone's up that long A. And Thingy, he has an inkling that Paco is still sitting up in the window, which he is. But is he gonna read this? He's reacting in time. All right, 2 versus 3, so now it makes it kind of doable. But he's got to find kills fast because the time is ticking very, very low. I don't win. Straight to the smoke, gets another kill. There was a gap there, and Jussie was playing in it, but let's see where these last 2 players are. I don't think the spike is going to be stuck once again. Jussie doesn't manage the kill, though. And now Eden in a 1 versus 1 is able to get out after the first frag. But now it's all up to playing the time. Thingy has to go for this frag. He has to go for the push. And Eden corrects his movement in time. Beautiful stuff in that 1 versus 1. Slayers with the clutch.
Honestly, Chippa read that round extremely well. I don't win, though they're from the shadows a lot less fruitful in terms of frags than Paco Escobar's, as they stepped to use their from the shadows in that round as well. It was the Omen Ultimates kind of led the way. They went to heaven, found a kill down below onto the player of Mason, who only used the Headhunter. I don't win, only got information, but the information they gained was paramount to their success. What did they see? They see the Sova of Jussi lagging behind inside A main. Because of that, they know, I don't need to push A main. He's going to stay back there. I can just defend that A long angle up towards ramp by going over towards Hall instead. And that's what we see. A kill gain through a smoke, a second one through a smoke as well, evening the odds, and then it came down to a close situation. Unfortunately for Chippa, they may have read it well, but it wasn't enough to win it.
And I just reset right back towards the default from both teams. Thank goodness for Chippa, they don't go for this push again. I'm glad they're sitting back on the site, and not even that, but they're sending reinforcements towards that Cypher site as well, but you don't really see that often. 90% of the time you see the Cypher solo away, but given the pressure it's been given to that site lately by Slayers, they have the Jet there as well. But this time, unfortunately, it's not going to be. But you never know, Slayers just poking and prodding for some information, which Chippa are just not giving them, which is... I like to see this from them. This is exactly what they needed. Given the fact that they pushed multiple different times and they just haven't had any success pretty much whatsoever, other than, I guess, a C long push, but that was all up to the Sky on the defense, is sitting inside that cubby and getting winning practically 3-1 versus 1s. That's not something that you can have happen every day. So now they go for something a lot more consistent, and in fact, consistency. Nice kill by Mason, and teleports all the way back towards the other end of the map. That's a long TP, but keeps him alive. And Eden does trade off on one of his teammates. C-site has been compromised, but at least it's an even man count as a spike is attempting to be planted.
Honestly, it's kind of shocking, Anton, to see two players defending the A site. We only need one, but I also really like the patience we're seeing from Slayers. It does net them a loss against Popco Escobar, but Bussy does get one more back. Eden, she's felled by I don't win. And they attempt to swing out towards Garage once again, but Bussy's got the Blade Storm, and it's good for one more, but no more after, as Thingy is the only player remaining, and they're brought it to the 1v1. But Jussie's too much to overcome, and that'll be a Slayers round win. We're nearing the point of the halftime. I think this is our last round of this half, so buy out. Do your best to try and get this one close, because this could be a situation where we see the 7-5 or we see it be tied 6-6. I wouldn't be shocked by either result, to be fair, because this game in this half in general has been neck and neck. Chippa and Slayers are in each other's heads, and it's evident every single round.
Yeah, and I think that was honestly such a big win for Slayers as well, because you look at the economy for the side of Chippa, they've pretty much got nothing under their belt. Hugo's got a Judge, they've got 2 rifles, but 2 SMGs on Mason, as well as, if I'm correct, Floppa there, yeah. And yeah, there's a sniper rifle, but once again, predictability. He's walking down mid. He's done this a couple times, not with a sniper, but at least I guess they're reading the fact that it is going to be an A take, because they see nothing towards that C. Fast rotate. Everyone's pretty much on this side of the map right now, and they have a flank with both an SMG as well as a sniper. And Slayers have absolutely no idea. This is such a big deal for Chippa and Mason. He needs to find some kind of success here right this instant. He gets 1 second kill, perhaps. No, misses the shot. He has the operator to do it. He has the sniper that can shoot that fast, but he misses. And now, after all the trades, after the dust settles, it's a 2-on-2. Slayers with a lot of options on where they want to go.
Dathus, you don't need to necessarily retreat away from the A site, though A site is the easiest one to retake for the side of Chippa. Not if you know where they're going to come from. Map control will be pivotal to your success, but they'll sprint over through towards the central stage. They'll work their way through mid, work through garage doors, and break out towards C to go for the plant here instead. Not a bad decision whatsoever. If you have util on your KJ, great idea to place it here. The Jussi combo is trying to do their best to survive. Thangy looks like they're just going to get greedy through this. They want to deny the lockdown in play. It's put in a good spot for Floppa. It's not actually denied well enough. Thankfully, Jussi is there. The Nano Swarm finds Thangy trying to step out from defender spawn, and Jussi has transitioned back towards C main. They're sitting inside this lobby section. They hear the attempted tag. They get the Raptors start with there, but they cannot start to use the Hunter's Fury. This buys them so much time, and time is of the essence for Jussi. They catch Floppa unaware. No way, they had to stick, and that's 7 round wins for Slayers at halftime.
Man, what a dart as well. I honestly thought he kind of missed it. I thought he was trying to shoot it at that little point, but no, he hits the perfect dart, and it catches Floppa off guard. That is a Radiant Dart. Beautiful stuff. That is lovely. And you can even see, like, Jussie is not only, he's proven his worth both in util, he's proven his worth in kills as well. 15 and 5. That's a 30 KD for you guys that don't know in quick maps. So, yeah, this guy's been doing a lot. By far, above and beyond the least deaths and the most kills on the server. That's absolutely insane. Like, everyone else, literally the next closest is 9, and there's 5 people with 9 deaths, and he's at 5. That's absolutely unreal. And I don't know if this is a correlation or is just a coincidence, but he has 5 deaths. Chippa 5 round wins, so you got to kill him to win. Slayers, I don't want to say they're being hard carried, but there's definitely a guy that is making a lot of impact happen for them. And they're looking at this site, which he is not at. So big chance for Chippa to take this 5-on-2 on the spike site itself. And Bussy can't seem to land a shot. Goes down, Eden with a trade, but he's going to get eliminated real fast.
Great job by Thingy to pressure early. That allows for the rest of Chippa to swing towards the site. They go net positive by 1, trading only the player of Thingy themselves after gaining a kill. Now they have the possibility of going for the post plant. They'll get the spike down. All 3 currently still sitting on site. Honestly, not a great spot to be in. They have 1 player in hell, their Sky. But Hugo's only 9 HP here, Anton. And Jussie could deal with that in a single shot from any weapon. That's why they have to hide themselves. Dark cover goes down. Jussie gets the kill to Hugo, finishing the job. But Mason and I Don't Win are still there, and they haven't been dealt with accordingly. I Don't Win in Cubby corner. Swing out by a Jussie. They have to find the second. They can't get the job done. The Ghost finds the kill instead. And Chippa will find the first round here in the second half to try and get things a little bit closer to the Slayer side, and their bonus should equalize them out 7-7.
Wow, that one got close. Don't count out Slayers, because we know what they can pull out of the bag, and Bussy's even got the Sheriff. They're going for... Okay, well, I say they. I guess he is going for something. The only person to even buy up, but Chippa... That one got a bit too close for comfort. I don't think it needed to be a 1 versus 1 at the end, but whatever the case, I Don't Win. Gets lucky that the right click just doesn't connect. Just the RNG just was not on his favor to that side. And it looks like another very patient A aggression this time. It's slow, but a little bit delayed. That's all it takes is a couple seconds for them to infuse a little doubt in Slayers, and the shot goes wide. Bussy can't land a free kill. Eden close range now. Does he have a right click? He does, but that's the only one they're going to get. Dart smoked out, so no chance for any funny business through those CT doors. 2 jumping up in heaven. This should be fairly clean for Chippa. I don't think they should lose any other player unless maybe the spawn player gets caught out, but Floppa even gets 1. Up into heaven. Paco also falls, and Jussie at a pretty nice amount of health, but I don't think he's going to find any kill unless they give 1 up, but not quite. Very wise for them to play safe, and Chippa safe with 4 alive.
Trying to play it like Destiny, maybe. They're not a win. I mean, jump shotting. You got the jumpies on, stompies. You're going for the aerial. I mean, it's fairly impressive to say the least. And they get the final kill, and the aggression from Chippa seems insurmountable, at least in that round. But it is their bonus, Anton. It's an expected result. The affair was almost doomed from the get-go. We didn't want to count Slayers out, but their positioning, the way they played that round, it's a little bit hard to predict them to overcome the obstacle that is that torrential storm of Chippa's rush. But they'll be a little bit more patient in this round. Obviously, the weaker Arsenal coming into this one as Slayers will be able to full buy up, and this will be the round that really separates supposedly the men from the boys. But Slayers are playing this one smart, trying to use the distance to their advantage. But Chippa have done a great job of trying to circumvent that as well. They'll send over towards Garage, the closer angle to the actual player inside window. Bussy managing to survive an initial push. They get 1, but not to survive much longer. Jussie finds themselves 2 and still alive. But it is still down to the 2v2, an equal affair. Both players are coming from defensive spawn. Can't find the player in pipes, and Mason has the covering fire. Chippa with a round out of nowhere. That's one of the best ones we've seen yet.
Oh no. That's a free kill if I've ever seen one, and it just wow. You hate to see it. That's one that you put on Twitter and just don't even put a caption there. You just have the clip, people watch it, and they'll understand. That's a rough one, but very nice from Chip, but they end up cleaning that one up. Good trade onto the spawn player as well, not even letting them get a single kill in that 2 versus 2. And now this is looking quite rough for Slayers. Not even a bonus round 1, so 8-7. Chippa with the momentum as well as with the weapons coming into this one. Shotguns being the best asset that these defenders really have, and there is going to be one in quite close range, and they smoke the close as well. This could be quite risky. Bussy, yeah, it's a free frag. That's an easy one if I've ever seen one, but he's gonna be sticking in the smoke as well. Floppa in a bit of a risky position, because that's another jump shot. You see 3 kills in the round. Absolutely unreal from this Jet right now, and he's looking to keep going. Picks up the Vandal, straight to the smoke, but I don't even think he needs to at this point. He's just showing off all the stuff. Mason can't even find the first one, and Bussy cleans it up, the one that started all off. That is an insane defense on that A site.
Can't count Slayers out. That round a much better affair. When you bring out the Buckies and the Judges and the Shorties and the shotguns up close, you're essentially begging the opposing side to come into your loving arms. Like, hey, come close. We don't bite. We only shoot back really aggressively, and sometimes have to reload after 2 shots because unfortunately the Shorty only has 2 shots within it. Not the case with the Bucky. You can keep firing that thing and reload it fairly swiftly on your jump peaks, which is exactly what we saw Bussy do. How do you overcome that if you're Chippa? Well, you don't. You go the opposing site, but they had already dove too deep into the A side. And well, at that point, it was just up to Slayers to finish the job they started, and they did that in an exponential fashion. But now, it's going to be a normal scenario around Anton. With Chippa having the rifle bot, he'll swing over towards B. Mason clears Paco's holding corner. Thangy goes to the back of sight and takes down Bussy. Now you're at a huge disadvantage of your Slayers, and Floppa blind fires down Jussie. A flawless round up to this point. It's just one player left standing, but Jussie, they'll deny the flawless from occurring. But it might as well have been, because I don't win finds at Jussie instantaneously after. And it's 4 players surviving, and a nice round for Chippa.
All right, you say normal round, Scott. I'd raise you, Chippa just running straight into B in 10 seconds and killing absolutely everyone. That is...
They're just trying to one-up each other. It's just a game of one-upping each other right now.
Yeah, dude, they're mad. They are really, really angry at what just happened. No shotguns in play for Slayers. They can't get any really easy kills. I mean, you were making Destiny references. That was deja vu there, right, for me. But this one... when they don't have the shotguns, when they can't go for those like slide shotgun punch, you know, it just doesn't work. Because Chippa, I guess they have the gunplay, and at least they have the element of surprise, because that's what they really need. And speaking of surprises, don't think Hugo expected an operator to be on that angle, else he wouldn't have just walked out there. But even still, a bit unadvised. But yeah, they get the information, and they seem to not want to regress on that, which is quite smart. So looking outside, hey, there's actually 2 people who just to examine this guy's body, which is kind of unfortunate, but nothing really for them to do after that ends up happening. No Sage for the res, so they just have to leave him, and they have to send a body for the flank watch instead of some tripwires. And Slayers sitting pretty. They don't have to move. They know they don't have to move. No more fast play from Chippa in this round, especially losing that first one. As that operator can be one of the solutions if you want to deny any of those fast rushes, and even a machine gun inside a garage will help as well. I don't win gets driven all the way back into defender spawn, and with that, that's a big intimidation tactic right there from the side of Slayers.
And so I'm more curious about why you face check A-Long your Cypher. Your Cypher's there to place down a tripwire and door. They're supposed to place a tripwire over towards C to deny them from stepping around that angle, and maybe over towards Hay. That's your 2 places to place. That's where you go from. You don't do that, you cripple yourself too early. That's what we're seeing. Players are just picking apart Chippa. They survive with 3 players left. Bussy alone can just stay up high and find 3 kills instantly with the operator. How are you meant to combat that? Well, you have information, and you didn't have it. You lost your Cypher. You have a chamber, Anton. You have the advantage when it comes to swinging these angles. What are you going to do against a player that can't retreat? You swing, you know that they're there, and you immediately rendezvous away, and you're safe. Don't peek that angle ever again. Why are you swinging that, Hugo?
Yeah, you like that kind of situation. You just kind of have to be ready. Like, yeah, I mentioned that it was a bit of a surprise, and it had to have been, otherwise he wouldn't have walked out there, right? But you gotta just press tab and look at their money and be like, yeah, this guy could have an op. You gotta be careful of this and this angle. And they just weren't, and that was the end of that round right there. Bussy with the 3K. Hello, I don't think he meant to do that, but still, he's got the gunplay to really make up for it. 2 kills, and he's got that dash right back. Speaking of dashes, straight into that C site. And I just see this timing could be huge, because Hugo, that is some luck right there. You don't expect him to walk out of garage that often, but even still gets a nice kill. 4-on-4 now for this retake, and Thingy's sitting close to Swan with the blades. Can he get a nice little left flick? That is beautiful from him as well. Wants to go for some more, and it's a bit awkward on the Bussy. That's an interesting one. 1 for 1. Quick trade by the J. And now it's on these 2. I don't even know what to call them. It's the same thing. They have the same name practically. It's what? Never mind.
Gee.
clear out. Hugo, still, can he finish what he started inside that garage? Sitting in the off angle, but I think his hat might be spotted. Just see with the flick, and he's on for the ace. He only needs one more to get all 5, but it's teleport from Mason. Big reposition, and now the time is ticking as well. Just see so much pressure on him, and he's got all 5 kills, but no defuse for this man. 10 rounds now for Chippa.
That's an ace for Jussie, the man you called Jay. Put some respect on the name here, Anton. The man came out with a fire in his heart, and while it's a little bit too slow, maybe the heartbeat is needs to speed up just a bit, maybe a little bit too cold. They can get some GLG socks to maybe warm them up and have that heartbeat come back to a normal rate a little bit faster. That's 5 kills. That is a dominant round. Even if they lose that, I mean, you're Chippa, you're looking at it saying, okay, we lost a lot of money. We bled every single weapon we brought to the table. And mentally, how do we recover from a single person devastating us like that? I liked what we saw from Hugo. Initially, they had crouched to stop the pipe play. They stood back up and rotated. That's not the 1v1 you want to try to peek, especially when you know there's a player setting up the crossfire. You guys were positioned well, and you stepped away from it. Stick to the strategy in play. But I also like what we're seeing right now from Chippa. They're putting their chamber towards C long and peeking the angle there, and the rest of the team's rushing to B, and it works. Mason finds the first blood. The team now of Chippa ready to dive in once the Nano Swarm disappears. The dash is queued. Idowin's going to step to Garage, hopefully trying to play towards Link. They'll manage to get some tag damage to Ajussi and to Jussi themselves, but they'll go ahead and transition to C site and go for the plant.
Really nice reaction from the side of Chippa. A good kill. Floppa even leaving himself on the lurk here. Flash going through. It doesn't even land. Doesn't even need it. Mason with another one, and all of a sudden the round is it's just lost. There's nothing for Edgesy to do here. Only with an SMG, and now he's been spotted and just absolutely deleted. What a performance from Chippa. Like you said, Scott, that's exactly what you wanted to do, right? Send your sniper towards that long C, bait the rotates, a lot of attention towards that B site utility, and even 3 people just sitting at the doors waiting for that smoke to dissipate. And of course, the Jet, you're gonna want to rotate. You're gonna want to be the guy to help out the team, because so far he's second on the scoreboard. Bussy is not too far above and beyond the rest of the team, but he's still there. So you would want him in that position to with the Bladestorm and all that stuff. But yeah, he just gets caught off by Mason. Very nice positioning, and again, great reaction from Chipper to go for that rotate after that primary kill.
I mentioned the VCT stat earlier about if you lose your chamber first, you're more than likely to lose the round. Slayers don't have a chamber, but in that situation, you can essentially consider Bussy to be the chamber. They're the player peeking that initial long angle against the chamber, the one-on-one confrontation. They lose that fight, the rest of it just completely momentum falls in favor of Chippa. And that's something we can see here once again, though no one has been felled. Thingy could be getting quite aggressive and trying to go for a play. Hugo gets caught unaware, trying to swing over towards B. The Archer side not working, and Ajussi gets the upper hand instead. And here goes the plant now for the baby cage. The lockdown in full effect. Eden will find Floppa's head. She's successful for 1, and she can swing off of that as well. Thingy's there instead. 2 on the board. Thingy needs to either go for the destruction here or just bait the fact that they're going to be detained. That will be the case. Just so you can play with their food. They've got a flanking player through doors. Mason, you've got to be aware for that. Your teammates are not there. They're sticking this diffuser. There's one head. They're hunting for the second. It's not there, and you're not denying it. I don't win. It'll be a defuse for Slayers. Not only do you lose that momentum that would have carried you to a match point, but that's the eco now falling once again in favor of Slayers as they can recover from the somewhat drastic 2-round losses they had before.
That was a game of inches right there. Yeah, Thingy pulling it back. He pulled back miles, but at the end of the day, the lockdown is going to just take him out, and a little bit too slow for Mason. I don't think it's his fault that he was too slow, but that it was too slow, and then all of a sudden he was too quick because he goes for the shot onto the player that was looking down that long C. I don't even think that guy could have seen him. There's no way he would have turned in that time frame, but yeah, he goes for the shot and doesn't peek out far enough to see the second guy, so he gets turned on by the Sova. That was a nice try, and I think a good position, but just the situation at hand was just not in favor of Chippa. Yeah, that's unlucky, but they're still up around at least. Yeah, they've got that going for them, and they have wall hacks as well, just in case the Cypher does manage a lurk this time, which last round was not successful. It's one of the biggest differences between the last two is that the lurk in B was just it just didn't do anything. Like last time it had 2 kills, this time Cypher just died. So man, disadvantaged real quick. But this time they're looking towards this B site just as a whole. Spike's out here. The Cypher lurking towards that A this time, but I don't think anyone from Slayers is going to be peeking out there. It's playing full retake for this B. And the plant may be successful. Eden's here. He's ready for a challenge, but there goes Spike, and it should be uncontested. 5-on-5, but this retake is very risky for Chippa. They got to play this perfectly.
Slayers have them pinned from all angles here, Anton, but Hugo's good for one. Make that 2. The lurk is successful, and that was pivotal to their success. Floppa and Mason each for 1. Make that 2 for Floppa, as Chippa will not only take the round dominantly, having 4 players surviving at the end, but that also puts them at match point, a huge point in this game. And maybe the end-all be-all is look at the eco for Slayers. They're scrambling to pick up anything. I think they're aware of, unfortunately, where they've been put. And I want to say that that round's entire victory is off the back of Hugo, who has had a somewhat struggling performance in the second half. And I don't think there's any way to deny that. Swinging too early, getting picked off. Same thing in mid, that just 2 rounds before. But that last round, note what we saw Chippa do. They sent 3 people through short on A. They left Hugo and retreated back to take B. They made sure Hugo got there safely so that he could lurk late for the round.
Yeah, that is good stuff, and that's exactly what's been successful for them. And this time, they're not even going to need it, mainly because the guns just don't exist. And Bussy, the savior for them a couple rounds ago in their ecos with the shotgun, just doesn't manage to find any impact. Now it's a 4-4 is a decent trade. Running gun inside the garage, and Paco could have a chance here, but the shots go wide. And Hugo gets another one. He's been quiet this entire round, but even still, now he's finally waking up the rounds that matter. Can he do any more right now? Hugo, another one, and Thingy just chimes in for the final 2. Chippa with a dominant final round, 3 left alive. That's 13. That's all they need to win out this third map.
What a performance from the Chippa side. I mentioned it before, Hugo was pivotal to their successes when it came to attacking. They didn't necessarily need that last round. Advantage in numbers and advantage in economy. You're going to carry that momentum. The boulder is going to keep rolling. It will not need to collect moss because you're essentially running at them with Gatling guns in comparison to revolvers. It's like the Old West facing off against modern weaponry. It's not going to go in your favor. It will be a slaughter, and that's what we saw that last round come out to. That's just the way the dice rolled out. The eco did not favor the opposing side of Slayers, and they struggled to keep that momentum anywhere towards their side. I think it's all off the back of that beginning of the second half for Chippa. They had 2 rounds in a row, make that 3. They recovered in a bonus. They had another one gained after that with the fact they only had SMGs. That momentum, that mental boon, they were alive. They felt like a whole new team. The second half was theirs for the taking, and they just kept it all the way through to take the W.
Yeah, and I wouldn't even say just that. That definitely helps, but even still, these guys are smart. Like, they learn from their mistakes. They definitely make mistakes, especially that. Speaking of that round right there, oh my god, what? I think I just got, like, ear blasted by the lobby, but even still, whatever the case. Speaking of that round that they did lose after the first 3, that they shotguns. I mean, Bussy, I mentioned the final one, he couldn't do anything, like, because they adapted the side of the attack, right? Because with a shotgun, you know they have a light by. This guy is now a threat, but they just go towards a long C. They don't make the mistake again of attacking A site, which is so tight. All the corners, you got the smokes in, and all of a sudden the jet could be in either one of them, long or short, and now it's a problem. You don't know where to go, and you have to reset. And maybe you could be getting flanked because they have nothing to lose. They have only pistols, so they might as well go for that kind of thing. But yeah, no, they don't make that mistake again. They go for the long angles, long C, and then all the way up on the site is such a wide space that they just can't make these SMGs work other than inside garage. It's a running gun. It happens what time and time again, but even still. So the beautiful stuff from this team, and I like how you mention in chat how, never mind, I'm never going to say their name again. Okay, even if we cast them again, I refuse to say any name with USSY at the end. I just can't do it. I'm sorry, Scott.
Well, sounds like you're being a wussy, to say the least here, Anton. I'm messing with you. Much love, much love. Thank you for subbing in here for Dallas on this one. This will be my last broadcast of the night, my last cast. You'll be able to continue onward with Strive. Y'all are absolutely wonderful together. Maybe Dallas will sub in if his internet comes back and you need that break. She'll be doing a lot more in a row than what you normally would be doing. But this cannot happen, of course, without obviously the support from you guys out there watching and joining in and participating here for Pit of Valor, but also to our sponsors before Community Gaming, which obviously increased our price pool and just made everything so much easier for us. Could not do it without them. Metafy even added an extra 100 on top to make things even better, to spice up that price pool just a bit more. And obviously, if you want to be able to guarantee your spot here into this, you can obviously get yourself a GLD Country Club membership. It's like $10. You get like 3 months of access for the price of 1 if you would get an Instalock member. It's such a good deal. You're basically being robbed. Like you're just stealing a slot by paying $10, and it's just so cheap. There's no reason not to do it. But big shout out once again. Thank you everybody for watching. We got more games, so stay tuned to see who's going to take round 4.
Looking like it's all over.
Hold up.
Maybe not! What? Serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through from Jenny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
Arslan Ash is a hero of mine. I was there when he won EVO, and it was a very exciting match between him and me, and I just really wanted to take the opportunity. Honestly, it was an honor. Arslan taught me to utilize all of my character's game states.
See, your strength of Elisa lies in the back dash, in the side step.
One of the great things that he taught me is how to utilize my character's movement and to optimize damage.
Elisa down power 2 is very good. 16 frame and it's safe on low, and sometimes it push high moves.
Arslan was very nice and very respectful. He was patient with me. With what he taught me, I can take my game to the next level. You should definitely try Medify if you're looking to level up your game.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the continuation of Pit of Valor number 96. A bit of a face swap, but nonetheless, we are at it again. I am joined by the fantastic Anton, and I am Strive, taking you through the rest of this evening. We are going deeper and deeper into the bracket here, powered by and partnered with Community Gaming. Medify, Drink Control, keeping it real, and sponsoring our events week in and week out. $350 prize pool again, Anton. I'm ready to go, Chief. And if you know the drill down below, it's going to be Based versus OTG, and we are going to the land of Haven. I'm ready for this, man. A solid map 4 choice.
Yeah, once again, we've had a couple repeats, but here we go again. I think we're just gonna see like 2 and 2 and 2, so we'll see what map we have in a second. But I say in a second, probably in like, I don't know, half an hour to an hour, depending on how long this one takes. We don't even know, because first 2 maps, they went by like a breeze. We're on breeze, unfortunately, but last map, that one took us hot seconds. 13-10 is a fairly tight scoreline compared to the 13-2 that we had earlier. This has been a very contrasting day, if I must say so myself. But we have another Haven right now, like you mentioned, versus we've got One Tap Gaming going up against Based. Names, once again, very interesting between these two rosters. It's going to be, this is so far like just as much of a challenge for the teams playing against each other as it is for us trying to say these names, because you guys will see when we get into the map. But it's going to be fun. I don't even know, because obviously with this round 4, these teams have fought through tooth and nail to get over here, and I can probably go and look at some of their stats right now. If I'm correct, One Tap, they just came off a Haven, so these guys are pretty much warmed up, and their opponents came off an Icebox. So this is wow, that Haven, I actually didn't look at the scoreline. What is this, a scrim? I can't tell if this is a scrim. Look at their match histories, and it looks like One Tap just won a game 6-0. I'm not sure if that was a forfeit or whatnot, but if I'm to look at the last actual game, I guess they also played an Icebox. So maybe they just beat their opponents so hard that they actually got a forfeit out of them. I'm not entirely sure what ended up happening, but yeah, the one Haven game that One Tap played, 6 rounds in a row without a single loss, and yeah, so they're definitely warmed up coming into this one. The Icebox that Based played was a bit closer of a contest. It was 13-8, so not entirely one-sided, but not as tight as the last one that we had on broadcast. So this is going to be an interesting one. We go from one team that is once again in round 4, so they fought to got here, and the other team has had to actually fight their last game. So I honestly don't know what to predict. We see the agent select right now. I think these teams are so darn fast. They've already got all locked in, and we can't even keep up with it. We're gonna get into this map as fast as we possibly can, but here we go. We see a Neon. I mentioned it last game. I mentioned it in the pre-game last time, and both the agents that I would have loved to see in the last Haven are now here. Tyad has the Neon, and Logan is wielding the Fade. So this is gonna be, I think, much more of a very standard Haven that we see nowadays, especially in the higher tier levels of play. We got Ploop. Speaking of the name, I mean, I said the names would be interesting. We got Ploop Plug at 37 on the Breach, as well as Yena mirroring him on the other side of Based. And it's almost a complete mirror matchup. Not quite. We see a Raze versus a Sky. So that is almost the only difference. We see the Neon as well, as opposed to the Fade. So this is going to be quite interesting. I don't think either team really has an advantage here, because one team is a Neon that I really like to see, one team is a Fade that I really like to see.
Yeah, like overall, I'm kind of feeling much of your same vibes, and I'm looking forward to seeing how the, like you said, slight mirror matchup, but not exactly there, kind of comes to be. But getting into round 1, let's see what's in store for us here. Quick bit of a C-pinch type activity is what it's looking like. Initially, Vert opens us up nicely onto Kess. Fantastic stuff here. The fight towards Garage continues as Logan gets that one off onto Yena. So a tit for tat, 1 for 1 now. Drain here, going to be looking out for some activity. And very quickly here, you can see OTG change their focus off that C site. Heavens equals death with the 1 and the 2 as Logan trains it out. Tired is there for the response, but by this point, Chief, it might be a little bit too late as Base now have picked up that advantage thanks to that cheeky Omen play in window.
Oh, but this timing. This could be huge. Yeah, there's no way Vert's going to turn for that. Not in a million years. Running to C, though. Ploopnug, he's going to be heard. He's going to be playing a fair 1 versus 2 up on the C site. Can he go for the plant? He's just going to stick it. Just wants the money, if nothing else. And they're going to let him get it down. But Drain spots him. What was that shot? I don't even know what just happened there. I don't think he moved his mouse. But even still, headshot straight through the box. Good enough to get the kill. Based with the first round.
Yeah, really good job, and I'm going to commend OTG on just the pace of that round, right? Really dynamic, good effort towards that C. It looked like a commanding pinch type activity coming out of Garage and Long, and very quickly their focus changed. They wanted to change up the strategy, but it was Heaven's Equal with that nice frenzy lurk towards Window, gets the 2 kills you see on the board to eliminate any kind of opportunity for OTG to swipe up that round. So what was looking, very strong in the beginning, quickly changed pace, and let's see how that goes ahead into round number 2 here, as Base now picking up their guns of choice. Spectres and full armors are plenty here. Should be quite advantageous, but we have seen OTG's tempo and their aggression, and we'll see what it can do here in round number 2.
I'm looking for a standard default from one tap. Actually, well, I say that. They send one outside of A just for a lurk, and they're going to run straight into this B site, spot out nothing. And in fact, Base is going to play a full retake. Nade is going to prevent anyone from coming on pretty early. And it looks like they want a double swing on this A site side. OTG don't manage to get a kill just yet. They don't lose anyone for the time being, but they don't even get the plant down. Logan goes for the challenge, wants to help the team. And in fact, they get completely mowed down. Only one man left on OTG, and it's Kess all the way outside that A on the lurk. Seems to be aware is the Sky, but can he get a kill here? He's got the Headhunter. If he lands a shot, gets at least one, maybe it can be a consolation prize, and that's an interesting little shot right there. Heaven's trying to reach for the stars, and in fact, Kess gets a second. Very nice gunplay from this guy, but Drain just clotheslines him at the end, and Based lose 2, but even still, with 2 rounds, that's all they need.
Yep, OTG had I think a very valiant attempt on round number 2. I like the strat. I mean, going through that link, trying to take that A site, but obviously Spectres make things just a little bit more difficult to manage there, Anton. So we go ahead, we wipe the sweat off our brows, get into round number 3 here, where OTG should be looking for a pickup for themselves, as they've got their Phantoms and Vandals aplenty here. So big round ahead of us, which should hopefully start to change the tides a little bit, albeit this is Haven, so this map needs time to breathe, it needs time to jive, and both these teams need a little bit of given to figure out what's what at this point. But you can see just the tempo as OTG starting us off, a bit of a poke towards long A, but for the rest of the teammates, they're just looking to hold control on the rest of the map and not give up too much. As you can see on the mini-map, some C aggression, and that is critical there as Z is going to lock off Vert, and that patience pays off dividends for the side of OTG in the beginning of this round.
Yeah, Vert only going to be given Z's at this point because he's asleep for the rest of the round. And no one else quick on the reinforcements on C site either. They're just leaving it to be OTG not reacting too fast off that kill, just wanting to make Based guess. Real slow on this 3rd round.
It's a good way to play it overall, though, Anton. I like how they've really looked to cut that noise off. No Qs, nothing. Don't give away anything to Base to make some early rotations and do work with those Spectres that they've carried forward. But last year, that looks like one tap looking to group up towards C. It's a good choice at that, considering there is no real bodies present on that site here. Omen observing, sending off those smokes here for the cover. Dark Shadows to get them into sight. Haunt on through, and that's coverage they need. 30 seconds is ample time to get on site 2 and get full control, clearing the corners, making sure everything is locked up here as the spike now goes down, and the retake now for Base here in a 4v5. What can they do? Paranoia primed. Heavens sends it, goes out deep there, flash and blind. There is so much happening and covers a lot of ground, but it is insufficient here as they get shut out quickly. It's down to just one member of Base here in a 1v4.
I think Drain might have gone down because yeah, he's unfortunately disconnected. We're going to be going for a pause in the upcoming round. They found him. Logan, just a matter of time. A bit unlucky for the side of Base not having the manpower they needed for that retake because of a couple technical issues. Stuff happens. I mean, it's the internet. Unless we're on LAN, but even on LAN, stuff happens. You never know. Like, it depends on the game. But Valorant, quite cooperative most of the time, but sometimes technology is technology. We got transistors. We got short circuits, you never know. So we're gonna wait for his either power. I actually don't know entirely what happened, but whatever the case, yes, he is. For now, Drain is out of the game. But still a good couple rounds. The bonus, I guess that wasn't the worst round to disconnect on, because that's a round that's pretty difficult to win nonetheless. It's just unfortunate that he wasn't available for this flashes. Maybe they could have done something to stave off that take a little bit longer. It depends, because he was pretty quick response at the back of garage, so sending those flashes, those dogs could have delayed a couple of seconds or so for the rest of the team to rotate back in. But even still, that's a very difficult one. Now, if he comes back, whenever he comes back, they should have a pretty decent buy. They have full rifles. He's got just enough to get an armor and either a Phantom or a Vandal. So with Vert on the op, they should have a pretty decent success on at least their setup. Some default stuff, but yeah, nonetheless, I guess we can take the time to thank our sponsors real quick, because MSI, I mean, you can even see.
Yeah.
Hopefully, unfortunately, they don't have an ISP for the time being. It is still everyone else handling that, but one day, maybe, you never know. But the things that they do can take care of, definitely our audio setup, our headphones as well. And one of you guys can obviously win some gear if you stick around, and you can find out more information about that stuff if you look at that QR code right there on your screen with your phone. But it looks like we are going to be jumping right back into this game, as we do see the Sky on the defense side return. And speaking of returning back to this A site for the time being is OTG. And return fire doesn't manage to land. Heavens takes a lot of damage, has to retreat back into the site and get healed, likely by that Sky rotating across the map.
Yeah, so all good in the hood here. Initial look towards a bit of a poke and whatnot, but that's okay in the grand scheme of things, as now OTG can reset and recalibrate. No harm, no foul, minus a bit of armor lost off their back. So slow and steady again. Kind of being a little thematic here for OTG for the most part, is they're just very patient in the beginning of the round, looking for pick, looking for map control, and that is critical on Haven, Anton. We've talked about it. You don't want to give up too much, you know, C flanks, pushes through garage. Too much space is not a good thing if you give it up to the defensive side, at least on this map. Allows for some cheeky flanks and whatnot. But meanwhile, it looks like the decision has been made for the most part. We've hit that 50-second tipping point where OTG now are looking to make tracks off towards the A site. Rolling Thunder says, come on in, open the doors to A, and they're going to go right on through. And very quickly, Base reacts with giving that site up. They're going to play the retake opportunity, it seems like. Here is all is good here. We'll see now what they can do on a 5-man retake towards this A site, pending the spike goes down, and there it is.
Oh, fast on the retake as well. They don't even wait for the spike to go down. It does get planted, but so many kills back and forth. The kill feed is an absolute zipper right now, and OTG comes out on top at the end when the dust settles. But Kess now sitting at the default spot with one in hell. Vert's got an op, so he could pick one off at a time if they end up giving him the angle, switches weapons, wants the fast reactivity of the rifle. Ploop instantly deleted. Kess needs to peek around real quick. He can't trade in time, but he finally managed to swing around the boxes and catch Vert off. Very nice stuff. That 1 versus 1 just barely went out by the chamber. That's a controlled clutch if I've seen one.
Yeah, it's a mighty good one at that, and I appreciate, like you said, the one critical point here is Base went on the retake while that spike was going down. You have to appreciate the nuance of that for a second, right? That is one less body with a gun in hand, right? That individual is busy planning a spike. You want to get on site, you want to try and get some ground before they can take their positions to play off the post. So in itself, good play, but the better side of OTG, the better effort from OTG yields that round. But nonetheless, it's 2-2. So kind of what we talked about earlier. These guys are finding their rhythm, their pattern, and so far it seems like I said OTG very, very methodical in how they play this. They're very diverse in how they want to attack, but they take it slow in the beginning. But take a look at that mini map here. A lot of activity towards mid. They're looking to get a bit aggressive, and Kess and Ploop one apiece, going to pick off the side of Base, and that's okay here at the end of the day, with Knight getting a bit of a satchel kill onto Yena. We didn't catch that here. Vert on the back end with the 1, with the 2 potentially, and not so much there. That is 90 for Vert, as it's down to Heaven's equal in a Uno versus 4 situation, and unfortunately, the timing doesn't work out. Catches the back end of the C push, and at this point, OTG are probably going to be just fine getting on the C side, Anton.
Yeah, they're even aware of the flank possibility. Heavens does pick up a rifle, because there was one lost all the way back at attacker spawn, but 1 versus 3 is going to be so difficult against the operator, and 2 rifles on this site. Doesn't even know if someone's in the cubby. He's going to check for it. No one there. Op. Yeah, he just peeks straight into the angle. Kess is holding that. And that's a hard one for Base. They have no guns. They just wanted to try for something down mid, and it just absolutely gets shut down. So very nice attempt from Heavens to even bring a couple back, but nothing really for him to do. And now it's back up to full rifles for both sides. Full buy. Vert is gonna have even a sniper up for this one. So if Base have any round to win other than the pistol on the follow-up, it will be this one with a bunch of ultis, 8 on the board. A lot of important ones for both teams. Just the breach kind of trading, and the fact that they don't have their ults ready. Yena doesn't have his ready. Ploopnuk, I love that name. It also doesn't have his ready, but this op duel, very fast. Kess actually wins that out very quick on the trigger as well. And Knight, he has to get out. Not really going to be allowed any more space taken inside that garage. Drain goes for the spam as well, but Tired's the one to get the trade off and through those doors. It's a 1-for-1 across the map as OTG go for the reset.
Yep, This is what they've done time in and time out before, Chief. So again, grouped up. Now this is the thing about Haven. Look at that mini map. You see your Neon and that Omen making some tracks, looking for the flank, and they have to move quickly here as Breach and Sky are looking to collapse on the back end of Link off towards A. But OTG have started to put 1-on-1 together and say, guys, we are pretty much good to go here. Careful of flank though, because there is not too much activity that we can hear. There has to be some funny business happening. So watching intently on that chamber to catch off the back end, goes for the shot, and that is a no connection there. But looking for a reattempt. Z, ooh, what a paranoia, actually. Wow, but it's a spray fest in the end. Z somehow it all goes for the shrouded step into the wrong direction. Tired picks that up and right back down to a 3v3. We are still holding on to that showstopper too, but the damage goes off there. The raise is low. Tired gets off. Knight good for a 3k, and Yena is good for the 2. The dynamic duo of this Breach and Neon wipe up the shop here, and they retake that nicely in the end. That flank was a situation, Anton, but darn did it work out well.
Oh yeah, that's don't know what to say about that one. Let's be real. That was curious. Heaven's equal. A little bit of belabored spray. I don't think that was exactly what was planned with what he did there, but at least it was a trade because they don't expect who to go on that flank, which is admittedly fair. Like you don't often see that many. There's so much pressure going on from the site itself that's just pretty unexpected. Of course, getting caught off inside the long position as well, teleporting back. And the last guy being stuck behind bricks in a hard place, nothing really for him to do when he's getting pinched from the site as well as long. So very, very curious round to even up the scoreline, but now we got Vert yet again with another op. He's gonna land the shot this time. Doesn't miss that often. It was an anomaly in the last round that happened inside that short position. And now entry kill in the first 10 seconds. Gonna drop all the way back inside this Heaven, and in fact, one tap don't even want to challenge that A site again, just leaving 2 here for a lurk. Spike is nowhere to be found. Just wanting to maybe bait out some utility or anything, but there's absolutely no one here. Kesto might be able to catch one off, and yeah, very fast. That is some speed that this guy shot. That is a very tight angle that he held on Drain, and Drain gets punished for going for that very fast rotation. And again, Heavens this time doesn't miss. Z is gonna put to sleep. This is trades across the entire map. I don't think any team really knows what's going on right now until that ultimate comes out, but even still, it's a bit of confusion. Bird gets another kill. And Tired wants to run all the way into the attacker spawn, gets stun off, but not quite is able to get that kill. And now the ultimate is basically all out. Has to pull out the rifle again, gets a wall hacked. They know he's in the corner, it's a big risk for him. And he can't really get out though. Only saving grace is smoke here, and Logan peeks around, doesn't manage to find any success, and finally he's able to get out of this mid position. 13 seconds, nothing for Kess to do. Landed a great shot earlier. Looks like that's gonna be the only one he finds.
Heavens. 3 seconds in a dream on the back end here, looking for a picker, and does get the one onto Kess. So gotta appreciate that round as a whole. Anton, you know, with the opening pick that we got out of base, that aggressive push from that chamber towards long, you have to, that is what chamber does best, right? That's the kind of stuff that differentiates chambers from chambers. So, you know, Kess is obviously doing a number here thus far, but to see Vert extend, look for that opening pick, fall back to safety, utilize those rendezvous to their full power, it means a lot. So again, heavy reliance on the chamber to open up the picks and kind of be that initiator in a way in the beginning of the round, and then rely on Tired and the rest of the crew to be there to back things up. Yeah, of course, for the support. So with base now back at it again, 2 consecutive rounds, this is looking good so far. We'll see what they can kind of pull together. I think at this point, OTG is learning a thing or two about how to play this, right? They know that if they give up too much map control, they get flanked. They also know that if they stick their nose out too far without any kind of real coverage, they will also get, you know, picked off very quickly. So it's about slow and steady, utilizing coverage, like in this case, the smoke towards garage as Drain here. Trailblazer goes out and does spot one towards garage entrance, and off that note, minute 15 left on the board, and Spike is still dropped. So you can kind of imagine here OTG looking to play a bit of a slower default to begin with and make moves yet again, kind of like we've been used to seeing, and slow and steady does it, keeping it spread, and no one's really looking to extend too far just yet, Anton.
It's kind of a double aggression up this long A though, taking a lot of space, and there's a lot of help here as well. This Neon able to maybe throw out some stuns just in case anything goes awry. They look to be walking into this. There's a big stun going out from the breach, but there goes another one from the Neon on the defense, but it stuns out Heavens as well, 1 for 1. This guy's still here. No, he drops all the way back. Yeah, Tired doesn't want anything to do with that A-long aggression.
And look at the read here, though, for a second. What is most surprising is Base didn't even bother rotating off of C. They're still holding on that garage and long, and Vert here posted up. The ninth senses are tingling, gets the no connection. Back up top, falls away, doesn't want to go for the repeat here. Jiggling for the one, nice fault line. Helps with the Z pick, gets a second one as well. What do we have for the response? It's Ploop and Kess, one apiece. So 10 seconds, gotta get on site. Spike is in hand, Kess is there for the support, and Kess and Ploop end up pinching on that C site and denying any retake opportunity. Base were dead set on getting control before that spike went down, but Clutch Kess came in at the most opportune time out of garage to support his teammate, and with that, it's going to pass around over to OTG. Very, very good job and good dominance on getting on that C site.
Yeah, oh man, that is impressive. Like I thought after Vert got that double kill, that was pretty much it right there. Great util combo, great shots from Vert as well, and then Cass and Ploop just go in and they get the kills that they need. They find a couple on their backs, of course. I think Ploop just wins a gunfight straight up that long C, but Cass just lands some stunners right before he gets flashed outside that tunnel as well. And that's just some ridiculous stuff there. There's nothing to say. He just won his fights. And sometimes in Valorant, that's what you got to do. It's a first-person shooter at the end of the day. So if you can land your shots, that's what really counts. And shots not landing here. Vert and Zeds both missing each other, but they know the operator is posted on the C site, so it'd be very, very brazen for the Z's to go for any further challenge. He looks to be cheating forwards a little bit, but yeah, probably just here to hold. Can smoke across the map if his team needs to. They're sitting very, very quiet outside this A as well, waiting for anything. This op maybe to get a pick, but is Neon going to go for a jump peek?
Oh, there it is.
That's fast. That's so fast from Cass. And the Rocket's going to finish off Heavens as well.
Onto site here, Knight down in hell. Smoke coverage is good, and Spike now going down. OTG, I love their tempo play. It's got its pluses and minuses, but when they explode, boy, do they do a great job. That Rolling Thunder really led them into sight, and now post-plant, you got to feel good at this point, Anton. If you're OTG, you're in the driving seat. You got a 5v3 to worry about, and you can see Drain and Co are like, you know what, folks, we're not down, at least not this round, to deal with this mess. They're going to go ahead and give it up entirely. Bail ship and go way opposite end of the map here and save, so this should be good for their economy, pending they don't get hunted out. And you got to appreciate that this is the 4-4 thus far. We still have a fair amount to go in this half before we switch things up. Alas, where do we end up here, Anton? Are they going to go for the hunt? Or are they going to play it safe? Looks like they're kind of venturing out now. That spike is on its way to explosion. But all's good, I think. Base, good decision. I appreciate it. They're not getting too over confident and aggressive with themselves. Decide to back away and take those guns forward.
Yeah, they're keeping the fundamentals as well. Keeping 3 alive. It's good stuff. Maybe not getting any ult points off of it, but at least they have a majority of the weapons and they're able to buy up at least 1 rifle for, if I'm correct. Tired, there he goes. Heaven's Equal, the only one likely not going to have the best of weaponry, going to go for a Sheriff. So they're buying up on this, the rifles that they had saved. We'll see where Heavens plays, because so far Heavens has been fairly decent in terms of kills, topping the scoreboard right now for the team at base, on the Omen no less, with the ult ready, so wonder what he can make happen. It's going to be difficult in this kind of round, of course, with lesser weaponry, but he is playing the close angle inside this long seat. And is challenging him is this chamber just holding right now for any forward aggression, expecting base to maybe have a half buy, to go for something, go for an early aggression somewhere, but not going to happen. They're sitting pretty on the sites. They're still on op, remember, they had some weapons saved, so it's going to be alone on this A site. Vert is going to have a field day if they don't check him, but it's going to happen. They're just going to dry peek it, and he's going to get 1, almost lining up 2. That's good enough, though. With that, a response from Heavens wants to go aggressive because he sees 2 outside that long A, so he wants to poke and prod this C site, but Kess is still here, gets a kill, and a big reaction from OTG, wants to aggress on the C site even more.
There they go into site now, looking for the take here. Kess is hunting for that pick, does get one. Nope, not so much. Ploop is there a little bit faster. Drain does connect onto Z before passing, so 3v3 now. How do they retake on this one? Spike does get planted this time. Get it coming out the back end. Kess says denial out of garage for the 1. Knight, the raised demon onto Tired, and it's Vert who says, you know what, I got a reasonable investment on my hand. What do I want to do? Drop it far away in hopes of them not picking it up, maybe, but kind of recovered that up, and I think a bit of reconsideration. Maybe he opened his good old bank account app and said, wait a minute, I'm kind of not feeling too good financially here, Chief. This $4,700 would go a long way, and he's gonna walk that up ever so patiently off to A site and look for the save opportunity again. So Base kind of found themselves in a bit of a loophole situation where this is 2 rounds of essentially saving. What value does it earn them? Obviously rounds is not in the equation, but an op means something here. So we got to see Vert really excel. Did get that dry peak like you mentioned, but it's not converting into rounds, and that's what Base need to work on here as they get further into this matchup.
No, it's still gonna be another save, so he's gonna keep it around for yet another time. He's put himself at the top this time, passing Heavens in terms of at least the overall score. No assists, but honestly, this guy on the chamber, yeah, ironic to say. I mean, he's a sentinel at the end of the day, but he's really not the one you would expect to be needing too much help, given one, the player, two, the arsenal that this agent really provides you. He's gonna go for another peek up this long A, so maybe getting something of the same result. But they know he's here. That's a big nade, and that's a big pull as well. That is such a great util combo from Knight as well as the fade. And they're gonna fade into the Knight as Vert just goes straight to bed. There's nothing for him to do about that. Checkmate. And that's an instant man advantage. The op already dropped, so no saving it for another round. If they want to go for this early aggression A again, but it looks like they might want to back off. Don't want to commit to anything too early, so Base do have a chance to recover that later on if they choose to. That's a bit of a risk for the time being, because, you know, OTG are still here waiting for another mistake. As Base have rotated a lot over to this A site just off of that one frag.
Knight, nice one onto Tired. The battle still continues towards long despite the bodies that have been dropping here. Knight gets the 3-piece combination here on track for the big ol' ace if it does convert that way here. Now Drain posted up, smoke goes out yet again. This is OTG's textbook A take. It's worked reasonably well for them getting onto site. Drain here looking to make a move, does get the 1, but Pluke for the 1 and the 2 is going to go ahead and steal that ace opportunity from Knight. But regardless, what we haven't stole is another round on the side of OTG. Just clean work here, Chief. They found their momentum and their stride, and it feels like Base are kind of segregated, not looking for that many trade opportunities. They're kind of mono battling, and in the end, it's not converting into rounds and critical picks early on. So question remains, if you're Base here, should you start or should you continue with these aggressive looks towards long A, these pushes down C? You know, what is it going to take to be different? And in this case, you can see they've kind of shifted some bodies over now, a little bit more garage centric, which, you know, begs the question, are they going to push? What do they want to do here in this round? And I think Yenna says definitely not pushing, but an Odin spray is kind of what's on the agenda at this point. Looking for some. Oh, what? What? Yes? Just different. Amazing.
He sees him through the door because that wasn't even a wall bang.
That was a banger. Really good job. Yeah, like really good. Wow, I love it. That dedication to the peak worked out great. Heavens gets another one on the board, and with that, OTG is advantageous despite the situation that's kind of unfolded now. So let's see here, Heavens and Co. on the retake, a little bit split up for the time being. We're waiting patiently for that chamber to join the battle. Would end up migrating off towards Link here. Z towards backside, Tire dashing and diving through. Gets the 1 Heavens as well. That is a good retake thus far here. Now, the rest of the crew posted up way back down towards grass here. Aftershock coming on through. Does tickle Vert nicely down to 81, but that does not convert into a pick here. Half diffuse. They go for the stick. Quick scope says no, it's Blue. The absolute demon comes running through full send and is able to clean that mess up despite the turmoil. That is really well played from OTG.
Yeah, man, that might not be a Neon over there. Tired went down earlier in the round, but that is lightning fast from Ploop. Great stuff. And now switching sides. That's 4 to 8. That's a heck of a scoreline, honestly. Yeah, it might be Haven, but nowadays I don't think you really go this far in terms of one-sidedness, especially not in Pit of Valor, at least, not in GLG. You don't see this all that often. This is like in the middle ground of like one-sidedness versus complete stomp break. So technically, I think One Tap have proven that they are so far, at least on attack-wise, they're much better in terms of what their decision-making is, their teamwork. Of course, you see the util usage that Knight and Logan have in combination with one another, and of course the gunplay that comes out from Kess is absolutely phenomenal. We'll see what they can do in their defense, because now it's a different story. Base now are the ones that call the shots, and in fact, speaking of calling, they've called a lot of people outside this A site. That's a big little spot right there, a lot of lines being drawn, connect the dots that Logan can play that says there's a lot of people on the outside of this A lobby. The dog gets sent through, spots out at least Logan, but they don't know that the Raze is here, and there is still the risk of the combination between this Fade and the Raze. Nade in hands, as well as a little attachment. Strings, but no strings attached for Logan, and in fact, a stun, big one. And they don't capitalize on it, though. The race stays alive. It's a 4-4 even still. Vert takes a lot of damage from the early engage as well, and they have to go all the way back towards that C site where this chamber still waits for the shorty. He's going to get a free kill. Heavens goes down to the ground.
Bit of activity. Ooh, Cass, a little bit of a jiggle as well as the cover comes in. The flashpoint as well, and that is a good bit of activity with that shorty. So Cass looking mighty on good. That investment pays off dividends, and yet again now it is OTG after finishing 8-4 in the first half here. Ooh, ZZ with the 1 and almost gets the second onto Yenna. But my friend, in a 1v3, we're going to have to see this Ghost sing all the notes of your favorite scale, as it does not. It comes immensely short, as Kess, good for that 3-piece. Your Shorty Demon now, the Headhunter monster, is going to give OTG their clean 9th round. Well played, well deserved, and I love it. That goes to show you the Shorty is still a beast, regardless of what round it is. Does a great job of doing some damage.
Yeah, no, I mean the shorty, it's one of those weapons where if you put yourself in the correct situation, if you place yourself on the spot and you force fights, which in that case, I guess it wasn't entirely forced, but the fact that base were running out of time, the fact that they could not go to the A site, it was at the end of the day, yeah, Heavens had to run into him. So very nice positioning from Cass all the way on top of that C, and like there's nothing to do because the second guy, Vert, yeah, he might be halfway down long, but he's at practically 1 HP, so any amount of pellets from that shorty is going to kill him. And in fact, Kess, yeah, he just goes for the peak, a little jiggle, and he's able to TP out because strength of the chamber. And we see, I think tech pause, we see some packet loss from one of the players, so we'll see when that ends up getting resolved. Hopefully the internet problems go away and just as soon as we possibly can get. But yeah, OTG starting off the second half strong as well. Leading on the first, and now with the pistol win, this is going to be quite one-sided, I think, because this is looking to be a 10-4. Kess might not have a gun, but he's got this Headhunter, which we've seen him do oodles of work with. Look at this guy, 18-4. And I don't know, it's deja vu, but I mentioned in the last matchup as well, we had the chamber on one of the teams, the same thing, not the chamber, sorry, I think it was the Sova, 5 deaths with their opponents having 5 wins, and Cass has 4 deaths and base have 4 wins. So coincidence, I don't know, but Cass has definitely been one of the pinnacle factors in why One Tap has been so successful, because he's been living up to the name, honestly.
Ooh. Knight had the crosshair in the exact correct neighborhood, but the rendezvous, that escape button there, works out well here. So back to safety we go. Posted up, tired, looking to enter reverse, maybe? Contemplating. Guiding light from Drain, and that's going to get tired in. Cass gets the 1 tap. You talked about it. That Headhunter quickly converts a great opening onto Heaven's Equals now, and Cass here still looking to battle. Gotta be careful. And again, the rendezvous, it is so good at escaping. And with that, the rest of the team collapses. And Cass ends up capitalizing from disaster to safety to end a series of picks and capitalizing on a 4-piece combination. Hello, Cass? Just, I mean, you gotta love it, Chief. You gotta love the rendezvous. You gotta love the chamber. It's just such a well-rounded agent. I mean, there's a low-key reason why I spam that pick day in and day out personally, but it's just so good. And yeah, I can't say anything but good things about Cass so far. Now 18-4 to 22-4, Chief. Really doing a ton of work for OTG.
That's insane. That's a 4K. I mentioned the Sova that I talked about earlier. He had a 3 kill death. Cass has a 4 plus. That's unreal. No, wait, is that a 5? Did I do quick? My math is wrong for a second there. I think it's a 5 kill death. That's a lot of kills, Cass. I mean, at this point, what do you say? OTG are just they are getting carried. That sometimes you just have to admit that you have one dude that will just get the kills for you, and it's Valorant. Well, we're playing a first-person shooter. You have a gun in your hands, and if you can get the frags, that helps a lot in winning the rounds, and you're probably going to when you have a guy going 22-4, and they're not going to want to run into him. I think they know that he's going to be sticking around in this A, and based. Oh, come on, man, just find something, poke and prod. If they can find maybe this kill inside a garage, they go for something. But Loken, even with the lesser weapon, he's got a submachine gun. This guy doesn't even have a rifle, and he's already got a kill. Opened up on the round number 15, and Tyre does run into, he just sprints through. I don't know if he had any information, but he goes through. Knight gets a kill on the Vert, and they're getting flanked as well. Z is inside of this long cubby. Big flash, big paranoia. Yenna is scared for his life. Nothing to do. Heavens now is going to be sent to hell very, very soon, because he's in a 1 versus 5 up against the best player on the team. Kess, he misses 1 shot, not going to miss on the second one. Follow up And round number 15 goes to OTG. Only one left to map points.
Yeah, I mean, I think OTG have definitely found a bit of a stride here. I mean, look at the previous half. They got 5 consecutive and now switching it up to this side. 3 in a row. It's good enough to push the sides of base right back to a save. And this is where the vicious cycle starts here, Chief. You're running out of breathing room. A mere 3 rounds to get this match wrapped up for OTG. And with base on a save now, going to be a big struggle. We have to see something massive from base. There's got to be a big turning point with a rapid succession of rounds here, including a huge economy building to get them to the finish line, or else it's going to be a very, very difficult climb. But alas, I take it back. It is 2 rounds off now. Let's see what these guys can do on a save and just how, you know, interested they are in doing some damage off here. Kess quickly denying, has no fear of just lurking in, and just like that, Rendezvous again. It is the Kess pattern, the Kess recipe to success, as now Tired plants a spike. But Chief, 5v3 going to be a big ask here.
Oh my goodness, Kess. Dude, if you have anyone on your roster that you would want on One Tap Gaming, this is the guy, because he's got another opportunity here. But the nade is the one that finishes off Vert. And he's going to look back into this garage. Can he get the kill? Oh, that's not even going to be him. No, sorry about that. But nice. Good night to Drain. That is a very fast transfer straight to the wall. Kess might fall. But here goes. The correlation is no longer in the turn of base, because now they're stuck at 4 rounds, and Kess has 5 deaths, so even if he dies, I guess it doesn't even matter. There's so much money, so many rounds ahead is OTG. What can Based even do? Yeah, they're not looking too based as of now. I don't think.
Yeah, we're gonna be we're in for a bit of a mission here, Chief. So gonna be a big round. I mean, this is ultimately match point. Forget that fact. It's a huge gap to climb, so it looks like they're going to be pushing towards the C. Full send for the last round here. Flashpoint. Yana and Co going in deep paranoia. The Speedway is up as well. Trailblazer is going to catch off Z in the back, but Z does not care. Connects, converts, picks up many, and that is going to be the matchup here. Going out in style is going to be Base, but it is OTG to bring home the victory here in this matchup.
Very one-sided, very dominant, and realistically, there is absolutely zero analysis that we have to do there. I mean, you can look at the scoreboard. Kess is at the top. There was no way he was going to get dethroned, not in a million years. 26-5. That is an unreal scoreline. That's a 5. It just keeps going up, dude. He doesn't die. 5 KD. 142 econ rating, by the way. Yeah, we might have not seen him with the op too many times. He had the Tour de Force a couple times. But this guy is just... He cannot be stopped. You can't kill him. 6 first bloods, which is above and beyond everyone else on his team. It's more than everyone else combined on his team. It is, in fact, 3 + 2 + 1 + 1, just shy of the number of first bloods that their opponents got, unfortunately. So he couldn't top the scoreboard in every single fashion. But yeah, it's 407 combat score. There's nothing. Kess just hard carried these guys to victory. And yeah, OTG, congratulations, they went on. And there's really nothing to say about Base. They tried their best, and when you get a matchup like this where a guy just pops off, it's his day, dude. Like, he woke up and he was ready to win Pit of Valor, and he's gonna go on to the semifinals. Yeah, nothing else to say. Kess did Kess things.
Did Kess things, and that's, I think, the highlight of the matchup. Like you said, I'm with you on that one, Anton, and I'm looking forward to the next. We're going to go off to semis in a brief moment, but before we do, I want to remind our beautiful viewers of a couple important things. First of all, a huge shout out to MSI for keeping it real and supporting us as always. MVP is going to be winning an MSI Gaming Mouse fan favorite. Also, a shout out to Drink Control. They're going to be getting a starter kit of Control mule replacement. So for those that have not yet already typed that ! giveaway in chat, y'all probably saw the QR code come up and might have missed it, but that's okay. Type that in here during the break or now if you wish, and get involved in our giveaways. They happen week in and week out, powered by MSI. Lots of good stuff there. And of course, I have to say one more time, shout out to Community Gaming. We are now powered and partnered with them. They are helping up this prize pot and drive these events to what they are. And of course, Metafy, the homies, for keeping it real, your one-stop shop for all of your coaching needs across various platforms. So off to a break we go. Get yourselves settled back in, comfortable. There is 2 more maps to come, 2 more matches, semis and then grands, of course. And while you're waiting and hanging around, do yourself a favor. Be sure to check out our socials, our Twitter and our Discord. Follow the Twitter, join the Discord, and be sure to join the GLG family if you have not already. This week has been amazing. We had so many amazing viewers and such an awesome turnout, and it's not done yet. So off to a quick break. Anton and I are going to be back with you shortly. Don't go too far.
Looking like it's all over. Hold up. Maybe not! Wait, what?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop. Every week, GLG hosts esports competitors of all ages with real prize pool tournaments and a live broadcast to Twitch.
One actually does come through for Ginny. The second, the third, the fourth.
With thousands of followers and hundreds of weekly players, the GLG community is thriving more than ever. And now we're building a better experience for our players. And we're setting the bar high. No, literally, 22 stories high.
Welcome to the Gaming Lounge, the first of its kind, located on the 22nd floor of Innovation Square in downtown Rochester, New York. That's right, this space is built just for you, with the latest and greatest in gaming gear and plenty of space for you to claim that little bit of glory. As you enter the Gaming Lounge, you'll be welcomed at our reception desk, and behind that, our main office. Here, we'll produce our professional broadcasts and turn those sick plays into the GLG highlight reels you've come to love. LAN tournaments, viewing parties, that all happens here in the viewing room. And if you need a little practice to start actually winning for once, spend some time in a team practice room.
At some point, you'll need to touch some grass and maybe grab a bite to eat. So we partner with local cafe and restaurant, Bite Rochester, to provide fresh and healthy snacks at our cafe in the clouds. And of course, the crown jewel, the gaming room, stacked with hardware from limited edition consoles to top-of-the-line gaming PCs. Yeah, that's right, we've got GPUs. And if that's not enough, we've got 2 more private streaming booths fully prepared to take your following to the moon. The GLG Lounge is the ultimate space to stream, host, and hang, with no compromises, all built for your next win in the clouds. Grab your GLG membership today at glgaminglounges.com.
Arslan Ash is a hero of mine. I was there when he won EVO, and it was a very exciting match between him and me, and I just really wanted to take the opportunity. Honestly, it was an honor. Arslan taught me to utilize all of my character's game states.
See, your strength of Elisa lies in the back dash, in the side step.
One of the great things that he taught me is how to utilize my character's movement and to optimize damage.
Elisa down forward 2 is very good. It's 16 frame and it's safe on low, and sometimes it push high moves.
Arslan was very nice and very respectful. He was patient with me. With what he taught me, I can take my game to the next level. You should definitely try Metafy if you're looking to level up your game.
Looking like it's all over.
Hold up. Maybe not!
Are you serious?
My name is Ben Garvey, and I founded Great Lakes Gaming with one goal: to create an exclusive club for casual and competitive gamers to come together, full stop.
Ladies and gentlemen, gents and Johns, welcome back. The saga of Pit of Valor number 96 continues here tonight. For those that are just joining us, I am Strive, joined by the fantastic Anton. This is Pit of Valor, like we said, partner with Community Gaming, powered by Medify and Drink Control, some of our key sponsors for this evening. A big shout out to them. If you guys have not already gone ahead and done so, be sure to enter that giveaway here, ! Giveaway in chat. A big shout out to MSI for supporting and bringing the goods. We're going to be having our MVP winning an MSI mouse, and yeah, the headset giveaway also ongoing, so don't miss that. But alas, we digress. Anton, we're getting down further and further into the bracket. Semis times, baby. It's going to be down below. Glizzy Gobblers versus Dice Amplify, and we're going to be going down to Icebox for the semifinal.
Yeah, a bit of a deja vu. We saw Glizzy here before. Oh, that's gonna be an interesting name to say once again. But yeah, we did say GG's here before on the stream. Like, I mean, Icebox on stream and this team on that map by Icebox as well. So they're gonna have a repeat of maybe their previous performance. You never know. I mean, they were pretty dominant on the map early on because it was early rounds, right? Round of 64, that kind of thing happens. You get some matchups that aren't entirely too close, so you get one-sided games. Right now, we're in semis, so Dice Amplify. These guys are going to be putting up a fight, so we'll have to see. They might have to change some stuff up on the side of Glizzy. I mean, we might have to see some different stuff from Dice as well. You never know. But yeah, so Icebox, not entirely that much of a surprise that we're bringing a service here anyways, because it's one of those maps where I remember early on people just ended up hating it, but I think it's because, I mean, all new maps are hated because people don't want to change. But we have the meta here now, right? Because we see just sages around every single corner. If you don't run a sage, you're either insane or you're 100 thieves. You never know. One or the other. We see these teams we should be getting into the game as soon as we possibly can. I don't think these teams want to wait too long because it is getting kind of late. It's like 9:30 here on the East Coast. Semis, we got another best of one right after this for grand finals. So one of these teams moving on there, they're going to be fighting tooth and nail because remember the prize pool. We are no longer the small little GLG all alone hosting $50 tournaments every single week. We have so many sponsors that you mentioned here, Strive, right behind us, and it is a $350 prize pool that we have spouting here today that these teams are fighting over. That is a big difference. That is 7 times. What is that? What's the? I think it's septupled our prize pool, all their sponsors. So very much a thank you to them. And yeah, this is going to be exciting.
Yeah, I'm ready to go, Chief. I'm pumped up. This is semis, of course. Things like you said earlier, I think it was the beginning of the previous matchup on Desk. It's been an interesting evening of matches. It's been a lot of, you know, I don't want to say one-sidedness, but a lot of heavy weights coming up here, and the bracket has been much of that. But let's see what semis has got in store for us. I should take this time also to remind our viewers of how the general things flow here with GLG. We have something called the Country Club membership. So I advise y'all, !GLGCC in chat. The short and sweet of it is we fill up these brackets like it's nobody's business, and if your team is interested in competing week in and week out, grab that membership. 3 months for the price of one teammate needs to hold it. It's a measly $10. So do yourself a favor, sign up for that and get your team a secure spot in these weekly events. Like we said, that prize pool now is immensely spicy, and you can always count on Anton to get the number straight up. So we've already picked up agents and we're already into the game. First round is well underway. You blink twice, you miss it here on GLG semifinals. Let's get into round number 1 here, Chief, and see what's good. The initial look towards B site with the Viper Wall is committed down, and the rest of the team kind of spread out, which kind of leads you to believe that Dice Amplify here may not make that move to be right away, but alas, minute 15 on the clock. Let's see what they do.
Man, I was watching the stream earlier, watching GG play, and I looked at this guy's crosshair, and I instantly knew if I saw him land a shot with that thing, this guy's going to be so cracked, and look at him. He's even pushing all the way up. That's a risky one, because I don't think he's in range of a rendezvous right now. Is he? Maybe, but it's still quite... No, I don't think he is. He's just taking a risk. No more headhunter shots. Yeah, he spent all of them, so he's going to be left with just the classic pistol at the back of the site. In fact, nothing to do. Big decay on the Sage, though, and the wall's already going to get knifed down, but Sophie goes to the swing, traded out right there, and then Maso now finally going for the plant. They should get it down right nicely, and they do. This Hulu with a pick through mid, though, still have this lurk, leave this chamber all the way on the other side, and he's going to get a kill one way or another, and he's still there. They still need to worry about him, although these 3 players sitting very pretty outside this yellow. Hulu's going to get another one on the Sage. Can't leave this guy alone for any second, or else that's the damage he can cause, and it's a 2 versus 4. Should be nothing for Glizzy to do at this point. This retake's going to be so damn hard, and Shiv's going to peek, go right behind cover once again, and they're just making absolutely no progress. There's nothing for them to do. Shiv is going to clean up the last 2. That flank wasn't even needed at the end of the day.
clean work does it. And you kind of mentioned it yourself there. You're either, if you're not running that Sage, you're either a God or 100 Thieves, something along those lines. And it looks like in that round, it's Maso to bring in that wall, allow the plant to come down. For our GLG OGs, you guys might remember the good old GLG Icebox strat book, which involved an Excel spreadsheet from cells A1 to AA 5000. Filled with wall plant as a primary strat. So that is much of the theme here in round number 1 getting underway with Dice Amplify. They take their first. They're going to go ahead and buy up, and Shiver has gone ahead with the round 2 Vandal commit. Either going to be a God among men or women, or going to eat absolute dust as round 2 Vandal buys typically go. But alas, let's see what they do. Much of the same. Feels like the exact same setup actually. Chamber watching that A push, Viper towards mid, and the rest of the crew kind of sticking their noses off towards B with the Viper wall primed and set. How do they engage? Are we looking for a repeat of history? Looks like it initially here as they're caboosed up, ready to send it through. But Soapy gonna catch the one, and I think that's the time here to collapse. B is looking mighty juicy at this point, Anton.
Yeah, there goes the Sage. And where's the wall? Goes down, plant's gonna be pretty much instant, and the smoke's not gonna do anything. There's not even a molly or anything from the Viper to counter that. So Soapy, what's the timing here? Triple flank, perhaps? The Jet's gonna go with him, yeah. It's 3 on the back lines, and Soapy hold all of them down, and one of them leaves, so it's gonna be a double peek right now, but he's gonna be able to isolate these fights, and even delay on the back as well. Shiv's gotta pick with that Vandal, playing the long range, and Soapy with the close angle, yeah, so darn clean. And look at how shaky this guy is. Reminds me of Asuna, a bit of his aim, and then a 3K to boot off of that, and Dice Amplify with the second round.
Really good work, and that is the buy round, of course, coming to be now round number 3. The typical Valorant rhythm, the flow. We're getting into that Vandal buy here. We'll see now what Glizzy Gobbler got in stock. Is it a round? Is it success? They're going to have to be careful, albeit there is 2 Vandals on the side of Dice Amplify as well to do a reasonable job at blocking them off. And now getting into round 3, if you're Dice Amplify, you've kind of repeated the same strat 2 times in a row. Are you looking for a third attempt, Anton? Are you looking to change things up?
I mean, they're poking around outside of A. This Chamber's there, but he's alone. So the spike already being very... It's kind of committed fairly early because the Sage is inside a garage. They're looking at this with the Chamber sitting in the corner here. They detect the Viper, but I think Jinx is safe. He's got to judge. This is a bit risky, but at the same time, if Dice don't clear this, that could be a massive impact from this guy.
Jinx holding the cubby, the judge. About to meet the gavel here. We'll see if Dice Amplify cross. They do, and it's Jinx to go for the peek and ends up getting away to safety with the rendezvous. Now looking at another attempt. Wait, oh, hello? Chicken the Lord? Chicken the God? That is a choice and a half. I don't know if there was a rendezvous sound cue or what primed the shot towards there, but regardless, that's a great opening pick as well to get them a bit more grounds on that B site. And now question remains, do they commit fully here with that Viper wall present as well? And they should have the Sage prime too, but Soapy is on the back end ready to do some flanking activities.
Noise. Signal hurt him. Signal hurt him, but he turns. I don't know what's happened there. Diets at least gets a trade, but you would think that would be someone would be aware of that little noise. But whatever the case, there's a 1-for-1 there, and Jaiwook does still have control. So the defense is completely aware of these back lines, but even still, what more can they do? They have to go on this 3-on-3. And the Viper smoke's still there. Masa with the high angle, slow even to prevent anyone swinging very fast. And Chicken, instant karma perhaps. He's gonna get spammed down through the box, almost. And yeah, he finally gets taken down and pays for his sins at the start of the round. Diet to the quad kill. What a showing from the Sage on the defense, and they're even gonna let him get the res one closer. In return, Lizzie with a round. I mean, that's probably the one that you expect them to win, but even still, their money not looking too good. And yeah, this is going to be a bit rough. The 2 guys at the bottom of the scoreboard, they haven't found their way onto it just yet. I mean, they're still, yeah, they're sitting at 0. They haven't even survived any round, so they couldn't have saved over any guns. So no money to buy. One with a Guardian, next guy with a Marshal. Shot rings out, so at least Dice know that there isn't a complete fortification on the defensive side with this lesser powered sniper. Are they going to avoid him or are they going to run into him? Doesn't really matter because Maso's got a kill up inside the kitchen already. Slow is going to get popped, and there's a lot of people caught in that, but GG aren't really going to be able to capitalize. No one's close enough. And that lets the entirety of the attacker walk all the way through kitchen, and Jinx has the advantage over here. He's able to maybe find some kind of kill, but no. That wall catching him off guard. Soapy even gets that before anything dangerous really happens. And Hulu and Chicken stereo kills to clean up. They have everything under cover. And Deets, 1 on 5.
There's a hope. There's a dream, Anton. It's looking good with the first onto Maso. Bit of a slow off to Yellow still. Have 4 members to Maltster here. And a defuse. Going to be a bit of a problem there. Poor Deets is surrounded across all corners, and Benz gets the 1, but the trade at last comes in, so you gotta appreciate the 2 picks that came off their backs, and good enough for the time being. But that's going to be Dice Amplify. That is 3 rounds picked up to their side, and they have all been B rounds. And I think at this point my my good old spidey senses tell me that Dice Amplify have figured out this B site quite well. I think every take they've had there has been very, very commanding. They've gotten on site, gotten the picks, been very patient before they fully planted, and they played their posts reasonably well, albeit minus a 1 time that Glizzy got back. So when is the pattern going to change? When are we going to see Dice Amplify explore the A side of this map? It doesn't seem like they're too keen on it. They seem to run the same, more or less default across every round, and it seems to be working well, albeit a bit of close action here. And Jinx is saying, hold on a second, I'm going to take a valiant attempt with a shorty, and gets clapped there by Maso along with that owl drone. So more picks, more aggression, and that is Hulu just farming them off at A site. So that posts up in the end. That default works one more time. Glizzy 2v5, and it's going to be a bit of a problem here, Anton, to bring this round together.
Yeah, it's honestly just watching a movie, isn't it? It's a horror movie for the side of Glizzy, because there's nothing for them to do. Might have been a light buy in that round, but even still, Dice are showing a masterclass in how to play this icebox right now. And yeah, you might have mentioned, when are they going to change up their B attacks? That round, yeah, Glizzy ran into them. They just wanted to try something, but even still, the 3 they won before that, I think they honestly brought out multiple. They didn't repeat a single strategy, right? Because they went through mid that 1 round, and obviously a default beat take the first couple, and 1 against the pistols. So they really have been showing new stuff pretty much every single. And now when it's not against an anti-eco, when they know that Glizzy have guns, now they finally change it up. This is exactly what you wanted to see, and I think it's absolutely beautiful. They throw the mid smoke, and they have the chamber walk up A once again. And how are Glizzy going to adapt? That's the question, right? Because I think now it's on the onus of them. How are they going to solve a problem? Because there clearly is one towards this B site, but apparently Dice are reading the fact that there is a little key inside the lock of Glizzy, because they have an op there, able to counter anyone that wants to walk up, but now they're not even walking up. They solved this. They have the solution to the problem before it even starts.
I mean, that's the general tactic, I think, with all of life's approaches. You want to walk in with a clear mind and a proactive approach versus reactive. In this case, a proactivity of Dice Amplify says, you know what, maybe A might be a good choice. They might have figured us out towards B, and here we go with the KO ult to lead them on through. Hopping across the ropes here for some gymnastic activities, getting site control at this point. That goes down, and Glizzy here going to play the full retake as they're waiting for the rotates to come through. Viper, Sage, and Chamber along with Silver are all in the back end of spawn here with Jet. So with walls already down, a res on the side of Maso, and the post-plant positions held down here from Dice Amplify, what is Glizzy going to do? How can they get on this site? They have a lot to work with and a lot of long range to clear out before they can defuse.
Was a bit risky from Soapy to go for that peek, but manages to throw out that molly. Deets is going to run straight through it though. Maso caught in the corner. Is he going to be actually caught off guard? I don't think he is, because Soapy is going to save him, and the quick scope not going to land from Jinx. 1 on 4, and Maso's going to clean it right up. Beautiful stuff. Got a triple kill from the Sage, and it's all on Dice. And honestly, they're looking so indomitable in this map, and maybe that's a trend for today. We saw, what, 1 close game on stream at 13-10, and then right afterwards, it went right back to that trend of being very, very one-sided. It was a solo carry, admittedly, that map, and this one, pretty much the entirety of Dice is playing very, very well. Soapy and Hulu and Maso in that last round picking up 3. And for the side of Glizzy, there are 2 people strive with kills. That's a little bit rough.
Yeah, it's rough, and I mean, regardless of how you slice it, Anton, to play a retake on a 5 versus 5 retake towards a site, it's difficult in itself, right? You got the wall planted, you have a res. Regardless of who you are and what you're up to, there's so much to cover and so many long-range opportunities. You even have a Viper that can be playing way back downtown, which just completely makes it even that much harder. And ain't nobody going to group up for a 2-man flank, but meanwhile, T-Dump's going to take a T-Dump onto Hulu there with that massive Sheriff opener. Soapy, 1 for 1, tit for tat. So we kind of equalize here. The pit has been dropped down towards B site, and Jay Wu going to be dancing around it and gets shivered to the face. So just, you know, as that pit was looking like it was going to deny any kind of plan opportunity, Dice Amplify whip out good old strat number 1 from the good old playbook and say, one more time on this B we go. Soapy holding off the back ends of things and gets a quick 1 and 2. Farming picks. T-Dumps gets the 1, but at this point now in a 1v3 has a lot of grounds to cover and not a lot of time to do so. Be careful of the back, be careful of the front as we're making our way towards Kitchen. Flying and dashing. And pinch activity is good here at this point. Looking mighty on fine, and you can see just how patient Dice is. They're not going to be sacrificing any positioning as they're going to go ahead and dance and lean on each other, forcing T-Dumps to be a little bit indecisive and unable to connect on the kill. So alas, that is Dice Amplify pulling that round together and doing so with style.
Yeah, a bit of loose aim there from T-Dumps, not really landing the knives that he needed to. But Soapy earlier on, holy, I talked about him before in this matchup, but that's some crispy aim. He's holding it down, a lot of angles that he's exposed to inside that attacker spawn, and he's just good for pretty much every single one of them. So when you got a guy like this, he's kind of pulling a chamber from the last map, honestly, at 12 and 4. If he doesn't die any further, which he's been kind of going in first time to time, so I'm surprised he's doing so well for himself. But so far, 3 KD, Soapy is he's up there in terms of his performance, but it's not like the previous matchups, right? It's not like he's got the most kills and the least deaths. He's been traded out a couple times, especially the last one. T-Dumps did manage at least 1 kill, trading out a couple of his teammates that were trying to challenge from that A site. But even still, right now with the timeout, they really got to be looking for some kind of solution that probably involves shutting down a couple of the top players from their opponent's team, because Soapy's at 12 and 4, I mentioned, but Hulu is following not too far behind at 7 and 2 with a Tour de Force nonetheless. Soapy with his ultimate as well. They have still the res that you were talking about the entire time, Strive. So not needing to use that, and the fact that they're 6-1 up, they've passed the halfway point of the half, keeping 3 of their ultis in check. Chicken has not even needed to exist because he's at 3-1. He's 1 off the ulti, but he just hasn't. Yeah, he hasn't needed to do anything. There goes their opponent's ult. Chicken actually gets hit by that, but doesn't get finished.
And with that, we settle back in. So a bit of an early commit on that Hunter's Fury, and right back at it. This time it's that 3-2 split, except to the other end of the map now with a focus towards A. We haven't changed too many of the positions, albeit on that defensive side of Glizzy. They're just posted up waiting for the moves, and they've committed a defensive wall for themselves off towards A, which will work reasonably on a retake, except for the fact that Dice do a really clean job of playing far back angles, which makes it that much harder to get back on site. Chicken primed, here we go. Util dumped, full send with the recon, and slow as a plenty. That's going to be the cue to rotate on over, and the commit coming out from Dice as they get onto site now. Maso opens it up onto T-Dumps with more to come. Potentially, I love how deep they go in backside here, Anton. They drop the pit as well. Spike now going down as Deets for the 1 on Tommaso. Still looking, still hunting. Shiver trades it up, but by that point, 2 picks, and that has halted the Spike plant for the time being.
Dart, big dart. Oh, Shiver doesn't manage to go down. Actually, he's somehow alive. I'm not entirely sure how, but I guess the second dart actually ended up missing. Soapy does take a head off the opposing Viper, so keeps that pit up. Big problems for the Gobblers as they have a sniper rifle. I don't think this is too inclined to push in. Oh no, well, there goes that. He does pull out his pistol in time and gets a right click on a shiv. Signal now, he has no idea what's going on really. They gotta find something, and Soapy manages to walk all the way around, and the decay has reached so much of Jinx's life that even a second in that little Molotov is gonna remove him from the round. 7 now for Dice.
Yeah, superb, and I love the Viper's Pit. I like how they got into sight, and in the end, were able to hold it off nicely, and that's a good change up from what we've seen from Dice, right? They're used to playing those far angles. They're used to being way up close and personal, or rather, as far away from being up close and personal. But this time, with that pit down, they had to really play the tighter angles, and most importantly, on the take, they went really deep towards backside A, not leaving anything to chance, making sure that their presence was known loud and clear. And a bit of a change up initially here, as it looks like Jwoo is decided to commit the defensive wall towards the B side of the map this time. So is it a read? And if you're Dice Amplify, do you still look to contest this B side knowing that wall is down? I think initially they're saying, yeah, potentially we're going to go for an Owl Drone, and Hulu getting a nice opener onto Deets onto A. So that in itself gives them plenty to work with here, Chief. They can move off that site if they want, make a move towards that A site, and maybe even exploit an undertube mid push or something if they want. There's just that one pick in itself is worth so much for Dice Amplify.
Yeah, what a challenge as well. That's definitely the last person you want to be losing on your team, especially that entry on the site as well. It's a safe res, but you can't res when the Sage is the one that's dead. Counter snipe by Jinx, and an instant trade by Jaewook. Shiver is going to make him shiver. As scared as he is no longer in this round. Jinx now still on the high ground, is able to have the sniper rifle even though he's suppressed because it's not his ultimate. But what can he find with it? He needs to be fast on the trigger. His Shiver and Maso are both sitting at this yellow position. They're both hiding as well. They don't know. Gonna finally peek out right after that dart, and Maso shoots his opponent through the smoke. There goes a sniper rifle. Now the drone, it doesn't really manage to do anything. T-Dubs does get a nice little one tap, but Soapy trades it right back, and now it's all up to him. 1-on-2 after that little tap as well. Good gunplay, but what can he find? It's so tough for him because the wall is going to go down as well. Now has to worry about his back, and the time is ticking so low. There's no real chance for T-Dumps. He has to get out, try and save a rifle, but that's not even an option anymore. Can he take a kill? He can. One closer to Blades. That's all he's going to get.
But on comment, one critical point that I think I've loved so far with the way Dice Amplify have played this B site. The combination of Shiver and Maso at yellow I've seen that flash double peek duo at that yellow container, I believe at least 3 or 4 times, at least from first person view. It's probably happened every time they've gotten on B. And that speaks to just how united Dice Amplify is as a team. They're leading each other's utility. They're swinging as a 2, making the best of every opportunity to get the trade at the minimum or the kill. And from there, they go ahead and segue into round wins. And look at that now, 4 ultimates on their side as well. 8-1 advantage on this attacker side. This is a tricky position to be in here, Chief. I mean, Icebox, yeah, I get it. The attacker side can be a little bit more advantageous if you walk in with your full swing bat and are able to chain rounds together, but regardless, Glizzy don't have too much to work with, and yet again, you can see just how hesitant Glizzy is to play the hold here. They give up the site completely now, and are going to have to retake against yet again 5 members of Dice Amplify with what I think is a great setup on a post plant.
Yeah, they got to work some magic on this one, honestly, and Hulu, I mean, he's chiming in inside of mid himself, and that's the second one. So free for this guy. They're peeking on with practically no weapons, and finally he gets shut down. Very nice shot from Jaewook, but he needs to replicate that a couple more times. No snipers to play against outside this A. There's a lot of people in very differing angles, and this spike is planted in the most open spot. That is a perfect lineup. Well, that's yeah, I don't think you're gonna win off that one. There's more darts as well. Everything being thrown at the spike. Another one. It's been halved, but everyone's just dying. And T-Dumps, though, is having a response 2-on-2 now. But can he do any more? Doesn't need to. Signal is the one to chime in. And now the Hunter's Fury is going to remove at least 1 from the spike. And now the time is ticking low enough for him to have no chance. Anyways, Signal wanted to kill, but couldn't even escape long enough to get there.
Yeah, Dice Amplify threw everything except the kitchen sink, the refrigerator, and the laundry machine at that entire equation. So they committed a whole bunch of ultimates. In the end, like you said yourself, that lineup and that plant position was just grade A beautiful. Not only is it advantageous for those that are playing really far back deep on belt and whatnot, but it's just so good the way that snake bite was landing. So we... After a Hunter's Fury getting dumped down, Dice Amplify pick it up, and it's okay. I mean, the grand scheme of it, there's 2 more rounds in this half, and the ults are a use it or lose it type equation, and it's going to be also putting Glizzy in a bit of a monetary, pickle, as they're now looking for a bit of an aggressive push and getting picked off. Chicken for the 1-2. Jaewoo trades it out, but there is more. Jaewoo actually connecting on some more picks as well. Snake bites back to safety, and regardless, we equalize and haven't picked too much off that trade for the time being.
Somehow it is 3v3. Somehow. It's just one guy. Getting all the kills. Hulu. Yeah, good on the spray. A little bit labored, but able to recover. And now pressure from both angles from mid as well. T-Dumps. He has to make the knives work. So far, not having too much success with those. Only able to get some trades, but not able to win his ones. Gonna peek on around. Hulu's taking a very wide angle, and now it's a bit difficult. T-Dumps is not gonna stop moving for that fight. Great stuff. Equalizes once again with the lesser weapons and gives his teammate the rifle. Very smart. And now looking to bring it back. I think there is a chance for this retake.
Is there a chance though here, Chief? We're gonna go for the stick. It's planted in the same location. Pit goes down. The lineup probably exists. Wait for it. No, Shiver gonna spray it down. We still do have that Viper on the board as well. Never mind. Soapy is just absolutely being a lurky demon, doing the polar opposite of playing the range, instead playing up close and personal. And yet again, Dice Amplify now 10-1. Anton, talk about an attacker-sided Icebox showing up here for this team. They've been stellar, and look at that record on the board. Straight up in 8 consecutive rounds. You gotta love it here, Chief. They're really setting themselves up for a great second half.
And this is safe hands, isn't it? Because there's no more curse. 9-3 is not on the board, so there's no chance for a 100 Thieves level comeback from Glizzy. This is absolutely going to be, they gotta find a little bottle and rub it and hope there's a genie inside, because this is honestly nothing they can really do. Every single advance that they possibly made has been shut down by Dice, and even that long C push, yeah, they managed to get the kills back in their favor. But look at this, right in their face. Jinx has a sniper. He still cannot win it against Chicken. That's a plant for mid. Masu's got it down 5-on-4, and make that a 5-on-3. Hulu's got another one, and it's such a labored spray. Shiver somehow doesn't win that, so again they equalize. But admittedly, Dice ends up winning these most of the time. But now they're in a man disadvantage. 2-on-3. Hulu can recover another kill. Wants to get aggressive, and they still have to worry about him. They've forgotten about him before, and he's done so much damage from the back lines, and they finally, no, they don't even solve the issue.
He's still got a bit of a pickle to solve here, Anton, and the math equation is defusing that spike rather, and it's Hulu and Chicken to make it happen. A lot to worry about. Glizzy kind of got segregated. They had to take some one-on-one fights and couldn't focus on the main objective, which was getting on that bomb. But now we are in a very unfortunate position. 11-1 half. We have not only, I'd say, a hill to climb. We have most of Mount Everest, Kilimanjaro, and take your pick of your favorite hill to get back up here. A lot of ground here for Glizzy to make back, and it's got to start with a very, very good pistol round.
Dude, they got to climb Olympus Mons, highest mountain,
yes, sir,
on another planet. Like, we have obviously these mountains on Earth, but you look at something like Mars, and the highest peak on Mars is like mountains of times, no pun intended, higher than the ones on Earth. And this is going to be one of those, because look at the, like, Signal has 2 kills, Jinx has 2 kills. That's just, it's hard to call out like individual players like that. But when you're on, especially a chamber, like you've had a chamber, you've had the op in your hands a couple of rounds, especially in the last one. Oh, that's a good start. Maybe you heard me call his name. You never know. But we got to see a lot of more of that. Not even a little bit. This is mandatory that some of these guys chime in.
We're chiming with Shock Dart. That chimes in all right. Rains down onto Dietz with a trade. So very quickly, just when Spike was getting on, it didn't look like Glizzy had a lot of site control. They were just kind of waiting for that Spike to go down, and from there they're going to play the distance, and now they get to do that. The wall is covering the back end of site, so looks like top out of heaven and down below from screens is the only 2 entry options, with the exception of Hulu here, who's looking to flank. Okay. Jay-Woo denies that quickly, so very nice here. Glizzy now in a 4v3. Post, and we're still making some more grounds here. Soapy continues to equalize. Shiver for the 1 as well, and very quickly they raise that tempo to 9,000 here on the defuse. It is at a half. Jinx is flying. Jinx is dancing on the ropes. Shiver and Soapy, I mean, my goodness me, these guys know how to protect the diffuser, and they bring home that really clean pistol as well.
Man, that's so hard. Like, Glizzy, they're backed against the wall. You got to think that they're feeling the pressure. Yeah, it might only be a GLG. It might only be a GLG, but you're playing in a tournament. You're going to try your best to win it. And when you're 11-1 down, their opponents have been here before, right? And they're finally feeling the brunt of their force that they brought to the guys that they were playing on stream just earlier today. It's not going to feel good. Like, this is rough. Jinx is, yeah, he found a frag. It was a very nice entry, clean as all hell in that mid. He just got walked up on and then just boop in the face. But that's 1 of 3. That's not good. And he's gotten away. He's finally kept himself alive. And there is another entry for the side of GG, but Jinx has been taken off the board again. Hulu finally has at least been removed from Dice's side. He's been one of the best fraggers for their team so far. So maybe something to be done. But with lesser weapons, at least Jay-Wook does have a submachine gun. Only thing they can really work off of is the fact that they have 2 of those, and maybe Signal can land a shot with a Marshall somewhere, but this is tough. Mainly, it is or full retake setup on A, and I think Dice are smart to be playing that because you don't want to give Glizzy a chance to maybe find a couple weapons close up and find like a shorty kill or something like that. So they're waiting for the rest of the team, and here we go. The XX coming in. Are they even gonna let them get the plant down? That's the question.
Fair question indeed now. Plant, yeah, it's going down, Anton, so they get that much out of the equation. Chicken with a not shock dart goes off a bounce and doesn't connect at this point. Slows from Maso, and the fight now begins out of heaven here. Soapy gets the one onto Jwoo. There's a lot of long distance coverage there from Signal. Do we get that? No, not so much. Maso is one time sharper. Now dancing on the ropes, just doing a entire gymnastic act. What is this? Minus the show that we've got, the 13-1. Gotta appreciate that round. It looks like Dice Amplify take this one home, 13-1 in the semis. I mean, you wanted a commanding win, Anton. You got it here tonight in semis.
Listen, I said that Soupy was kind of like having an Asuna impression because of how shaky his aim was, but yeah, Maso is trying his best to be like that as well, because on the rope, who else better to end that map? But God, that's, yeah, 1-13. That's a scoreline. I think we can safely say it's a team diff right about there. Honestly, Dice rolling it, and they landed on all sixes, like the snake eyes for GG's. I don't even know what to say. Like, you can make all the puns you want, but there's just nothing. 21-6. Let's just read the scoreboard, and that can be the gist of our analysis, all right? 21-6 for Soapy on the controller, on the Viper. You don't expect that guy to get kills, blah, blah, blah. You got Hulu on the chamber, 14-7, 2 KD. And, like, you look at that and be like, 14 is not that many kills. Yeah, it's not that many rounds. You got to kill every round. Like, what do you want from him? 10-8, 10-6, 10-4. Every single person on the team positive, and all of their opponents did not even reach even. Like 9-12 is the closest that T-Dump's got. And you can even see has a bit of trouble landing his shots a couple times that he had the Blade Storm in that 1 versus 3, of course, that round that he was trying to clutch up. Not too much success. So Glizzy, I don't know if they really burnt out or something today. Maybe they played too long. Maybe they stayed up a bit too late yesterday. But whatever the case, that dominating performance that we saw earlier today just did not exist. This is a completely different team, and Dice showed us something great. So we're going to see them in the grand finals.
Yeah, it was a show and a half, and congrats to them. But we go on along with the show. And on that note, Anton, shout out again to our sponsors as well. Got to give a big love to Drink Control, powered by CG, along with the fantastic Metafy here to support us in these events. So yeah, with that, let's go to a quick break here. Come back for more in a brief on moment. To our viewers, don't go too far. Stay tuned. Much more to come.
And welcome back, everybody, here to the Pit of Valor number 96. We are moving on. We put all the wipes behind us, hopefully, as we're now moving ourselves into the grand finals. A day full of 13, everything's been like less than 5 that we've seen thus far. But better yet, we got something in store. We got a grand finals, and these two teams that have been reigning superior over every single one of these one-sided affairs. Hopefully, we have ourselves a little bit of split, a little bit of a debate, a little bit of a bloodbath on our hands as I'm joining right now on the desk myself of obviously his name is Mick. If you saw me earlier in the cast today, Thor got a little bit hungry for my power today, so that got it surged for a little bit, but we're back in it. We're back ready here to go ahead and cast these grand finals. And even then, and once again, thank you to Community Game for even making this an opportunity. And even then more so Metafy for adding an extra $100 on for these past couple weeks for these players, for these MVPs, whatever it may be, to make sure that we have that much more of an incentive to keep these things close.
Yeah, talking about incentive, we are, like you said, Mick, ready to go to the grand finals. The total prize pool itself, 350 bones. Let's get into agent selection here as it is primed and set. It is OTG here on the attack versus Dice Amplify on the defensive end here on Haven. So repeating a little bit of history, albeit we're hoping for some change as the agents look like they're solidified, signed, sealed, and delivered. Much of what we're used to on Haven, a bit of a change up with that KJ to keep your eyes peeled on. And all things said and done, I think we've kind of found a new comfortable set of agents and some good synergy with the recent release of Fate and whatnot. So let's get down into it here, Chief, and see what our grand finals have in store for us.
Yeah, even then looking at the compositions, I got to say, I mean, Skies obviously and Breach are going to be two of those agents that we're going to typically see on Haven as kind of map has evolved a little bit. We kind of moved out of the whole, playing things out, the Astra meta where we're constantly smoking everything like we're in the middle of some trailer park back in 1887 where everybody for some reason just is smoking. For whatever reason, just everywhere you see, you're going to see smokes. But that's not the case nowadays. We're seeing a lot more aggression. We're seeing teams get into the fray. We're seeing them getting on sides. We're seeing them getting this blood. We're seeing them get down and dirty, especially when it comes around to these plays. But overall, we're seeing the likes of Dice already playing a little bit more of a versatile layout, trying to play a little bit more, I would say, aggressive on the defense, oddly enough, for what they got, but it still works out for them as they can already find this first blood and even then push a little bit more into that spot if they can come on a little of a roundabout. But we have ourselves a little ring around the rosy going towards the middle of the map. We see a B push possibly coming through, and even then a B plant to come down to follow it up.
Yeah, indeed, just as quickly as Dice got aggressive on that C, that quick rotation on through that B, now making the Raptor through that link onto A site, and they do get on there mostly unscathed. There is some KJ utility set up here. Z looking to get up into Heaven to offer some more comfort, and that's a choice and a half. No trade potential there, but with the Nano Swarms hot and primed and activated, Z does capitalize on that Shrouded Step towards up top onto Chicken, and with that now advantageous position. OTG now looking good. Maso for the one, back and forth 3v3. The dance continues with Knight and Co down on short to bring it down to a 3v2 in favor of OTG.
And even then, the pressure we already saw go right through B-Link over towards A. I mean, it's already really surprising we saw OTG able to manage such a play like that. But knowing they're going for a return, and even better yet, not even finding success in shots, they're not really setting themselves up for this retake just yet, because it's a 1v1 situation. It's a controller versus Sentinel. The spike has to be defused, and even then, I mean, Z's going to see a lot of just kind of tick up on that spike, but it doesn't even matter. You run out of ammo. You can't shoot what you can't hit if you don't have the bullets, and you see that first round coming to conclusion for the side of Dice Amplify. So already a good start for them, knowing that they kind of had the upper hand right off the get-go, getting that first blood, bringing the aggression to the side of OTG, where they didn't really expect it too much. They're finding themselves a little bit of a trade-off now as they get this force spike, get the Spectres in hand, get full armor to pack it up, and even then, what's better is a lot of utility to cover this entire map of 3 sides.
Yeah, this is huge, and you can't tell me that Dink didn't hurt there. That was so close. Z was like wafting victory on that round in that 1v1, dropping out of Heaven. Just a tight little dance there around the boxes, but alas, now getting into round number 2, the Spectres on the side of Dice Amplify. We're expecting an amplification of those kills themselves, a little bit more horsepower behind them at that too. So going on through, making the moves and staying steady here to see what OTG wants to do. Post it up, and Soapy now getting a bit of a a little spotted out at this point. Spike getting planted on the B site now with this position. It is cast to open up onto Hulu. Maso and Soapy one apiece. They're making those Spectres sing, and that brings that advantage. One more time, back to Dice and Maso. Full send, swinging it onto site with Knight, though, with that frenzy. Massive amount of work done there with that. And yeah, just as quickly as we settle in there, Soapy is on the board with Shiver, not even giving Kess a chance to breathe, let alone look around for more than 2 seconds before getting clapped and hopping on that defuse.
We expected Dice Amplify to go ahead and close out this round, but not as close in an affair as what we mentioned. I mean, OTG making sure that that round definitely gave them a little bit of hell to really dish out, just considering they ripped out 3 of those guns in the meantime. They gave themselves such an upper hand when it comes around to this next one, knowing they're going to cash out for the full armor, get these rifles to play with, and even then we're going to see somewhat of an exchange, because Maso already getting the Guardian out, looking to get a little bit aggressive here towards the middle, as you can see him holding top B, and even then, I mean, the split up, I got to say, it's a little bit intriguing to see. They're completely giving up the A site, saying, okay, let's play for retakes, and they know what their strengths are. They're saying, okay, KJ can hold down an entire site. We have nothing but initiators and duelists to back that up with a controller, obviously, so we are obviously favored when it comes down to a site. A isn't all that big, but what also isn't all that big is going to be the hedge front of the likes of Kaz there, as we already see that coming down, and 3 players are remaining for OTG is a huge rounds coming out for Dice Amplify.
Yeah, Mega, the aggression, like you talked about there, sticking their noses out a little bit too far. And meanwhile, the Paranoia also looking to close that gap even more. Knight gonna disown Soapy from that spawn area, and that's gonna push that advantage right back to the side of OTG here, grouping towards grass and window and such. But Logan says, please, Maso, not today, not on my agenda. This is our mid and our control, pushing them through to the garage now. Chicken, here's a lot of things happening, albeit can't get too much garage control for the time being now, as they're looking to make some moves. And with that, Logan, the first to capitalize, 3 kills on the board, as well as the first round onto OTG's side. Looks like all it took is a bit of gun round, a little bit of motivation, and some aggression there for them to get their name on that board nice and early here, Mick.
Yeah, and even then, that was mostly Logan to really set up that round, considering the upfront aggression we saw right through B main, pushing right into spawn. I mean, you got to consider that Dice Amplify, they had themselves a run there. They could have also picked up a couple of those guns and really made a run for their money. But, I mean, considering you just had that instantaneous shutdown, that huge exchange there, more importantly from your Fade, who can have this ultimate possibly after what it seems like 2 more kills or at least a kill and a tick. You can grab yourself that positioning. You can get yourself that aggression. You can back it up. You can start to counterplay the likes of what we've seen Dice Amplify bring on such a consistent basis. So already a little bit of a slower matchup, knowing that everybody's going to have somewhat of a buy on their hands. You don't want to really make too many mistakes at this stage in the game, as obviously these fewer rounds are starting to come to a conclusion. So a little bit of more of a default for both sides, not too much unwarranted aggression, even then a little bit of respect, as we can finally respect the tumbleweeds trying to roam out to the middle of the map.
Yeah, I agree. Kind of that respect is a good way to put it. You just want to take it slow and steady here, feel the round out a little bit more before making the full commitment, albeit Dice does have 2 great ultimates to make some moves. Quick rotates along with a lockdown for the retake as well. Now Chicken and Co primed up towards garage window here. Not too much activity though. 50 on the clock, and that spike is kind of sitting outside a window area. We're expecting the group towards short maybe to recover that and make the initial moves towards one of the 3 sites here. Still, everyone's kind of staying put. They've got their boots firmly planted here in the muds of Haven, waiting for the initial activities of OTG before any kind of commitment and rotates take place. And looks like that grouping is looking garage sided here, but how are they going to manage, as Logan on the board 1 onto Maso? With that, now the pinch on through. Chicken forced to swing, comes out for the 1 and gets picked out there. Nice bit of activity, and with that we have the position back towards OTG now as they get on the C site for that plant.
And even then, a pretty quick plant coming out here to follow up that huge push we saw through garage. And I got to say, that huge pick, even more importantly, coming out right there towards B. I mean, you got to go ahead and alleviate the attention. It starts to bring a little bit of chaos onto the side for Dice Amplifies. They don't really know what to do, as they're a little bit kind of misconstrued, but they still have plenty of intel to work off of with the Sky, but they got 1 less players. We can see Soapy going ahead and get ticked off, and there's just not enough to really work with here. Shiver's going to have the biggest clutch of their life, and even then find maybe perfect shots to their Ready Night crate or really go for anything there, but that's just not an option. Instead, you cut your losses here, you find the save, you keep your rifle, and you pray that you can make an impact in the next round, because the worst case situation, you're sitting at 2-2 at the rear end of this. So not really too much to go by, not really too much of an issue on your hands just yet. And even then, more importantly, I think the biggest thing to really take away from this is we're keeping the game even as we start off here. I mean, obviously, guns on one side, then rifles on the other, and then a huge exchange back and forth. We're going to have to see this really start to come into fruition as these rifle on rifle rounds start to come out. And we may see one of these coming up here soon in the next, if we can really see OTG hold this down for another round, keep that win streak going, and then really see Dice Amplify switch it up.
Yeah, Dicey are going to have to go really cheeky there. I see Chicken picking up that Stinger. We have Soapy on that Shorty as well. So this in itself could be great if they can get a pick or 2, recover some guns, and they can even get back on the front end of this round if they wish. But we'll digress and see. Also, we do have that Blade Storm on Hulu and Chill, which would work well. Getting aggressive right down long, looking for that Z. And that is an observation. Z has been there before in our previous Haven matchup, and yet again now getting caught off guard. So great opening pick. That's what you like to see, utilizing that Blade Storm make, and now they can kind of chill out a little bit, vibe, and they're in the driving seat here a little bit more, I think.
Yeah, and even the main Dice Amplify, they're going to look for these very aggressive first bloods every single time. I mean, I got to say, that's the one thing I've seen out of them thus far, at least on this map. I can't say I saw too much of it on Icebox because I was still trying to recuperate of what exactly happened with the power grid nearby. But, I mean, regardless, to consider that, I mean, they've had so much relative success with that strat alone in this game thus far. That, I mean, we haven't seen OTG really push or try to counteract that they had the advantage. They have the guns here. Why not push up a site? You knew Jet was over towards C. That's a free push on the B, or an even exchange over towards A. Almost pull that same strat we saw in round 1. Push through B, come on the rear of A. You've wrapped yourself around KJ, but a lot of stuns and concussions to come out there eventually, but it's not going to be enough to really go ahead and find that one-way trade. Instead, it's going to be even across the board. This is now still 3v3, and we're seeing 2 ultimates now being expended in this round.
Yeah, with the Prowlers going out there, Shiver has been marked, and it's kind of playing a little bit passive towards Link now. 3v3, Knight, the sacrificial lamb towards Garage, as Cass is going to get one onto Hulu as well. So now posted up, playing that second attempt at this B close plant. Soapy on the back end gets, unfortunately, trademarked and going to get absolutely bamboozled in a second here by Logan. Unless the shorty has a thing or two to say, and no one really wants to make the move here. Soapy wants to play the angle, and Logan says, you know what, I'm playing the bomb. You do what you want.
And even then, I mean, you still got to make somewhat of a move here. You got to make an impact in the game eventually, and that's exactly what's going to happen out of Soapy there. Able to get the timing of a lifetime, work off the rest of the squad. You barely get yourself the defuse, but I mean, you get the defuse. That's the most important thing, as we do see Dice Amplify able to clutch out that round, get themselves a little bit of a thrifty on their hands, and more importantly, knowing that the economy is going to switch up regardless. They found themselves a pretty good standing coming into this one, able to pick up the operator, salvage that a little bit. Soapy's looking outstanding for the start of this map, and problem is, when you look at that KJ though, when you look at that shutdown, there's just not too much you can really do with that except for, say, a retake situation. You don't want to use it for a stall because you're going to have 5 players flooding the site that you're standing on trying to pop that and really stall for time on. So it's not going to have too much of an impact in the front end, but maybe in the rear end, it can really give that impact that they need to go ahead and put a nail in the coffin, get themselves a lead that's going to be much more astounding because it's been 1-for-1 thus far as it looks.
Yeah, huge amount of commitment though in the meanwhile towards lobby here. Prowler's going out there. Ooh, Hulu and Chill with a nice double wombo. A little bit of a close proximity showstopper from Knight. Gets Shiver out of the equation, and you can see Hulu here is still primed. Tailwind set, gets the nice connection onto Cass with the dash out. God, those are so crisp and nice to watch. And that's going to put that position right back into Dice Amplify's court here. That previous round was a fantastic one to win. Soapy's patience has now segued into what is looking like a great economy, a great beginning with Hulu, and now they are yet again feeling super, super good. But if we learn anything from the previous round, there can be some funny hat tricks here if OTG can pick up a couple 1 and 2 interesting picks with 50 on the clock.
Oh, and I gotta say, man, I'm loving what I'm seeing out of Dice Amplify. I mean, on so many different occasions thus far, I mean, they are really playing out this game. They are really creating some of a switch up. They're trying to make sure if they can grab themselves somewhat of a play, you know, working out that Sky utility early in the match, trying to see if they can get a flash off, get that audible to work into their favor. But even now and then, they find a switch up. They say, let's put Hulu and Chill on the aggressor. Let's find these initial picks because who knows if they're going to run into utility right off the get-go, or maybe sometimes they'll run into a player and they're dead, and we find ourselves a first little free blood to be working off of. But what could be free is this round for the side of a Dice Amplify, because they're going to have 3 players swinging. They're going to have 2 still stay alive. They're going to have a defuse on their hands as well, as we're now moving on to the 7th round here collectively. And Dice going to be up 4-2. One of the biggest gaps that we've seen, at least in the rifle round stage. And even then, the feeler rounds are now over. So it's going to have a much bigger impact over the course of this game, as they're now seeing that they're getting kind of into the heads of OTG. They're looking so much better. They're really starting to switch things up. Their economy's starting to flush itself out a little bit. And they're not having to invest nearly as much to get the impact that they really want for the long term.
Yeah, you're touching on great points there, especially that economy. You're kind of chiseling away, pecking away at what OTG's been working to save up. With Hulu's double on that opener, I mean, that is style points aplenty, and that's going to in itself not only mean a lot in terms of rounds, but the morale, the tempo, the pace, the mojo that they now have started to build, and that's looking really good for Dice now, as they're going to go ahead for another attempt here. Soapy now instead sporting that operator. Shiver, pop flash. Here's the boombot coming through and says no peek for me. Bit of a pop back and forth. Prowlers, there is so much being invested. The swing gets the one on tonight, but the trade is there from Logan. Love it. Just as quickly as OTG makes moves, they're always there to back each other up and kind of go 1-for-1 in the grand scheme of things.
Yeah, problem is they can't go 1-for-1 right now because that really hasn't been working in their favor thus far. They're still down 2 rounds. They haven't gone 1-for-1 in rounds. That's the most important thing when you're trying to keep yourself a tie game on your hands. So knowing that 3 ultimates are still at the disposal of Dice Amplify, and they're waiting for a post plant. Quite honestly, they're waiting for the spike to go down to make a move, knowing that they can take full control of a site within a matter of seconds, and better yet, even then find a full execute and all the necessary kills to follow it up with that Jet still alive to play the aggressor on whatever rolling thunder you may see, or as somewhat of a roadblock when it comes around to that shutdown that could come onto the field. So there's a lot of considerations right here because OTG, they don't have too much to work with, but they can pop a rolling thunder whenever they feel to even get onto a site and find an initial plant. But it's just too much of a trade-off, and there's going to be too much retaliation for them to really handle. So instead, playing it slow and steady, playing off the econ, knowing that Fade's still in the game, alive and well. You find the intel that you can, you make the play, and you know that the KJ shutdown's coming out, so you need to flood yourself out or find a way to shut that thing down.
Love it. The Rolling Thunders back and forth exchange and continue to delay the rest of the team now. Looking to make that retake opportunity out of heaven and down below. Ploop gets the one onto Hulu. It's going to give OTG that connection they so desperately need. Muscle and Soapy one apiece now. Ploop having a dance in hell and gets picked off there by Chicken. It is Z now to take it down to the 1v1. Soapy opting, quick scoping. Hello, good morning and good night. Z is a very appropriate name in this case. Put to bed, and Soapy hops on that defuse. That's some plays right there, Chief.
Most definitely is. I mean, more importantly, you keep the operator. You know you can carry that over because, I mean, Hulu and Chill has been a great little influence in the game with that operator. Always holding down a sight line, at least creating that element of intimidation to slow OTG down a little bit, considering they have so much aggression on their hands. And with the breach and the fade, they just can't do it. They don't want to do it. They don't want to find themselves onto a site instantaneously because they don't know where the operator is going to be. They don't know if it can play more passive, especially being in Jet's hand. You tailwind out, you get yourself southbound a little bit, you can find a free kill off of that. But all things considered, looking at the scoreboard and now we're seeing the kind of gap become that much more larger, Dice Amplify to not only start this momentum off of a thrifty means that much more for them. But they're looking so darn good and they're keeping it going as they find first blood so consistently that it's almost setting themselves up for the rest of the game.
Yeah, those first bloods are worth their value in gold, and you can see just how comfortable things kind of feel after, right? And with that leg shot off onto Ploop as well, and no real heal opportunities, your critical engager, that initiator of breach now, is going to be hemorrhaging some hit points, and we're going to have to play a little bit more conservatively for the time being, albeit a minute 9, and this conservation of utility towards long C is going to block off that area for the time being, keeping OTG occupied towards mid area at grass. Z still trying to make some moves upwards, and Soapy says no shot. You're not sticking through anything on my agenda. And with that, they're in a 5v3 position, site control towards OTG. But if you're Dice, you're more than ready for the retake here.
Well, that could be the case. With 3 ultimates, you could definitely invest one of those, but if you find enough kills with the weapons, you may not even need to invest it, considering that Nugget has about 2 health to work with. No heals on the field, and Dice Amplify does have that luxury. They're going to go ahead and pop the Seekers, go ahead and find where these players are lurking about, and then find themselves possibly some free kills, knowing they can just completely exchange off all this. I mean, that's a double flash right there already come out. You got the blast to come right through the wall, but you're kind of isolating yourself right now, and that creates a round and an opportunity for OTG to fight themselves back, get into the round, and make sure to close this game up a little bit more so in such a fashionable manner, and even then, a very nitty-gritty one at that.
Yeah, this is where we start to kind of build some steam now, right? OTG kind of on the back end of the economy prior, now looking a little bit sharper, a little bit more primed and ready. They have that op on the side of Kess, and I'm looking towards this breach to kind of be the opening pick for the side of OTG. Maybe it may not excel on this attacker side as much, but come defense, I think we're going to see a whole different Kess like we saw in our previous Haven matchup, kind of waking up and doing the work. But a last 5-3, notable despite the turbulence initially here. Guiding Light, aggression, says Hulu. This is an interesting angle here, looking tight and cheeky. Prowlers comes out, Hulu forced to dance, and it's Knight to swing out in the end. So I think they've kind of learned what's happening towards long in this case now with that response, and now they're once again now OTG looking good early on, and they are in the driving seat in this case.
Yeah, they most simply are. I mean, even then getting themselves that round and considering that they had themselves a switch up at the perfect opportunity. Kind of imagine you're saying, well, Mick, you talked about the economy so much. Why did they have no money? Why is somebody running a Spectre in this round? Well, that's because the round right before that, only one player was standing and they opted to save the operator. So, I mean, when you see that economy switch, when you see everybody losing that money and the win streak just going right down the drain, that's not much to work with considering you had 2 players in the rear end to pick guns up and follow things over. So that's why OTG has themselves somewhat of a natural advantage, being the natural predator in this case as it stands. But, I mean, they got a little bit more to play with. They had that Fade ultimate. They can play off of it and you already see them setting it up, using it on the A side. And I'm not going to say wasting it, but they don't know that nobody was there to pick it up, as Cass is able to go ahead and pick off 2 and say, you know what, that was a good ultimate. I got 2 off of it, but we'll make you feel like it had an impact. As Sophie's trying to come around on this flight, can't really make too much work out of this just yet, with nothing but a classic and a judge to play off of, and a very, very long angle of players to be trying to shoot at. So it all comes down to Maso. Not really too much to do. You try to come in through A main, but I don't think that's going to be the case. Honestly, a save may be the possible play here, and I think that's going to be exactly what they do, knowing that there's 5 players still alive and well, ready to gun things down.
Yeah, Maso, maybe an exit pick or 2 would be good. Take some economy off the backs of OTG, and that's about all she wrote. Prowler says, maybe not there, Chief. I've kind of figured you out at this point. Maso, though, quick on the shots there. Mouse wanting for the 1, looking for an exit on 2, and doing just what we want to see. Taking some money off their backs. We got a fair amount of rounds here left on this half, and we'll actually die to the spike as well. Notable effort, valiant, sacrificial behavior is going to pass the round off and move ahead here in this 5-4 situation.
I wonder if Maso there was trying to go for the operator. I doubt that was really the case in play, because, I mean, obviously when we put that gun back into Hulu and Chill's hands, but knowing the even exchanges, I mean, looking at Hulu and Chill not really being that impact player, standing out, having a huge advantage when it comes down to the KDA, that they're finding themselves kills, sure, but I mean, look at the even exchanges. You're investing 4,700 to get a single kill on the board and then die almost immediately after. That intimidation factor almost starts to fade away a little bit. No pun intended, as you're really going 1 for 1 and you're spending a lot of money just for that alone. So you have to make sure to get this impact. You have to make sure you can find yourself somewhat of an economy score that really starts to stand over the course of this game, and knowing that you can buy it, give your team some buys, give your players a little bit more utility to work with, because as you can see in the game, that is just being spammed to left and right at every single corner. That it's going to be the real MVP in this game of who can really utilize it to the fullest extent, find that huge impact, find the intel, make rotations respectively off of it, because if you had the intel right now on C, you're going to know there's 2 players swinging things out as you find yourself a 1 for 1.
Back and forth it is. We still do have that sky posted up deep down. The angle being held as well by the Omen, so you got to be careful on the take here. OTG now making the moves in the grounds, looking to spam that box out. And Maso out of the smoke gets the 1 onto Knight. Ploop trades it and gets a second one onto Shiver. So that is C-Site completely cleared up here. Now it is down to Soapy. Gets the 1, transferring for the 2 potentially, does not get Z here. Back sight, Plat is looking a little bit sticky, worse for wear, and Kess has got that crosshair locked on that long, and rightfully so. With that, OTG, bring up that score and even it out here.
Even then, I love the read there. Just, I mean, on a case-to-case situation for OTG to make their kind of play and make the call based off what agent's still in the game. They knew it was Soapy. They knew it was a KJ. So why peek that? Why swing it out? Why do a little bit of a jump peek if you know that there's no dash, no tailwind, no blast packs get onto site, no real intel besides maybe a little bit of a swarm grenade? I mean, that's not too much of a threat, knowing that you can have yourself a free TP as an Omen to get to the other side and be like a chicken and just cross the road. So, I mean, considering that everything's looking fine and dandy for the side of OTG to get themselves right back into a tie game, I mean, we're finding blow for blow on each side thus far, and it's looking so darn good, knowing that even if things do start to spread out a little bit, we get right back to where we deserve. A tie game, an even trade, as we already know that Shiver isn't going even this time, going absolutely insane with the follow-up on Hulu and Chill. That is the entirety of OTG down, except for Z, who's probably going to catch a couple more as Hulu and Chill closes things out. And around, you blink, you miss it. We're moving now on to the last, or excuse me, round of the half.
I mean, you got to look at that overall situation for Shiver. I did not expect that many kills to come through. The first, okay, the second and third was questionable. At best, Shiver was able to connect on so much despite all that utility being thrown at his forehead. So, yeah, amazing stuff. And now we're going to be, frosting this cupcake here. The last round of this half with a lot of ultimates to boot. You do see that Tour de Force is primed and set here, so we'll see what OTG can do with that. On the meanwhile, for the retake, you got a lockdown. You have some Seekers as well, and the quick rotate potential for Dice Amplify. Going to be an interesting one here. Aggressive. Hulu off that long A, now towards Garage, gets shut down by Kess, who earns the keep there, looking towards that Garage.
I mean, already a first blow on the side for OTG, making sure that they can get themselves a little bit of capitalization, considering that they've been losing the first blood game for a long while here and always kind of clutching things out, or even then just having such a dominant presence once they lose that first player. Saying that, you know what, we threw somebody kind of out as a little bit of a bait. ensure it doesn't really matter too much, but we made sure that, I mean, their life was worthwhile. We made sure the exchange was worth it there in the end. But one more player you get rid of, I got to say, in my opinion, would be one of those two initiators. Sure, you don't get your pick of the pie to say, okay, well, we're going to pick off the sky. We can isolate them. Red Rover, send them right over. No, you got to charge them that site, and you have yourself a Rolling Thunder and a Showstopper for that. You got to manage at least one kill here, but the fact you haven't done that yet is a little bit problematic.
Oh, Chicken transfers, actually gets the second onto Kess. Amazing work with Maso there on the board now too. Paranoia coming out of long. Maso so well placed is going to be on the board with Logan. Leaves it to one. This is Ploop. The breach in a dream, and it's just Maso absolutely stomping along a full retake for 3 kills. Hops on that defuse and gonna put that 7th towards Dice Amplify here. So very notable half, a great back and forth, Dallas, and polar opposite of what the previous matchups have been so far on Haven.
I mean, it's been a great game thus far. I mean, even then, you just mentioned it specifically. It's been completely polar opposite of what we've seen from every single other squad tonight. I mean, this entire half, I gotta say, for the rest of the night, probably every other game would have been completed by now, is what it feels like. But I mean, that may even then see somewhat of a, I'd say, controversial opinion, knowing that every single one of these rounds, you blink and you miss it. It's just passing by so quickly. Huge multi-kills coming out from multiple players, everybody taking their stands, all the utility coming onto a site that is like these strat books are playing in fast forward, that there's no real option to respect your opponent at this stage in the game anymore, that both these teams have felt each other out. We're going to see 3 rounds go slow and steady, or at least then we're going to see who's it going to be? Old Dice possibly pushing up, but they're on the attacking side. You're expecting that now. If you're OTG, you're not going to be thrown off by the defenders pushing up, because you are the defenders. You can't really set the pace of the game anymore. You know it's going to be fast. You know it's going to be furious. You got to be ready for it. You got to be ready for that retake. More importantly, as we see Kaz trying to get at least a little bit of a tap on, but it's just a little bit of damage to really get away with.
Yeah, now OTG here on the retake have a lot committed towards A, are just rotating. Spike is planted, so everyone is here, albeit in a fashionable bit of time. They've laced up those Jordans and made their way off to the C site for the retake now. Coming out the back end, Hulu and Chill towards Garage. A lot of activity back and forth. Everyone has got their pogo sticks strapped to their feet, bouncing through window. It is Z and Ploop and Knight all across the board. Soapy has a lot to do. Getting the one onto Knight now in a 1v2. The smoke cover is great, and unfortunately the Classic's gonna have to do a little bit more bit of work overtime, to say the least, and cannot connect in the end. They hop on that defuse and bring it right on through.
Most definitely do, getting themselves another round, and even then, more importantly, making sure that this game could be that much more possible to really bring back and get themselves to a tie situation. That's the most important thing, that they have to find that first, they have to follow it up, and they have to make sure to get the Spectre round. But the one thing they're not expecting, Dice Amplify, every single time they think or consider they can throw a curveball out there, they say, you know what? Why not is a better question. We got plenty of knots we could say, but that's probably the most fun one in our case here. If we can buy ourselves a couple Spectres as well, sure, we're not going to have the most armor in the world, but surprisingly enough, they have an advantage. Kess is just running nothing but that Ghost, relying purely on that Headhunter for this round, as it is a much more cheap option. You know they're not going to really invest too much here, but that's where we're going to be sorely mistaken, because a full force is coming out towards C. All kinds of utility just coming out from that Omen to make sure to stall out this, but with the Tailwind, that's not an option here. Instead, you take full control, and you're expecting no retaliation until Chicken can make sure to lock that down.
Yeah, just as quickly as Z gets the one, Chicken responds. Maso on the site, so it was looking like a reasonable attempt on the hold for OTG. They quickly rendezvous out to safety here, allowing Dice Amplify to set up for the post. Alarm bot is planted here. Ploop coming out, getting alarm botted. Vulnerable getting clapped there, as well as Soapy and Maso just full swinging it right around the back end of site. So just as quickly as they make an attempt to get in, they get shut down for the retake. So now we see Dice Amplify looking really, really good, very strong, and they're going to be looking to continue this advantage with their buys in this round. Tough situation though, if you're the side of OTG.
Yeah, I mean, even then, to make sure they can get the game to much more, I'd say, plausible stated, but I mean, more importantly, Dice Amplify, making sure they can say, all right, whatever the case may be, we are getting ourselves into a game. We are switching things up. We're buying these Spectres. We're doing what they least expect, and even then, more importantly, during these early rounds. More importantly, in a round that is typically guaranteed for the side that got the Force, the full armor, as we mentioned, completely being thrown on its head, saying that Dice Amplify now have the advantage. They have the economy. They didn't invest nearly as much in that last last round, got the win off of it. And even then, I mean, sure, you saw the spike go down, but that's not enough to really warrant your decision and make sure that you had that big of a trade-off. So already aggression once again coming towards the middle of the map this time around as we see a paint shell and a breach blast coming out. And it's just so much for one player that you can see on so many different occasions that OTG is almost over allocating for one threat that is just not really turning out at the end of the day in terms of what they're investing.
Yeah, you can just see the tempo of how the initial battles are going. Like, honestly, 20 seconds into the round, it feels like we've seen an entire round unfold in front of us. Like, kills going left and right, everyone's getting aggressive, pushes in grass, and like you said, a lot being put forth for so little. And in this case now, Spike gets planted to get again off towards the A site in a 4v2 situation. If you're Dice Amplify, you're feeling pretty good. You've got good guns, you've got this site unlocked, crossfires aplenty, and you can see Hulu and Chill and Shiver just absolutely denying every retake opportunity here as they push their lead even further ahead. I mean, if you're the side of OTG, what do you do in this case, Mick? You're trying to stick your nose out and get aggro, you get shut down. You play passive, you're getting walked on with really fast, high tempo strats from Dice, and there's no real response. They can't hold off the pushes.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, OTG, they're the ones who are setting the pace in the game, though. That's really all it comes down to. They are letting Dice just straight roll them over. And that's all, I mean, if they can find a way to slow that down, if they can really find a way to switch things up, I mean, that could really be the key to success here. But they lost their full advantage on the defensive end when they just couldn't make the plays, when they couldn't really switch things in their regard to really find themselves the momentum they needed, because it's all just kind of crumbling apart in front of their face as it stands this far. But it can be somewhat of a way to really bring some light to this round more specifically, as you do see them grabbing that first blood so they could get themselves a 7th here, but they still be in a 2-round deficit. And I mean, the pace is still being set by the side of Dice, but it finally comes to a little bit of a stall, a little bit of a close, as we find themselves not only having a 1 round, but 4 players alive in the rear end as well. It shows that they can have a stand. They can make sure to hold a side. They just got to win that 33% chance every single round from here out.
Yeah, talking about the stats, I mean, you look at the 2-round deficit, and that the important point to thing here to talk about, I think, is the fact they had, like you said, 4 people alive. Like, that economy is going to add up in the grand scheme over time. It's going to build that value, build that gap they want to stay competitive in the rounds and be able to buy in when things get a little bit thin and worse for wear. So 2-round gap now, getting into this round. It's just kind of a eccentric look, albeit nothing too crazy here. It's much of the same repeat kind of pokes with the fault lines towards A, and then nothing happening in this case. So they kind of learn and adapted. Dice Amplify not extending to a place where they can get picked off with that fault line at their feet. Prowlers going out as well towards long. A huge commitment though from OTG as well. 3 members stacked on the A site, which, you know, in itself is work reasonably well. They're quite quick on rotate, so I'm not overly concerned in the bigger picture of this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, even in slow and safe, it's going to be the name of the race is who, and Chill's trying to put that operator back in hands, as you mentioned. I mean, I got to say, for the attacking side, I'm not sure how I feel about it. I mean, on defense, that's usually how a Jet finds viability. That's how a Jet finds their place in the game. But when you're on the attacking side, you're expecting that duelist to rush in. You're expecting them to be the front line. They can't do that with an operator. They're not going to. They have no reason to. They're always going to be scared because of how much money they invested in this. And instead, you question, why did you spend it in the first place? That's really the bigger question we should be asking here. But still, Dice Amplifier definitely taking a hit off that alone, as they found themselves 2 members down. One of their duelists, one of their initiators. They don't really have too much of a push on their hands now. And they have an Omen and a Chamber still alive and ready to go to really just kind of move across the map. As they're sitting on the B, they're sitting on the C. They have full control of half of the map. And that's exactly where it looks like Dice Amplify is going to be going, as they're pushing blindly into the B side.
Yeah, blind it is. 13 seconds on the clock, and Smoke's now going down to offer the cover to Maso. Not necessarily planted or offer towards window, so they're going to be more interested in holding steady on site. Knight going to pack up Shiver and send that Sky away for the time being. Now Maso moving out way back towards grass area, but the Spike's not in a position for that. Neither is Maso, as Z's going to pick it up. Soapy here going to just go ahead and ejecto Cito and run far away from this one and save that gun. The one thing I want to comment on with OTG, especially with that breach, there is a very straightforward decision-making when it comes to the playstyles of Ploop, right? Yep. Whether it's a fault line, whether it's a flashpoint, whether it's an aftershock, whatever it is, Ploop swings. right? Breach is not an agent that has, like, let's say an AoE type effect like a raise grenade, right? You have a very central local fault line that will go in a certain path, and you better be hoping that it connects if you're going to swing off that utility. And Ploop has no fear peeking out when that goes out to at least connect on a kill, get some information, do something with it, right? More than often we see breaches just dry utilize a fault line and do nothing with it. So OTG here building momentum, and again, that's the fault line one more time, comes out, concusses Hulu and delays that lobby push. And this is kind of like conditioning in a way, right? Dice Amplify know that if they go towards A, they're going to get fault line, so they're not going to be sticking their noses out too far. And the one time they decide to do it, mark my words, they will eat dirt for their actions. So again, it slows that round out really nicely and gives everyone a chance to kind of settle in.
And even then, I gotta say, what Dice Amplify has been doing, I mean, the one read that OCG could really make the most of is how slow they've been playing. I mean, honestly, you know that, and not in terms of the pace of the game they're setting, because they're obviously playing very aggressive, but I think that in itself is slow. When they're not making the adaptations, they're not really switching things up. They're just peeking off their utility. They're investing a lot of it. It seems like their strategies are just laid out. That once they find themselves in those situations, they invest those ultimates, those flashes, those stuns. They are going to swing off of it, as you mentioned. And that could be a read in itself that OTG is really starting to read into and even then make the most of it. They find themselves frags on frags, even when they don't. They find a hell of a lot of damage.
Yeah, Knight here doing a huge number with Logan, blocking off that C. So just as Dice, I think, yeah, this is it, right? You see just how quickly they get shut down towards a lobby. It forced them to slow down. Now they're on the back foot. They don't know how to react, so they go complete opposite way, heading towards the C site, and look what it results. The rotates are there. OTG's hot on their feet. They've already made their way towards that C site, and in the end, the team locks it down and prevents that push on from Dice. So how do they adapt here, Mick? We got 4 ultimates apiece on both sides, and despite the, turbulence at A lobby, it seems like we're just kind of in this infinite, loophole of going towards A. Look at the stack up now right outside. 5 members are ready to push on this A yet again.
I mean, honestly, I just gotta see how this round goes. We haven't seen too much of this yet. They've kind of gone for a lot of splits. They've liked the mid control to really work off of, but when you see them just absolutely get dismantled towards that A main, and you know the full exchange is coming down, that you see the likes of OTG just ready for it, saying, let's work off the intel, let's just play things out. If I just play very reserved and wait for Nugget to come around on the edge, that's going to be a free round in their hands. 4 players alive, only 1 ultimate invested. While we saw Dice Amplify use darn near everything they had. I mean, honestly, I think the biggest fallback was that they almost didn't use everything they had, because if you're going to go for an all-in approach like that, almost one final stand here to just get yourself to that double-digit checkpoint, you better use it, otherwise you're going to lose it. And honestly, at this stage of the game, you've now invested those jet knives, you invested that rolling thunder, and you have the seekers to shut down and from the shadows. Those are great for intel. Those are great for slowing the game down. But what do they do when you're on the attacking side to really take control of a side?
It's been really troublesome, and that was what I talked about, right? The one time that Dice decides to full send and brute force that lobby, they're gonna eat dust. So now they switch it up completely. They've abandoned that lobby side, made their way onto C here. Ploop is completely blocking off the garage. Shiver finally trades it out, but 2 bodies have been dropping. Meanwhile, 3 ultimates to boot for Dice here, but Z, the platform demon with the 3-piece combination. Z has held that back corner down superbly well, time in and time out, and does it yet again for us. So yeah, notable plays, and one more time, we go ahead now with OTG really ramping up the pressure, and Dice, I think they're feeling it, Chief. That's 5 consecutive for the defensive squad.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a huge stance here from OTG, and honestly, I mean, I think what Dice could do is they seem a little bit one-dimensional. They seem readable. I talk about the aggression on such a common occasion. I mean, they either choose to go slow or they choose to go fast. They got to find that in-between space. They got to make sure to kind of keep Dice Amplify on their toes and keep OTG kind of in the fray a little bit, keep a little concerned. But, I mean, you see their exchanges. You saw them in the early stage of the game. They are scared. They were running towards the site. We saw Z just throwing out smoke saying, oh my God, please let these around the light spot. So they just slow people down. You can use that. Once you see all that utility be invested, you slow down a little bit, you wait for them to panic, overextending, you find those free frags, pick things up, and really start to dismantle the team from the back end there. But we haven't seen too much of that. It's felt like 2 walls kind of running into each other. One's made of steel, one's made of bricks. And I mean, the bricks will look good for a while, but honestly, I mean, we just see pure innovation coming out of OTG, and it's definitely giving the edge.
Yeah, Kess didn't even have the second to hit that rendezvous button to get away to safety now. Huge commitment, everything, including the kitchen sink getting sent off to get on that A site. Paranoias, dark cover as well to ensure no one's really picking out too far now. On the post here, Chicken playing hell, a great spot for that Bleach, can offer flashpoints, can offer fault lines to allow the team to work their magic here. Soapy is going to look to solidify that hold with the lockdown. Maso, meanwhile, is mowing faces, just shutting every retake attempt down, and that's going to be Dice Amplify back at it again. And honestly, they came back with a full-blown whack on the face now. Maso 20 and 14 on the top of that board. 10 to 10 now, Chief and Haven.
Yeah, it's actually 10-11 because OTG gave themselves around right beforehand. But I mean, still, it's all fine. I mean, it's still a very, very close game, and I think the points still conveyed perfectly that these squads are going trade for trade here, and that's all it comes down to. That we finally see Dice Amplify getting themselves around, and I gotta say they invested a lot doing it, because I mean, you saw as soon as that spike went down, they threw everything at it. I mean, you mentioned on multiple occasions throwing everything but the kitchen sink. Good God, they threw the kitchen sink at it that time. They were using all their utility. The only thing they didn't invest was from the shadows, and I mean, you can't really use it in this situation when you need your team on site. You know what I mean? That's not too much of a flank situation. You're saying, all right, let me lurk around while we got spiked down. But one thing you could do is take down 2 players if you're not making a third collectively for the round, and saying that, you know what, you can find yourself some aggression. You can get on the site. You can win a round, but good God, we strung 5 in a row off that last couple rounds, and honestly, we can do it once again. We only need 2 to end the game.
We're so close to victory now. It's on to Maso's shoulders to get 4, and that doesn't happen. There is Z on the back end, ready for it, and that's going to take them off to the match point here in what was looking very Dice Amplified. Quickly turn after that 5 consecutive rounds, and it's now off to OTG's favor. I think, Mick, our desires have been fulfilled in this grand finals. We went from a night of landslides and tough matches now to a fantastic Haven series now for the grand finals. That $350 prize pot is within reach, but does Dice have something to say about it on this buy round, the last attempt here to halt this win?
Yeah, I mean, that's all it really comes down to. They don't have too much to really work with. And I mean, considering OTG, they had the showstopper, they had the Torty Force. Honestly, Kes could have passed over that operator to somebody else in the meantime. I mean, give it to maybe your Fade, your Breach, your Omen, I mean, whatever it may be, to kind of spread that lineup. But I mean, we're just not seeing that. Instead, they're looking to play a little bit more aggressive. Dice Amplify is definitely making the most of that, mowing down the majority of the squad, saying, sure, where you can bring this into an overtime. We're keeping it close, but Kes is trying to make it that much closer.
Yeah, here, Kes for the 1, back to safety now, posted up for the 2nd, gonna pop that Trailblazer instantaneously. Smoke coverage towards spawn, says no entry at this point. They're gonna have to wait it out and be patient, but 3v2 here. What do we got? We got Kes for the flick, does not connect. Deep guiding light, Maso on the retake comes around. That's gonna get Logan out. Kes has been, I think, definitely spotted and identified now. Positions revealed, and they're gonna go for the stack towards long. Slow migrations from spawn and such. Kes is completely pinched. Gonna be a major attempt to get on the defuse and make it happen. Yeah, no shot here. Way too many angles on lock and key, and Dice Amplify take it to just a 1-round deficit to send it to overtime, Mick, here tonight for this grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, already it comes down to, as you mentioned, the overtime, or finding yourself into the game where you get yourself a little bit of a clean dub and a really respectful game still. I mean, towards the rear, and looking at, I mean, no matter what, 5 rounds strung together for the side of OTG, knowing that Dice Amplify had the advantage going pretty early into this, getting those early 2 blows, making a little bit of a switch up in that early stage with those Spectre buys, saying that things aren't going to be exactly what they seem. But I mean, I could say that we probably saw a close game at the beginning of this before we even came into the map at Haven. We were expecting these squads to really keep it as close as possible, and they definitely did not disappoint in that respect. But one thing that can't disappoint us right now, if you're trying to keep the game going, or more importantly, if you're a Dice Amplify fan, is that you're expecting this round to really come out swinging. You're expecting to just completely dismantle the likes of this squad. We got to see the showstopper come out, though, if you're OTG. You got to see this Torty Force have an impact in the game. And when you get that first initial kill, when you know that the players are there, when you get the damage down, when you see Knight just absolutely peppering players, this could be done and dusted. I think this game could be over unless we see a miracle.
Miracles it is, and it's going to go off to the garage side here. Spike in hand. There is already presence way back towards platform area. This is Z's stomping grounds. Has been so strong and connects with a nice shot onto Maso now. Spike going for the plant. Pinch in a corner. It is Shiver getting eliminated, and yeah, there it is, Chief. That is the grand finals. Summarized, signed, sealed, delivered, taking it home. $350 minty off to OTG. What a fantastic night and an amazing performance here on Haven.
Yeah, I mean, a huge standout performance from obviously OTG to make sure to have that little bit of a bounce back. That was the most important thing for their comeback, considering that when they were on the attacking side, that they had themselves not really the best of showing. That they couldn't really find the pace of game that the defense was setting that tone out of Dice Amplify, and we just didn't see them really come back swinging in any extent. But it was oddly enough when they were on the defense, and they didn't even go for those same strats. They didn't push it to spawn. Dice Amplify was almost a little bit too concerned about something, the invisible ghost that wasn't even to come. And I'm not talking about Omen. I'm talking about that lingering threat of possible aggression of OTG adapting their gameplay and saying, let's use it against them. That opportunity never came because they knew they were just going to play the game from a fundamental level, play on those retakes, and that's exactly what they did. And more importantly, they had some standout players who really came out on top, held down these sites, and said, we don't even need to play retakes if they never put the spike down.
Yeah, I mean, you look at Z back platform towards C, notable attempts. Hulu also put on a great showing with that op, and it looked like despite the turbulence that kept occurring towards A lobby, eventually they kind of found a rhythm and a flow that worked for them, right? Notably, that breach really showed up for me. I mean, OTG Ploop delivered the goods and made the magic happen, not only on an individual player basis, but offering opportunity for the rest of the team to frag out. So, these kinds of plays, there was, I guess, the score in itself speaks for that, Mick. There was highlights on both sides, right? There was synergy, leaning on each other's utility back and forth, and you saw that come out, and it was really honestly back and forth, tit for tat. There was, you said yourself, notable players, notable strats, and despite the roughness of what Haven can be, I think both these teams put on a great showing and really showed us what this map is all about in the grand scheme.
Yeah, so I mean, it's impressive for both these squads, even to make it a 13-11, the closest match we saw tonight, most impressively, considering we saw nothing but 13-5 or less over the course of this entire night is what it felt like. So, I mean, for us to have that conclusion, even then, it felt almost just as equally quick as any of those 13-5 games with how fast these teams are trying to play. We still, nonetheless, made sure that we had blow for blow, trade for trade, whatever it may be. And these squads obviously are looking pretty darn good, cashing out a little bit this week, get themselves some money to really return. And more importantly, if they do want to return, I mean, they can invest just $10 of that to get themselves a GLG Country Mint Club membership and then run it back. Why not? Obviously it's a Phoenix sold, and we don't use Phoenix around here because he's absolute garbage right now. But what isn't garbage is definitely that membership. You can get yourself locked in for guaranteed entry to every single one of these tournaments. Most importantly, consider that, I mean, we still have I want to say 1 or 2 weeks left of the $350 prize pool, thanks to Metafy. Obviously, out here coaching players and even more so possibly creating some more competition out of these other teams and maybe making those lower round games a little bit closer next time around. But with all said and done, I think we have another announcement because obviously MSI is also hooking us up with some headsets in the MVP. And I think you have a pretty good idea of who that may be here.
Yes, sir. Let's get down to the nitty gritty of it. We're going to start off with the giveaway for this evening. For those that don't know, ! giveaway in chat gets you signed up for that week in and week out. So this opportunity has passed, but the next week we shall continue thanks to MSI's giving and goodies. That's going to be an MSI headset, the GH50 being given away. Drum roll, please. The giveaway is going off to the fantastic Deserted Bones. So congratulations, Deserted Bones. You're the winner of that GH50 headset. Round of applause in chat. We can't hear you chat clapping, but I best hope you are. That is amazing stuff. And now we're going to go on to a critical point that Mick already brought up as well, which is our sponsors. So big shout out again, Community Gaming, Metafy, Drink Control. Bring in this prize pot to that crispy $350, which means so much. For those that have been here since the beginning days, the early journeys of GLG, from $50 now to almost 7x on that prize pool. We have such an amazing community and such amazing growth, and we owe it all to our fantastic viewers. So again, a shout out to our viewer base and of course our sponsors for making it happen. And the final and its critical point of the evening before we summarize, Mick, is going to be the MVP of the evening. That is going to be going to the fantastic Ploop Nugget 37. Keeping it real, has delivered the goods, match in, match out. We talked about it, some of those key highlights, that breach, the utility, the synergy, the backup that he brought to the overall squad. You got to love it. And scores in itself doesn't speak the volumes. It's what you bring to the overall equation and the success of your team. And of course, this is grand finals. They did win and bring it home. So MVP, congratulations to Ploop Nugget for taking that amazing prize ahead.
Yeah, so with all that being said and done, I mean, obviously some great prizes to be given out, some great games that we've had, or at least in the in the latter half of the games that we had tonight, a little bit closer, at least, and then a little bit more fun to watch. But with that being said and done, it's not going to be done just yet, or at least for GLG in its entirety. We come back every single Wednesday. You know the drill. We're going to be back here, same time, same place. Maybe not same caster, maybe not same teams. Obviously, we had a lot of teams signing up this week, and I want to thank you all at home for encouraging us, and even then all of you watching, all of you playing, all of you who stuck around just to see what kind of competition you may have coming into next week. Make sure to stick around again. Make sure to get involved a little bit more. Make sure, more importantly, to follow us on the socials to be kind of a little bit more update on that, even whether it comes down to GLG specifically or us as casters, because we got a brand to hold on our own as well. Maybe even then we could be sponsored GLG at some point, just out of the kindness of our hearts if we ever make it big. But in the meantime, we are going to make our sheets and go to sleep because things are getting a little bit late here. We got to wrap things up. I know me and Strive have an early job to get to nonetheless, but I want to thank you all for tuning in once again. I want you to thank you all. Have a good week. Stay safe and good night.